Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 11:24 a.m. on Thursday, April 25th, 2024, and we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming on Council Channel 13, the council's website, and on X at CM Brooke Pinto and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services. Forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee will conduct its review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan, discussing the proposed budgets for the following two agencies. First, the Office of Unified Communications, and second, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. We'll take each of these agencies in turn, starting first with public witnesses and then turning to our government witness for each agency. We're scheduled first to hear from the Office of Unified Communications, otherwise known as OUC. OUC is responsible for providing fast, professional, and cost-effective response to emergency and non-emergency calls in the district. OUC was established in 2005 to combine the emergency 911, non-emergency, and 311 call activities from the Metropolitan Police Department, fire and emergency medical services, and customer service operations. The mayor's proposed FY25 budget proposal increases OUC's budget by just under $4 million, or 6.2%. The proposed total number or full-time equivalent positions would increase from 415 to just over 425, an increase of 2.6%. The increase in the mayor's proposed budget represents an additional 12 FTEs within the 911 call center, as well as needed investments in OUC's technological systems. Under the mayor's budget proposal, OUC will be partially funded by a new 80-cent per room per night fee on hotel rooms in the district. My primary focus for OUC today is ensuring that the agency is fully staffed, especially in the 911 call center. Currently, about a quarter of all call taker and dispatcher positions are vacant, and these are crucial and difficult jobs, and it's critical that we fill as many of those vacancies as possible and think outside the box on how we can make sure those positions are filled expeditiously. I look forward to discussing with Director McGaffin how this budget will allow OUC to achieve a fully staffed 911 call center and whether we should be discussing changes and increases to existing salaries to more quickly staff up. Second, we will turn to the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, or OVSJG. OVSJG's mission is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. In FY23, OVSJG distributed 132 awards amounting to millions of dollars in grants. This includes funding to support district students struggling with attendance, returning citizens, victims of domestic violence and sexual violence, and victims of other violent crimes. OVSJG is also the state administering agency responsible for the direction of systemic criminal justice planning, coordination, management, research, training, and technical assistance. OVSJG provides policymaking expertise, advice, and counsel to the executive on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system with evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. This is done in part through the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which includes 5 appointed youth members and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board. The mayor's proposed FY25 budget proposes a total budget of $78.9 million for OVSJG. This reflects a decrease of OVSJG's budget by almost 25% or $25 million compared to FY24. I have many concerns about this budget proposal. Perhaps most concerning to me is the 67% decrease in access to justice that reflects a reduction in this initiative by over $21 million. This puts access to justice at $10.4 million compared to last year's $31.6 million. Access to Justice helps to fund civil legal service projects and projects in partnership with legal organizations and firms, district agencies, service providers, unions, and coalitions in the health, education, employment, housing, social services, faith, public health and safety, and many other spheres. In 2023 alone, 40,000 residents received help thanks to Access to Justice. So many of my questions today for OVSJG will be around the rationale for the significant reduction, what services, programs, and initiatives would be impacted with this proposal. And this could cut, along with the reduction of justice grants, in particular reentry grants, by $2 million, is extremely concerning. Access to Justice is an important program for our city. It is important for both residents and for our broader public safety goals. We know that there is a correlation between public safety and people having their core needs met, including stable housing and access to legal representation throughout the system. This budget reduction returns us to pre-pandemic funding levels, which is disheartening because we know the need is only increasing. In short, this is a priority that I'm going to continue to work on with my colleagues so that the full council can work together to help restore funding to a program that we know supports vital needs and services. I'll also have questions concerning the elimination of funding for trauma response and safe housing from gun violence programming due to a loss of federal ARPA funding. On a related note, I want to hear about the effect of the mayor's proposal in her transmittal letter to move $7 million to the Department of Human Services for truancy reduction, which seems to be the rationale for the proposed elimination of the truancy reduction program currently Show Up, Stand Out, or SUSO, from OVSJG. I am very concerned with this proposal as well. Last, I will have questions about funding for victim services. I am very grateful to see a $3.6 million increase in this budget line for a total of $49 million. But the Victim Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee has calculated that victim services providers will need at least $52 million to just continue operating at their current levels. It's been brought to my attention that this budget may be worse than it appears because there may be an error in the victim services budget line where OVSJG may have included about $3 million in their FY25 budget that is actually federal money already spent. This would mean that instead of an increase of $3 million that we initially thought we saw on the line item here, it would actually be a reduction of $2.7 million. So I need to get clarity on this today as we move forward. So with that, we are going to turn to our first agency on today's agenda, the Office of Unified Communications. Given the amount of public witnesses we have today, all public witnesses will receive 3 minutes for their testimony, whether you are a public witness or representing an organization. For OUC, I'm going to invite our first and only panel of public witnesses. We have one person here in person and one person virtually, so I'm going to call you both together. Solomon Keene, the president and CEO of the Hotel Association of Washington, D.C. Welcome. And Debbie Knox, public witness who's joining us virtually. Mr. Keene, thank you for being here. Please begin whenever you're ready and make sure that your microphone is on by tapping the button on bottom. It will come up red.
Wonderful. Thank you, council member, and thank you for having us today. Good morning, Chairman, Chairwoman Pinto, and members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Solomon Keene, President and CEO of the Hotel Association of Washington, D.C. I'm here today to testify in opposition to the Emergency and Non-Emergency Number Telephone Calling System Hospitality Tax Amendment Act of 2024. This subtitle seeks to impose a tax upon all hotels of 80 cents per room or suite rental per night. This is on top of all of the taxes and fees that hotels already remit to the district, including the existing E911 tax that is already assessed on all hotel landlines, as well as for each cell phone that hotels provide for their employees. This tax has been proposed in our industry twice already. This makes the third time. We stated our opposition then, and this council soundly agreed with our rationale that this arbitrary tax should not be implemented. As we have consistently said, It is not clear why the hotel industry has been repeatedly targeted to impose this additional tax. Hotels are one of the primary sources of revenue for the district and contribute heftily to the district's economy. The occupancy tax alone supports the operating expenses of the convention center, marketing expenses for Destination DC, assists with funding for Metro, as well as contributes to the general fund to support services for district residents. Our members pay a plethora of other taxes that go directly to funding the city's operating expenses and services to its residents. The hotel occupancy tax has been increased several times since 2015. It was just last year that our industry proactively came to this council to increase the occupancy tax to fund marketing efforts to attract more visitors to our city. Seeking to be collaborative partners, we proposed the creation of the Tourism Recovery District to help the city and our industry recover from the devastating losses from the pandemic, of which our industry still greatly suffers. With an already high occupancy tax as compared to other competitive markets, we saw this tax as an investment in our industry and in the district. To turn around and impose yet another tax increase seems onerous, unnecessary, and potentially undermining by having the effect of decreasing the number of visitors to our city. This proposed tax will have a significant impact on booking group business by making the district less competitive against other destinations. Event planners look at a destination's occupancy tax as one of the factors when determining which destination to host their conference or convention. An 80-cent bed tax may not dissuade the single or family leisure traveler, but the cumulative effect of such a tax will certainly have a factor for large group business where cost is an issue. My members strive every single day to operate here in the district, which at times can be challenging, yet they continue to view themselves as partners through our efforts in workforce development, creating job opportunities for district residents. For the above reasons, HAWDC opposes this proposed tax, and we urge the council to delete this subtitle. I will address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Keen. Debbie Knox, public witness. Okay, never mind. So Mr. King, just a question for you as you talk about the impact on an aggregate basis. You know, many people will look at this tax and say 80 cents a night. That's not going to, you know, dissuade an entire booking. So can you talk about in real numbers what that analysis looks like when you're thinking about a big group and the decision between going to a DC hotel versus a Virginia hotel?
It's significant. As travelers, we typically think from a perspective of booking our own travel. So when you look at an additional 80-cent tax per room night, you're staying 3 nights. I mean, you're looking at less than $3. But when you are an event planner or a meeting planner and you're looking to book a room for 20,000 to 50,000 travelers to come have a conference here in our world-class convention center, those numbers, when you go back and present that budget and the costs to the committees or the individuals that will be making those decisions, those numbers have a significant impact. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars, potentially even into 6 figures. And that's what really comes into account when we compete against other jurisdictions, Chicago, Miami, Las Vegas, that sort of thing for group business, which is what we're desperately trying to attract in a post-pandemic environment.
Thank you very much. Okay. Understood. Thank you for being here. That concludes our public witnesses for OUC. And so we are now going to call Director Heather McGaffin, who's the Director of the Office of Unified Communications. Welcome. Hi, good morning. And is it just you? Please feel free to sit wherever you're comfortable at the table. And if you have members of your team who will be answering questions, if I can ask you all to introduce your name and your title for the record, please. Make sure your microphones are on. We can start with you.
Good morning. I'm a Kipling Ross Program Manager with the Office of Unified Communications.
It's on.
Gavin Suarez, CIO for the Office of Unified Communications.
Douglas Kemp, Agency Fiscal Officer, Office of Unified Communications.
Thank you all.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. As you all know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you all to turn your microphone on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you all. Director McGaffin, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee staff, and the viewing public. My name is Heather McGaffin, and I'm honored to be the Director of the Office of Unified Communications. I am pleased to testify before you today. 2 weeks ago, Mayor Muriel Bowser presented her fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan, which is the district's 10th consecutive balanced budget, a fair shot, strategic investments, and shared sacrifice. This budget advances our DC values and addresses our city's most pressing challenges by making significant investments in our people and our economy. The FY25 Fair Shot budget highlights our values, protecting core city services and preserving programs that protect the health and safety of our community, prioritizing programs with a track record of success and that focus on equity and investing in the pillars of long-term growth. Most importantly, the investments made reflect the priorities identified by district residents during engagement forums held during the budget formulation process. The mayor's proposed budget includes funding for strategic initiatives that will help address public safety and public service concerns in a holistic way. The intentional effort to capitalize on programmatic overlap between the agencies in this budget ensures that all aspects of creating a safer and stronger city are addressed, while enabling OUC to remain a strong partner in efforts to provide district residents with reliable access to city services. As 911 call volume increases, the need to hire and retain additional call takers and dispatchers grow. To successfully adapt and keep pace with the changing landscape of the emergency communications environment, strategic investments in programs and staffing and innovative measures must be taken to manage and fund mission-critical projects. One of OUC's primary goals is to reduce the reliance of overtime and help address the challenges of burnout and turnover amongst the dedicated staff. Recently published reports reveal that OUC's 911 operation is one of the busiest in the country, historically ranking as the fourth busiest behind New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. In fact, in 2023, OUC handled approximately 1.77 million 911 calls for service. Along with the hundreds of thousands of visitors who have returned post-pandemic, most callers in need of emergency services in the district are increasingly relying on cellular devices rather than landlines. In 2021, in DC, the 911 operation handled about 1.15 million wireless calls to 1,115.5 wireless calls to 911 per 1,000 residents. The mayor's fiscal year 25 proposed budget for the agency enables OUC to establish a sustainable and resilient foundation, which will result in enhanced operational efficiency and superior service for all. The mayor's 25 budget for OUC allocates $63 million in operating funds and supports 425 FTEs, or full-time employees. This represents a 6.2% increase from fiscal year 24. The proposed budget also includes a capital budget of $16 million. Additionally, there is $46.7 million and 419 FTEs in the local fund. This represents an increase of a little over 1 million and 12 full-time employees to expand emergency operations and staffing. This funding will support 6 911 call takers and 6 911 dispatchers to help manage the increasing emergency call volume. The local fund also includes an enhancement to radio engineering in the amount of $966,000 for the in-building radio communications program. OUC is responsible for ensuring that the distributed antenna system, or DAS, design and installation in each new building aligns with the publicly listed technical requirements. To achieve this, OUC oversees the review and testing processes, which includes collaboration with fire and EMS's fire marshals for comprehensive in-building coverage testing. The Special Purpose Revenue Fund of $16.6 million is supported by the Emergency and Non-Emergency Number Telephone Calling System Fund. OUC, in collaboration with the OCFO, estimates that the annual cost of operating the 911 and 311 communication systems will outpace annual revenue collections and deplete the SPR fund balance by the end of 2025. Therefore, an enhancement to the Emergency Non-Emergency Calling System Fund is needed to support ongoing costs. The proposed hospitality tax amendment of 2024 seeks to correct this structural imbalance by generating revenue without directly increasing the tax burden of the residents of Washington, D.C. The hospitality tax is a fair and reasonable approach to obtaining funding to support the operations and enhancements to the 911 operation. It recognizes that visitors to our city benefit from and rely on our emergency and non-emergency systems. As such, it is appropriate for them to contribute to the funding of these services through a tax on their hotel accommodations. The district's special revenue or 911 fee has remained unchanged since 2000. However, OUC's communications platforms have grown extensively since that time, and current annual collections only cover about 20% of the agency's operating costs. In fiscal year 16, OUC began to explore ways to both change the funding model without further burdening the residents of the District of Columbia and to reduce costs. In conjunction with the OCFO, we have estimated that the annual cost of the 911-311 the hospitality The mayor's 25 proposed budget best positions the agency to bring more innovation to 911 communications in the district and to fulfill its role in helping to enhance public safety for both residents and visitors. The agency particularly looks forward to its continued collaboration with its public safety partners to maintain the integrity of the 911 emergency communication system. Emergency communications are essential to public safety, and the mayor's proposed budget demonstrates our commitment to taking bold steps to safeguard our city. In the coming fiscal year, OUC also intends to continue its phased approach in enhancing all 311 user platforms. Specifically, the agency will complete regular upgrades such as syncing the appearance of the web portal and mobile application, enhanced access to service request histories, and the addition of dynamic maps and status notes. We are particularly proud to mention that we are working closely with the Office of Disability Rights and the DC Public Library to host public 311 platform accessibility testing to ensure that it provides equitable access to all users. Further, OUC will expand its portfolio to add frequently requested and core services to its menu of service requests. Collaborations that will continue to take shape include those with agencies such as the Department of Buildings to help reconfigure their key businesses and service request processes. To cultivate a culture of wellness for our workforce, we recently onboarded our first wellness coordinator, who is responsible for designing, implementing, and overseeing programs that foster healthy lifestyles and collaborating with stakeholders to tailor wellness initiatives that meet the unique needs of our agency while ensuring accessibility and engagement. Through this fiscal year and next, we will install a wellness space, host educational workshops, and work to empower OUC employees to make informed wellness decisions that we hope will lead to improved quality of life-work balance and satisfaction. In closing, the resources allocated to the OUC in fiscal year 25 as proposed are vital to achieving its mission to efficiently manage the district's 911 and 311 communications and platforms and support its workforce. The council and this committee are critical allies in this effort. I look forward to our continued work together as we make the district safer and stronger. Before I conclude my testimony, I would also like to mention last week that we recognized National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. I could not be prouder to lead this team of professionals, and I want to publicly recognize them for their crucial role in public safety service and their commitment to the profession. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Director McGaffin. I want to recognize that my at-large colleague has joined us, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's also a member of the committee. We're going to do 15-minute rounds questions. So Director, I want to start with staffing, and this is something that you and I have talked a lot about and is arguably, in addition to your leading the agency, the most important element to make sure that OUC is successful is that we don't have overworked call takers, that we don't have dropped calls and errors, to make sure that the agency is fully staffed up. And I want to understand if OUC and you have plans to actually fill these vacancies that are being proposed to being funded. So let's talk first about the current status. So how many call taker positions today exist at OUC?
Sure. So as of the 19th, we had 81 filled call taker positions, 25 were vacant, and that was for call takers. And for dispatchers, we had 81 filled and 27 were vacant.
Okay, and how about supervisor positions?
For supervisors, we have 2 watch commander positions. However, official offers have been made to those two individuals, and they will start in May. And then we have two assistant watch commander positions, which are the assistant supervisor roles. And those are going through the background check, even though they are part of the career pathway. When they move from the CS to the MSS, they have to go through the background check and fingerprinting again, and they are in that process.
Okay. Can you describe a little bit about what the recruitment process looks like for call takers and how many classes a year you are bringing in?
Sure. So our recruitment process has changed since May of last year, where we started Prospect Day. We have now open hiring. It does close every so often when it hits a capacity number with DCHR. So currently today it is closed. It will reopen. Today, actually, we have 360 people at OUC participating in Prospect Day, if they all show up. And so we're excited about that. We started at 7 o'clock this morning and we'll continue until 8 p.m. to give
And
people.
When you say 360 people at OUC, you mean prospective applicants?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the capacity issue at DCHR? When does that trigger?
So that triggers a little bit later in the process. So to become a 911 call taker or dispatcher, you first take the critical examination, and then you take then you have the interview panel, and you start PHQ, which is a psychological online test. They will do all of that today. So the folks that make it through those 3 steps will then get a conditional offer, and then they will go through drug testing and psychological testing and background. And that is where we rely on DCHR during that part of the process.
But when you said the positions remain open, but due to DCHR capacity issues, sometimes they close, why is that?
Oh, because we can only handle so many people coming in for Prospect Day. So we'll close it. We'll process those people through. We have to look at everyone's resume. We'll send out the 360 invitations or so, because that's how many people we can handle coming in on a Prospect Day.
Okay.
If we get more, then certainly, we could increase Prospect Day, but then we kind of just push that. That process just gets lengthened a little bit further down the line, and then that's when we tend to lose the interest of applicants.
So how many times a year do you have a prospect day?
So we started with having one every month, and then we realized that we were losing people because the process was taking a little bit too long. So now we do every other month, and we stay in constant contact with the applicants, letting them know where in the process they are.
Okay. And how many people drop off on average at each stage of that process?
So we invited 360 today. Hopefully, over 200 registered to come. We've had a couple people walk in already this morning saying, "Oh, I didn't register," and we've accommodated that. And then we had 82 people make it through the PHQ. So they made it through the critical testing, they made it through the panel interview, and that initial PHQ background. And so we took those 82 people and we sent them to do the second part of the psychological. Out of that, we got 56. And then from that 52, we made 36 conditional offers this week. So about 10% of the people we see kind of make it through that to that conditional offer phase. And then they'll go through the background, they'll do the drug testing and meet with the psychologist. For reference, in our last class, we hired 12. So we lose people every step of the way for a multitude of reasons.
Okay. And so is it fair to say if your last class was 12 and you're doing these every other month, can we expect 144 or a year, or where are we having a disconnect between the average class recruitment and then the annual numbers that are being onboarded?
So those are numbers that we're certainly looking at, just because we've changed the methodology within the last year. So in 2022, we hired 34 call takers in the year. In 2023, we hired and this is calendar year, not fiscal, we hired 41 call takers. So we're increasing the numbers. We also have more trainers who are qualified to teach our introduction to call taking class or our initial training. And so we can run those classes concurrently. So before, we might be tapped out at maybe 7 or 8 people because that was a class size that was manageable. And then when they go out to the floor, they have to have a CTO, which is a communications training officer, which is just like MPD's field training officer. And so we had that capacity. So what we did was we had to do some work to get more of our seasoned call takers certified as CTOs nationally, so that when we push people out, now we have 20. So we can take classes. Actually, we have more than 20. I would have to get you the exact number, but now we can take classes up to 25 in the initial training, which we wouldn't have been able to handle a year ago.
Okay. And then what are we seeing in terms of attrition and people leaving the department on a monthly basis?
I do not have exact attrition numbers in front of me, but what I do know anecdotally is that some of our centers around us are coming and getting employees with the facet that you don't answer as many calls here. Even though you might be taking a pay cut, it's not as busy, it's not as stressful. So I know in the past month, I think we've had probably 4. And again, we'll get you exact numbers. We've had about 4 people leave to go to other centers, but I also know that some of them have come back and asked to be reinstated at OUC.
Interesting. Okay. I'm trying to get a sense of the money that we're putting in for staff, if we're going to be able to actually utilize that. Because if so, I want to make sure that you are fully hired up. But as I look at last year's numbers and saw 28 call takers leave their jobs, and how we're going to balance that with incoming classes that seem to be higher, which is a great step in the right direction. But how are we going to make sure that those numbers are balanced so we're having net positives?
Absolutely. So I think the biggest thing is we have put a lot of different pipeline mechanisms in place. So Junior Academy, we had a high schooler come this morning, actually, that had gone through the Junior Academy and came to do the testing. We have we're attending job fairs. We're really present in that space. We are having that open recruitment, keeping it open more continuously and just always talking about what it looks like. We also have programs with both FEMS and MPD for individuals who are qualified candidates for them, but maybe didn't pass the physical aspect of the job. We don't have a physical aspect of our job. You don't have to run a mile or climb a wall. And so they have been pushing candidate names towards us, and we've been successful with that. So I think that the difference is that we've kind of changed the game with how we're recruiting. In fact, Baltimore City is there shadowing us today. Boston PD came to our last prospect day, and Naples, Florida is coming to our next one, so that they can kind of see how we're doing it, because we are making positive changes. The other thing that we're doing is we're really giving people who are applying for this job a inside view of what is happening at the job. So today when they come for prospect day, they're also getting a tour. They're talking to call takers. If somebody's like, oh, I'm a single mom, how does this work? We're pairing them up with a single mom that works at OUC, so that we can talk about what the demand of the job is, what the life work balance is. I think also the other addition is something that we're doing here that a lot of places are starting to do, but aren't there yet, is we have the wellness coordinator, because that's important to keep our dedicated employees, because this job is stressful each and every day. I mean, 70 times a day you're listening to someone's emergency, and that can be heavy. And so that is heavy. And so having this wellness program, and I think putting things in place to create a healthier workspace, will also be attracting other candidates to come and work at OUC.
Thank you. At your performance oversight hearing earlier this year, you mentioned that OUC was in the process of conducting a top to bottom assessment of its operations, including about salaries. What is the status of this review, and what are you thinking about in terms of a competitive salary base?
I'm going to turn that to our program, and he is running that program.
Okay.
All right, so the contract will be awarded in about a month for the top to bottom assessment. And we expect it, they will look at salaries in all aspects of the agency at that point.
Okay, so that assessment has not begun yet.
It hasn't begun yet. Yeah.
Okay. In October, you testified before this committee that OUC was participating in a regional pay survey as well as a large city 911 center pay survey. What is the status of those surveys?
So the large city one that was spearheaded by New Orleans, and I believe we have sent that information to the committee staffers. We have that back and we sent that. The cost of living in Washington, D.C. was higher than a lot of the other cities that participated. Some of the cities where I think would be comparable, they did not participate for whatever reason. And so our pay was higher, but that's because of the cost of living, I think, being higher. The regional one is being led by the Council of Governments 911 Director Subcommittee. And so that's still a work in progress. But anecdotally, what we know is that we are the highest paying coming into a position. We might not be the highest paid when you finish your career. And so those are things that we'll look at in the study. You know, and we had hoped that that study would have started by now, and unfortunately it hasn't. But that is one thing that I have for that study to look at. It's not just about the starting pay, it's about where you finish and also what the benefits and retirements are.
Right. Okay. And that's something that I'm interested too, as we think about filling these vacancies of making sure that while the positions are important to get people in the door, we also want to make sure those people stay. And if we're having the right balance of ensuring that they're paid enough to be competitive. So let me ask you about the hotel fee that is proposed. So in the mayor's proposal, she includes a hotel tax of 80 cents per room night that will go into OUC's SPR fund, not the local budget. So how did this increase come about? Is this something that you identified that you needed? What was that process like?
Yes. So the average fee for 911, every state and territory in the district have a 911 fee that is paid monthly by the consumer. The average fee in 2020 was $1.06. Some being higher, some being lower. In Washington, D.C., a resident pays for their wireless 76 cents, but the current hotel industry pays 62 cents for a PBX. A public exchange, and that's up to 24 lines. Here in Washington, D.C., the max that we charge the hotels is 8. So they're paying $14.88 for their entire hotel building monthly. If they were having to pay by line, you know, that number would I don't know what that number would be. I guess it would be dependent upon what the capacity of the hotel is or how many lines that they had. But currently, we're charging a max of 8 PBX, and that number is $14.88 that they're paying. What we also know is that when we look at who is calling 911 in the district, it was about 40% of those numbers were coming from non-DC area codes. One of the most notable events of this would be last spring when the Canadian wildfires were happening, and there was, you know, it was a big tourist time. The cherry blossoms were blooming. We took 600 calls on a random Tuesday in May, which rivals with some of our busiest summer days. And when we looked at where they were coming from, they were all coming from the mall, and they mostly were coming from non-202 phone numbers, because what our assumption is from that information is that they were tourists who were wondering where all the smoke was coming from, because maybe they weren't watching the local news, maybe they didn't understand that what was happening like our residents were. So we're looking at that, and it's those types of situations that we're driving the decision of how do we increase this fund so that we're not outpaced by it, and still maintain a system that everyone's using.
Well, thank you for that. We'll come back a little more to this next round. I think one of the things I think about with that 40% number is there are also a lot of people who come into our city on a daily basis who are not spending the night here and who are not hotel guests necessarily. And so how do we kind of balance that need, not at the expense of an industry that we're trying to make sure helps us draw more visitors here so that we can continue to fund the services that we need. But let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's also a member of this committee, for a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and oh no, good afternoon,
Hi.
Director. I want to actually pick up where Councilmember Pinto was on the special purpose revenue fund. What do you all use those funds for?
So those are funds that are, we collect those and they are regulated by the federal government. The FCC regulates that. There are only certain things we can use those for. We can use them for people power, certainly, but most of the time we use them for technology upgrades and maintenance, things like next generation 911. We also, with that fund, with successful collection and non-diversion from that fund, we become eligible for federal grants through the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, where the 911 office is housed.
Mhm.
And so when they do things like they have spectrum sale of radio, they put that money into a fund for 911 centers to be able to apply for and get.
Okay.
And then when you match, usually it has a match, and that match comes from that fund.
Okay. Have we ever tapped this fund for overtime?
I would have to let our
Like, does that fit in the definition of people power?
Yes, council member, when we were charging personnel services costs to the fund, overtime was incurred and absorbed in the fund.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to, I'm asking about that because you sort of the line of questioning you had with Councilmember Pinto earlier about people. I had similar questions in terms of the vacancy pieces, but also I noted that the proposed budget cuts holiday pay and weekend pay. It also cuts overtime pay. In both the 911 call taking division and the 911 dispatch division. And given the number of vacancies, my understanding is that you all have been using overtime and weekend pay and holiday pay. So why are we cutting those areas if you're using them?
Council member, when we were looking at the totality of the budget, the anticipation or expectation was for the increased hiring needs, which would have a reduction on the projected overtime that we were charging, that was being charged to the agency. So that was the basis of the reduction in those areas. More staffing would draw down the overtime rate that we would.
Okay. Well, so I think you said you have 25 vacancies now in call takers, 27 vacancies for dispatchers. How much have you all spent on overtime in FY24 to date?
To date, for the agency, we're at about $2.3 million in
Okay.
overtime. Local fund.
Is that high? Or
it-
is that average of where you've been in the last couple of years?
Well, in the last couple of years, it's trending about the same. It is high with regard to the number of vacancies that we have and the need to have staffing in positions at any given shift.
Okay. And so how much do you all have budgeted for overtime for FY25?
$2.6 million.
Okay, so we have 2.6 million budgeted for FY25, and you have already spent 2.3 million, and we are how many months into FY24?
About 50% of the year.
All right,
perhaps.
so like your agency is not the only one who's done this. I had this same conversation with Director Zeilinger at DHS. Her overtime budget was slashed after she just gave testimony that overtime is how they are catching up on application processing. And so I want to be hopeful that your new recruitment efforts are working, but also I read this and I'm like, so you're going to have a spending pressure if we don't add any additional money to your overtime budget because it's not even matching what you have spent thus far.
Agreed. The other piece for overtime, council member, is this year we have increased and created a policy around training, which did not exist before. So every employee at the Office of Unified Communications has to participate in 40 hours of continuing education. And so we have in-service days, so we pay overtime for those and things like that. And the hope is once we are fully staffed that we would be able to not have to always pay overtime for training.
Okay.
So just to note that.
Okay. That's just this is an area where I think the committee needs to sort of look at just from a realistic standpoint of, are we going to have another, like, correct me if I'm wrong, the FY '24 supplemental transfers funding to OUC to handle some spending pressures, correct? Or, I don't know if you guys are on the list of
We
agencies.
are not currently on the list
Okay,
of
all right.
agencies.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the other things that you guys have going on money-wise. The CAD Telephony Systems Division contractual services line was cut by 1.9 million, and all 3 FTEs were eliminated. There's about $32,000 that's remaining. Was the major project completed or abandoned?
I'm gonna have our CIO, Ms. Gavin Suarez, talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
So in terms of CAD, we have a program manager, but we also have, I think we are going to use the capital project for next year to do a CAD upgrade. So I believe that's where the money is going to come from.
Okay, so this cut in contractual services, you're making it up in capital?
I believe.
That's
so,
why it's not on
for the CAD
operating?
upgrade.
Yeah, it's been moved out of contracts into other services and charges because of maintenance, it's annual maintenance cost for CAD.
Okay,
It's definitely still an operating expense, not capital.
okay. So just moving line items. That's why we ask. Sometimes the budget books aren't clear. Okay, clothings and uniforms. We increase this to 50,000 from 15,000. Are your polos old?
We didn't have a uniform before, and our call takers and dispatchers are first responders. And, one of the things that when I came in, I noted was that we didn't have uniforms, and a lot of people were still wearing their old MPD uniforms or their old FEMS uniforms when they were employees there before OUC was created. And so to create that sense of unity and professionalism, it was really important to me, and it was really important to our employees when we asked them. One of the things that they said was, we really would like uniforms. And so we are outfitting everyone with uniforms.
Okay, all right. Gotta ask.
Sure.
I didn't know that you guys didn't have uniforms, and I know some other agencies, I wouldn't call it a uniform, I call it swag. So I'm just, this is more of us, we're shaking couch cushions and looking for
Absolutely.
dollars.
Looking under the cushions, I get it.
Yep. Okay, auto maintenance repair line, got about a $17,000 increase there. How big is your fleet? I didn't even know you guys had a fleet.
Yes, we have a fleet of approximately 21 vehicles to include our emergency.
Yeah, I knew you had
or-
the
Yes,
big, I don't know what you call it, the truck.
yeah, it's called Thor.
It's called Thor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, Councilmember, one of the things to understand about the fleet, because that probably is like, wow, why does 911 center, 311 center have 21 vehicles?
Yeah.
But we also hold the radio cache for the National Capital Region. So when we have large events like inaugurations or parades, and we get public safety responders coming from all over the nation, their radios don't work here. So we have to go out, meet them, and provide them with radios. And, we're responsible for all of the radio towers. We're responsible for every radio and computer and every single FEMS and MPD vehicle. And so we have a team. Most of those vehicles are used by the teams that are going out in the field every day, making sure that things are working so that the infrastructure is working.
Okay. Okay. Am I guess sort of going back to the hiring piece, it struck me as sort of doing the math when you were talking to Councilmember Pinto about, on average, about 10% of a group that comes in for prospect day can actually sort of make it, through. And I actually just met with Octo this morning and was talking a little bit about their plans for some of the broadband infrastructure money that we're going to be receiving. Because there's a portion of that funding that actually we could use for, what do they call it? digital literacy and training, which I was like, oh, does that mean that I can help people learn how to type? Because I have an issue over at OUC where people can't pass the typing test. And they said, actually, that would be a perfect marriage of the two in terms of the use of the funds. And so that's part of it. The other is around hiring incentives and just overall salary competitiveness in terms of your ability to recruit and also retain, given I believe you are first responders. And if I am matching up the salaries of OUC with the rest of the first responder divisions, you are well below what everybody else is making or even receiving from an incentive standpoint, from retention to recruitment or otherwise. In my budget letter to the mayor, I asked for an increase in 911 call taker and salaries and dispatcher salaries because I think they work incredibly hard under stress. Are we at the beginning of potentially categorizing these jobs to emergency response priority positions?
I hope so. They are first responders. Last night we had the opportunity to honor the good work in 2023, and we delivered 67 babies before FEMS units arrived on scene. We gave CPR over 200 times, and that's no small feat, and that's not administrative or secretarial work as they're categorized on a federal level. And so it's always been my position and hope that we identify them as first responders. And so, as we do that, there are things that come with that. And those are the things that right now in this moment, I'm trying to help. Uniforms, training, policies and procedures, making sure that we have all the right things in place so that we can kind of back it up with data that they are certainly what we know them to be. And so I hope that it's just the beginning of that. And certainly we're looking at all of the other 911 centers, all 6,000 across the nation to see what they're doing and taking the good ideas.
Okay. When is the last time you all have done sort of a market survey around salaries for our region for some of these positions?
So there is one that's being, it's kind of in the beginning stages with the National Capital Region, but I was saying what we know anecdotally is that when they start at OUC, it is higher than the regions around us or the counties and cities around us. It's the finishing where it looks a little bit different.
What do you mean by that, with the finishing?
So maybe the starting salary is the same, but after you've maxed out at the step and grade for your position.
Oh, I see.
It's lower than what some of the other cities or counties are.
Okay.
So we're not just going to look at starting salaries. We'll look at after, 15, 20, 25.
Okay. And the National Capital Region stretches to Ridge or Fredericks?
No, it's the 13 counties kind of surrounding. So Loudoun, Fairfax, Arlington, Alexandria, and then Prince George's, Montgomery, and Charles County in
Okay. So
Maryland.
sort of the immediate. I'm sorry. I'm
Yes.
thinking of for fire, at least.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Let's talk about the junior academy as we talk about sort of recruiting people in. Does the budget that you all are proposing, does that maintain your ability to continue with the junior academy?
Absolutely. And we are even seeing if there's interest for a summer junior academy for kids.
Oh, sort of like a SYP or something
Yes,
different?
something like that.
Okay. How many young people have participated thus far? Or
Close-
just in general? I'll
close
give you an
to 40.
opportunity to give you an update on the program.
Close to 40 kids. In fact, last night at our ceremony, we acknowledged the latest cohort, the spring cohort. And one of the kids was like, "You're going to hire me, right? I finish school next year, and this is where I'm coming." So it's a lot of fun, and I just want to, thank our program coordinator, OSHA, who's just taken this program and just run with it. She's picking kids up from school if they don't have rides. She's making sure that they have dinner. We have been represented with all high schools, all DCPS high schools. And it's just a really, really great program. And we've had a lot of even educator buy-in, especially from Ballou High School. The teacher brought over students today to test that'll be graduating in May for the job. So
That's great.
it's my favorite program.
Great. Well, I technically don't have another, I don't have enough time to get about another question. So Councilmember Pinto. Is, okay, it is the last question. It's about the radio systems management division.
Okay.
In the book, it looks like they're being eliminated. Can you tell me where they're being moved? It's the personnel services budget, 11 FTEs in the training division under that.
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay, so that's the training. That is a diffs line item. We're not eliminating the training division or quality assurance at OUC.
Okay.
When we changed the program to diffs, and Doug can talk more about this, but the short answer is when they changed to diffs, the line item moved in and out. It's just under quality assurance, where before it was two separate line items.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Okay, so let's return to our hiring plan, because I know we went over a lot of numbers on a monthly or every other monthly basis. But as we think about realistically getting people in the door, are all of the dispatchers you hire people who are promoted from call takers, or are you also hiring external dispatchers?
No, so the dispatchers are part of a career pathway program. Because of union, that is who we hire. It's a promotion. So we put it out first. If say we have 10 dispatcher positions open and we only get 5 people that apply internally, then we can go out. But if we get 10 and they're qualified, they meet their minimum requirements, then we hire them as part of the career pathway and not to be in violation of the CBA.
Got it. So every time then that we're filling dispatcher positions, pretty much, we're also resulting in new vacancies in our
Yes.
call takers.
Yes.
Okay, so if we match our 2023 high of 41 newly recruited call takers, we'd still be shy about 11 call takers if we assume the kind of same levels of promotion.
Correct. So, it's a moment in time always, right? Because we're always going to want to promote. And then if supervisors, and folks are retiring, they're going to be retiring this summer. We know that from a few of them. And so what we're doing is we're trying to move this process along more steadily. The other thing in full transparency is that when I started, there was no police dispatch course made at OUC because there wasn't a need. All the police dispatchers had come over from MPD and they were all still there. There was not a vacancy. As they're starting to retire in the past 6 to 8 months, we've built a program alongside MPD. They were kind enough to give us some help in doing that. And so we will have our first police dispatching class starting in just a couple of weeks. So we had to kind of build the basement before we could build the house of promoting those team members from call takers to police dispatchers.
Okay. But we're halfway into the fiscal year and about a third way into the calendar year, and we've only hired 7 call takers.
7 have stayed, correct, but we have also moved some call takers to fire dispatch, and so creates a delta there.
How many call takers have been moved to fire?
5.
Okay, and how many folks have been hired from the retired firefighter allowance?
We have one who was interested in part-time. And so part-time, we were like, great, we'll bring them on. And then one of the things that we hadn't really fully thought out was the training of a part-time person. So we have that all figured out. We've worked with DCHR around what that looks like. And so we are bringing in 2 people. One is a retired firefighter. They should be getting their final offer letters this week.
Okay, so assuming the positive trends continue with the new interventions that you're doing around hiring and taking into account the movement from call takers to dispatchers and attrition, when are you realistically expecting that these positions are filled?
I'm hoping when we start the 2025 calendar year, that's where it is. We have a whole hiring plan with start dates of classes, so that we, are resourcing everything appropriately, because that's part of it too. If we bring in 50 people, we don't have 50 call takers for them to sit with and train. And then, being a trainer in that moment is also some added stress to the job. So making sure that we're balancing that. But when we look at the numbers with our chief of staff and when we look at the hiring plan and our training plan, because they have to really be married, it looks like if everything goes the way that we hope, that January 1st of 2025 positions are filled or numbers are in the single digits for openings for call takers.
Okay, and that takes into account all of those other dynamics.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's talk about the special purpose revenue fund. And I will just say, as a general statement, I don't think these funds are good ideas. I don't think it leads to responsible budgeting. I think we need to be budgeting for each agency, what that agency needs from local dollars and moving forward in that way. But what is your SPR used for exactly?
I will turn to Kip to give you a full rundown so I don't leave anything out. Okay.
Yeah, so the SPR budget for the OUC maintains our complete non-personal services budget. That's training, equipment, supplies. About 95% of it is just IT maintenance and equipment. As you know, we manage all the radios for the city. Our CAD contracts, radio contract, some of our larger contracts, as well as telephony services. So it covers all of those maintenance items.
Okay, and is that pretty consistent year over year?
Yes.
And what does that amount to?
In terms of overall cost.
Right.
So it's about 13 million. There's contracts increased by 2 to 4% annually.
So in your pre-hearing questions, you mentioned that the amount in the fund will have a deficit in revenue versus the planned spending by FY 2026. What is happening there and why is spending from the SPR outpacing the revenue?
Just an increase in cost, overall cost on an annual basis. The revenue has remained flat at about $12 million annually, where our cost is, like I said, between we're spending $13.5 million a year. So we were able to use fund balance for a long period of time, but that money is rapidly depleting.
But does this budget proposal make up for those gaps in local dollars?
No.
Chairman Mendelson introduced a bill last year that would remove some of the restrictions on the E911 uses. Is that something that you'd support? Right now,
Yes.
the qualifications say money in the fund should be used to pay personnel, technology, hardware, software, and software maintenance, contractual support, outreach, training, supplies, and equipment. But his proposal would take out those qualifications and just say, money in the fund needs to pay for costs necessary for 911 and 311.
So that fund can pays for 911, and if we divert anything from that fund, it makes us ineligible for federal grant funding.
Well, I don't think his proposal would divert it for other uses. It would just be less prescriptive on the 911 and 311 uses.
Right now it's only 911. The 911 fund can only pay for certain things that the federal government says that it can pay for. Any sort of diversion from that, just we can't do that because we would never be able to benefit from any federal funding. We'd have to report that. That would get reported in the annual report from NASNA that Washington, D.C. was a diverter of 911 fees.
Okay, and what does that federal grant look like?
So Kip, I'll ask Kip again to talk about that, but we just last year benefited from that.
Yes, our next generation 911 grant was about $1 million. Last one we had was 2019, and we're going to apply for new grants coming up.
And how much are you expecting to receive in those grants that you're applying to?
Right now, approximately $2 million in federal grants.
Are those contemplated in your financial plan?
Yes.
Okay, so part of this hotel tax proposes to go into the SPR fund. So how much do you estimate that this hotel tax would yield to your agency's total budget on an annual basis?
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
We would estimate annual revenue in the vicinity of about $7 million per year.
Okay, and what would that $7 million allow you to do that you currently can't do?
One of the things that it would allow is it would take some of the pressure off of the local fund because we could transfer then some personnel services costs from local onto the fund to support 911 operations in call takers and dispatchers.
So is all 7 million planning on going into this SPR?
Anything that we collect as a tax, as a 911 fee does go into that fund.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Any money that we collect as a tax or a fee, and we label it as a 911 fee, would go into that fund.
So if it's going into the fund, but then being removed from your local fund, then is it actually benefiting the agency?
Well, it would benefit the agency and the district as well, because it would just be a shift of where those personnel services costs are being funded from. It would lighten the responsibility on the city from a local standpoint, and the fund would be able to absorb those costs for dispatchers and call takers going forward, while still providing the delta that we needed in the non-personnel services area as well.
But just from an OUC perspective, if you are going to have to use your local dollars to offset the funds coming in from the SPR, I'm not seeing the benefit to OUC of this 7 million.
But we would not, from that standpoint, instead of, let's say, having $5 million in local to support call takers and dispatchers, those costs would be absorbed by the fund based on the revenue from the increased revenue from the hospitality tax. So if the funding stayed current in local, then that would allow the agency to do other things, maybe a pay harmonization in other positions. We wouldn't certainly lose out on anything at that point. It would just be a shift of where the revenue would be supporting the personnel services costs.
Just going back to this costs outpacing the fund challenge, if the SPR excess has been relied on for this long to date, but then local funding in the out years is being swapped essentially with this SPR revenue, how are you planning to remain fully funded moving forward in the out years?
If I'm understanding what you're asking correctly, because we'd be adding money to the SPR fund, because right now we're only taking 76 cents per residential line and the 62 cents per PBX. So what we're doing essentially is increasing the income from those 911 fees and taxes.
Right, but that's going into the SPR fund, but you're gonna be losing the same amount from your local fund. Right? Because it's paying from local into SPR.
No,
No.
no. So right now, our costs are all on the SPR fund. For non-personal services costs, those costs are outpacing the current revenue that's in the fund.
Okay,
And so we need additional revenue into the fund just to be able to correct that imbalance that's occurring right now. So there's no shift to the local funds at all. It's just the SPR fund. We need additional revenue to cover our cost.
so as I look at the projections just for the local fund dollars, in FY 25, I see approved 46 million.
Yeah.
And then we're talking the $7 million increase in SPR, that same 7 million is reflected as a reduction in local funds in FY 26, 27, and 28, down to 39 million. So if this year we're projecting for 46 million for local, and then we're going down to 39 million, How are we gonna offset that?
Well, council member, the delta or the shift from those 911 dispatchers and call takers, that funding is now on, in a proposed status, is now on the fund. So we would not need to fund those on the local side.
But just then going back to the initial question of why do we have this? Why not? Why don't we just budget its local dollars, what the agency needs to accomplish your goals on an annual basis? Why are we kind of tinkering with the dollars in this way for an SPR as opposed to just having a realistic sense of what you need in local dollars?
Well, again, the benefit would be to the district as a whole in an economically challenging time in the out years. If we can offset the impact to the city and to the district's residents by shifting those costs to the SPR fund, specifically to support 911 operations, it's a benefit to the city, it's a benefit to the agency, so that the city then can use those additional dollars to support other initiatives elsewhere across the board.
Right, and that makes some more sense, but then I think we should call it that. The proposal is to have a fee on hotel rooms, period. As opposed to this fee is going to pay for staffing at OUC, because it's not really, it's being offset from your local dollars.
Well, excuse me, well, from that standpoint, the fee would support 911 operations in general. The options for that area would be either increased to offset the increased costs on the non-personnel services side and or to support personnel services, which could be shifted from the local fund to the SPR fund.
Okay, I think we're kind of going around into a little bit. I hear what you're saying. I just want to name this for what it is. But I'm still very worried about what we're gonna do in 2026 and 27. I mean, across the board with all of our agencies, which is why we need to kind of plan accordingly now. But let's move on to a couple other issues. So in terms of PowerPhone, I saw that the budget maintains funding for PowerPhone, which you launched back in February. Can you provide us an update with how that rollout has gone, and have there been any changes in call to answer time, drop rates, or any of the other metrics that you're monitoring?
Sure. Our call to answer time in March, I believe was 4 seconds, which is well under the national standard. So that's good. We are definitely, when you put in anything new, there's things that you're working out. We've been meeting, Gavin's been meeting with Dr. Holman, Chief Amasre, and others from FEMS, a couple of things like, oh, maybe we thought it would work this way and it isn't. So let's change the questions that we're asking. So remaining in constant contact with MPD and FEMS. There are several instances where things have been identified that maybe without PowerPhone they wouldn't have been. Dr. Holman himself sent me an email not that long ago saying, hey, I think the call taker did an absolutely great job, and we were able to identify a stroke because of how the call taker asked and how the caller answered the question. So that improvement, some of the other improvements have been in our increased numbers on identifying and starting CPR, especially for infants. Before PowerPhone, there was no counter in the old system for infant CPR, which has to be done at a faster rate than for a child or an adult. The counter is there, and so we're seeing those numbers trend upward as well. But again, we remain very vigilant that this is a new system. It's a new process for our call takers and dispatchers, but they are doing things with it that are absolutely remarkable. So we'll continue to monitor that, and the overall thought is that it's really working out and working for everyone involved.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Thank
on
you.
that
Thank you for your
improvement.
support and help through that.
All right. Well, that concludes my questions for you today, Director. I want to give you a chance, as always, if you have any other points that you want to make or any concluding remarks?
Absolutely. Again, I just can't hail our heroes and headsets enough. They do an absolutely remarkable job through some really stressful moments in time. And I am humbled and honored to lead the OUC in this dynamic team. So thank you and your staff for the continued support. And we will certainly continue to look forward to our collaboration as we move this agency forward. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Director, and thank you to your team who's with you here today, and those who are not. We absolutely agree and share your praise and gratitude for the very hard work that goes on at OUC every day, across the board. And these are really fundamentally important positions that we're going to do everything we can to support you all in your efforts to get them filled, make sure that people are being paid competitively, and have what they need to stay in these jobs for the long term. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are now going to turn to the second agency on the agenda for today, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, or OVSJG. Given the vast and important work that goes on with the OVSJG grants, we have an extensive list of in-person and public and virtual, public witnesses today. Everybody will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. In the interest of time and respect for everybody's involvement today, we have over 120 witnesses signed up to testify, many of whom are in person. We're going to do our best to keep very strictly to time. So I'm going to ask you all to help me in that, so I don't need to interrupt everybody towards the end. And if I can ask everybody to, when I call you up, the first person on each panel will sit on my right and your left at the table, and then the second, third, fourth. And we'll do that for each of the panels. I also am not going to be able to ask everybody questions today, as I would love to do to gain more insights of how we can be supportive and the work that you're engaged in. But the conversations do not end today, and we'll keep working together. Okay, so with that, I'm going to call our first panel. Nancy Drain, Kira Jarrett, George Jones, and Vikram Swarup. All right, Nancy Drain, Executive Director of the DC Access to Justice Commission.
Good afternoon. One of the first things the commission did at its founding was to partner with the council to create the Access to Justice Initiative. And we are grateful that this committee has continued to champion and increase funding for the initiative during the 18 years that have followed. Thank you to you and to your team for all of the support to the program. Why has the council deemed the initiative a worthy investment? The Access to Justice Initiative works. It makes our communities stronger. It keeps families safely and stably housed. It promotes a holistic view of public safety by making our neighborhoods more secure and helping people through personal crisis. It promotes economic opportunity for the individuals served and saves the district current and future financial burdens. The initiative is critical because, unlike our criminal justice system, there is no right to a lawyer in civil cases, when as many as 97% of litigants go it alone, even when their family, home safety, or health is at risk. Today's testimony will show that giving people access to legal help leads to better individual and community outcomes. This isn't just the right thing to do, it is a good investment. Yet, the mayor's proposed budget slashes current funding for this program. This cut undermines community priorities that we all share. It will be devastating for district residents in crisis, the over 30 nonprofit organizations that serve them, and the hundreds of district agencies, community groups, and health systems that partner with them. Our testimony includes statements from initiative grantees, the DC courts, 36 current and past presidents of the DC Bar, describing the impact of this work and fears for residents who depend on it if funding is not restored. Our testimony has a fact sheet that captures the cut by the numbers in terms of number of FTEs and clients that will not be served if this cut would remain in place. What is at risk? The initiative has 3 components. The ATJ Grants Program offers $20 million to support a wide range of civil legal help and an interpreter bank. The Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program provides $11 million to support eviction-related legal services. And at $350,000, the Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Program is an important recruitment and retention tool. A cut would not only risk these programs, it would also make pro bono support less likely. Law firm lawyers need stable legal services organizations to support them, and pro bono could never fill the gap in full-time services this cut would create. Today's testimony will demonstrate the breadth of the initiative across all 8 wards. It would be hard to imagine our civil justice system without the initiative. We are relying on you to ensure access to justice remains a district priority, and we urge the council to restore funding to this vital program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kara Jarrett, Chief Executive Officer of the DC Bar Foundation.
Thank you. My name, as you said, is Kira Jarrett. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the DC Bar Foundation, celebrating 10 years in January, also a proud Ward 4 resident. And I come before you as the administrator of the district's Access to Justice Initiative, a role in which we have served for 17 years. To continue administering the program, we seek level funding for FY25. And so just a little bit of history, when the initiative was first created in 2007, it only included 2 programs, the Access to Justice Grants Program, which Nancy described, and then also the District's Loan Repayment Assistance Program, which rightly recognized that financial incentives and supports are needed to attract skilled attorneys to a profession that has incredibly high entrance fees and substandard salaries for attorneys who choose this path. Over the years, the district has seen fit to both increase the funding it dedicates to the initiative and also expand the program to include targeted support to address the needs in eviction-related matters. Despite the initiative's incredible history with demonstrated impact, administrative overhead of less than 10%, and thousands of residents served, there's a proposed 67% cut in its funding at a time when there is absolutely no evidence of diminishing need. The impact of this proposed cut is twofold. First, years of your investment in systemic reform, community engagement, and collaboration will be lost. I speak specifically of the Foundation's 2-year leadership of the DC Social Justice Transformations Network, which is creating unprecedented collaborative efforts across the legal aid system and beyond to reimagine the delivery of civil legal aid in the city in a way that is more intersectional. I also speak of the Foundation's more than 4-year effort to develop a coordinated intake and referral system among the more than 50 legal aid providers that exist in the city, which would make it much easier for DC residents to get help. This is poised to pilot in June and fully launch in early FY25. And second, beyond these community-rooted systemic efforts, the legal needs of thousands of district residents will go unmet. Not only the needs of those who find their way to the door of a legal aid provider, but those who also find their way to other providers. We know that people do not present with single issues, and a cut to legal aid is not felt solely among legal aid providers and those they serve. As you will hear throughout the day from many witnesses, the gutting of the initiative will have serious repercussions for the most vulnerable among us. The passion and commitment of the initiative's grantees, the larger civil legal aid community, and our allied stakeholders will simply not be enough. For these reasons and the many others you will hear throughout the day, I ask for level funding on behalf of the initiative for FY25.
Thank you, Ms. Jarrett. George Jones, CEO of Bread for the City.
I also am here to ask for level funding for the funds.
Mr. Jones, if you want putting your microphone on, if you tap the button,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yes, I was saying that Bread for the City is now in its 50th year serving DC residents, largely people of color. Probably 90% of people we serve are people of color. And we provide, not only do we provide legal services that this fund helps sustain, but we also provide food and clothing and social services and medical services to folks. And so people who come through our legal services program actually has access to this wraparound services. And we think that's been really critical over these 50 years. But the funds that are particularly funded, the services that are particularly funded by the fund include for us 5 projects: housing preservation project, child support, domestic violence, eviction prevention, movement lawyering. I have one story that I want to tell, and then I think if I have time, I'll get to a second story that came to me last night. The story that primarily I wrote into my testimony is about a woman, Miss G, who came to us and needed actually help with civil protection services. Sort of, she needed a protection order because not only she, but her daughter also were at risk of being further abused by a violent partner. Ms. G had experienced several incidents of abuse, and she came to us and decided she really wanted to get a protection order. But she also needed services helping figure out. She wanted to keep the father involved in the child's life, both for moral reasons, but also because he needed to help pay for her care. And so we also gave her legal support so she could get not only child support sort of at the time of the matter, but also back support. So we helped her get $13,000 worth of back child support. And of course, she was appreciative of that. And this is a woman who has said to us that her life is just better off because we were able to help her. So that's just an example of the kinds of things we do. We get about $2.3 million through the Access to Service Justice Initiative. I'm sorry. And if we get this 67% cut, it'll go down to about $735,000 for Brett. It'll be devastating to not only to our staff. We lose probably 11 attorneys from our staff of 16 who are working on these projects. So it'd be devastating, but it'd be more so, it'd be devastating, I think, to the folks who come to us. I got 20 seconds. I lost a lot of sleep last night thinking about this. And so I think this is about choices. So I'll try to rattle off really quickly some choices that it seems like we're really making. And Kira sort of alluded to this, that this is more about legal services. So Bread serves about 1,000 people in its legal services at $23 million. That's about $2,300 a person. The ERAP program, which many of us are familiar with, I went online and got all of these statistics, so I'm going to write them off to you. The ERAP program is about $10,000 a year for folk. It costs about $156 to house a family in a shelter a day in DC, which is about $57,000 a year.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
if I could ask you submit
wrap up.
this to the committee, I've got to try to be
Sure.
fair to
Well,
get through.
but what you'll get, the theme you'll see is that the kinds of costs that could be derivatives of these cuts will cost the district a lot more. And so the point of, and I will hand this in, the point of that is that we may think we're saving money, but we may not be saving anything at all.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. Vikram Swarup, Executive Director of Legal Aid DC.
Chairwoman Pinto, good to see you. First, I just wanted to thank you, the committee staff, the committee, Councilmember Allen, Chairman Mendelson, for your work last year to undo cuts that were similar to this on this initiative. A 67% cut would be devastating for legal aid's ability to serve our clients. We are the largest grantee of this program, which funds 43% of our work and allows us to help clients facing eviction, foreclosure, domestic violence, and more. We'll serve nearly 5,000 district residents with the funding that you all restored in 2024. And even with this existing funding, we'll turn away hundreds of applicants. Cutting funding for the initiative will mean that thousands of our neighbors who we would otherwise help will face the legal system alone. The Access to Justice funds not only support some of our most vulnerable neighbors, but they also help fill critical gaps in government services. The DC courts remain understaffed due to judicial vacancies. Ensuring that litigants have a lawyer can help judges resolve more cases more quickly. Many of the judges have recognized this and refer unrepresented litigants to us for legal services. For example, nearly all family court orders refer litigants to the Family Law Assistance Network, and we have seen a 67% increase in family law cases as a result. We also help address problems with the executive branch that threaten the housing, food, or healthcare that were intended for our neighbors through council-funded programs. For example, the Department of Human Services faces significant computer issues that impede its administration of public benefits programs. One client we helped received less in nutritional and cash assistance than she should have for more than 4 months because a computer issue prevented the agency from processing an income change. With our help, the client sought review in the Office of Administrative Hearings, where DHS conceded the error and issued corrected benefits. We have helped clients navigate similar problems with housing vouchers, foreclosure assistance, and most dramatically, the executive's refusal to increase SNAP as required by this council's 2024 budget. A lawyer should not be necessary to access these programs, but too often an attorney makes the difference. I'll conclude by urging the council to not only undo the cut in the FY25 budget, but also to work with the mayor to create a predictable funding stream for this initiative. At Legal Aid, ATJ funding is used nearly exclusively to fund personnel, 48 of our 112 staff. So this annual conversation about proposed cuts risks a significant brain drain from this critically important work. We've been able to grow our impact because of sustained investment. We accepted 16% more cases in 2023 than in 2022, and we're on track to accept 49% more cases in 2024 than 2023. You and I worked at OAG while we were building out the affirmative litigation work there. That was only possible because of consistent support over multiple years, and that work now generates significant returns for the district. I urge you to do the same with this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I want to ask you, Ms. Strain, for the public watching, if you can kind of briefly describe how these grant disbursements work from kind of an operational perspective, and from your perspective, if the program has had the capacity to make use of all of the funds that have been provided to it over the last.
If I may, I would love to defer that to Ms. Jarrett, whose organization administers the program.
Great idea.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Sure. So operationally, we receive our grant funding through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. We have 3 separate grant agreements for each stream within the initiative. And then we have an open award or open call for nominations for legal aid organizations to apply for those funds. And each year we've made all of those funds available to legal aid organizations. And our Director of Programs, Aracelis Gray, is here. She oversees that process. So there's a thorough review of the applications by DCBF staff. A recommendation is made to a grants committee, and then the board makes the final determination. And then once the grants are awarded in January of each year, we have an information session for grantees. I'm not sure if this is what you were asking, but we have an information session to make sure that everyone complies with the grant agreement. We have a separate financial information session to make sure that, particularly as the grants became larger, that people properly administer the money. And then throughout the grant year, there are financial site visits and programmatic site visits in addition to sort of the other efforts that we make to support.
Okay. And are these grants reimbursable, or are they provided all in one time funding?
They're provided all in one.
Okay. And so how do those check-ins work throughout the year if there is a scenario that the funds are not being utilized properly?
There are 4 reporting periods, and the grantees have to report how they are spending the money and also the activities. I should have said at the beginning, before the grants are distributed, we enter into a sub-grant agreement with the legal aid organizations, which stipulates how much funding will be provided, what the expectations are, and then what the performance measures are. So if throughout the course of the grant year, there's either a change in personnel or there's an expectation that the funds won't be spent as we anticipated, then there's a grant adjustment request that each grantee must fill out. So I know that George and Vikram are familiar with those.
Okay. And how many grantees received funds last year?
I believe it's 33 organizations, and but for each organization is receiving more than one grant. So it's actually almost 100 grant agreements, if that makes sense. So for instance, I believe Legal Aid DC has 5 or 6 programs that are funded through the initiative, and similarly Bread has 5. So for each of these 2 legal aid organizations, that's 10 grant agreements.
And Mr. Jones and Mr. Swarup, are all of the staff positions, are you fully staffed up with the funding provided currently?
We're not fully staffed up, not because the funding doesn't allow, but because, to be quite honest with you, it's been difficult with staff retention, so we've been grappling with that. It's a separate issue from this funding per se. In fact, one of the things that we're gonna be talking about in the future, not necessarily here, but is about how little our attorneys really make. I mean, these folks are doing work at really sort of rates that you couldn't imagine. So we're struggling with that. So to the extent we have vacancies, they're probably more about that than this. And certainly these funds have only helped us, fill our spots.
And we are fully staffed, but over the course of especially the post-pandemic inflation time period, legal services staff attorney pay scales did not keep a pace with inflation. And so we fell further and further behind, which created significant retention issues in that time period that we at Legal Aid have been able to address over the last year. But if you look at the salaries now and you look at the salaries in sort of 2018, 2019, people are not making the same amount of real wages, and and of course, the real wages were always lower in legal services than government or the private sector.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. So are there any leftover funds from the grants at the end of the year over the last 2 years from ATJ?
There sometimes are, in large part because over the past 2 years, the money increased so dramatically, so quickly. It took folks time to ramp up and to get the programs into the pipeline. And then we have the staffing retention issues. But we do make all the money available. And I believe this year was the first year that ATJ was non-lapsing.
Meaning it rolls over to the next year's
Correct.
budget?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a sense of how much rolled over in December?
I can provide that
Okay,
because we have to report that.
okay. That would be helpful. Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
you.
I'm gonna call our next panel, Sarah Tenen, Crystal Norman, Fry Mba, Indira Hennard. And then if you can sit here, and then Crystal, Fry, and Indira. Great. We'll start with Sarah Tenen, Executive Director of the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Sarah Tenen, and I'm here today on behalf of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, a legal services organization here in the district where I've had the privilege to work for the past 11 and a half years and currently serve as the executive director. At DCVLP, we believe that a life free of violence and abuse is a basic human right. In 2023, we helped over 2,500 adults and children in the district escape violence and achieve safety and stability. In addition to in-court representation, we have 10 clinics each week where district residents can access our services. We leverage every dollar invested in DCVLP by training and supporting around 600 volunteer lawyers each year. In 2023, pro bono lawyers working with DCVLP contributed 48,000 hours worth around $18 million in free legal services. Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget and the proposed cuts to the Access to Justice funding are deeply concerning. We rely on this funding to be able to serve district residents in cases where the stakes could not be higher. We get ATJ funding through the DC Bar Foundation in each of our practice areas. 37% of our child advocacy program, which supports over 2.5 full-time attorneys. 32% of our immigration program, which supports another 2 attorneys. And 20% of our domestic violence program, which supports 3 attorneys. This means that 8 of our 24 attorneys would be out of work if we did not have the support of the DC Bar Foundation and Access to Justice funding. A third of our legal team would be slashed. In our child advocacy program, the children we represent come from all 8 wards of the district. Our child clients are growing up in challenging experiences with compounding layers of trauma. They are all living in poverty. They have experienced sexual abuse, domestic violence, physical abuse, and homelessness. If we lost a third of the attorneys in our child advocacy practice, 40 fewer DC kids would have a voice in court. That's 40 cases where judges would lack access to critical information to make a custody determination that would ensure the child is safe. In our immigration program, we represent immigrant survivors of gender-based violence. In addition to representing clients in 165 cases, we provided 340 clinic consultations. If our services were cut, approximately 55 of these survivors and children would not have had representation. In our domestic violence program, we provide representation to survivors seeking protection orders, extreme risk protection orders, and in family court. In 2023, we represented over 400 survivors in civil protection order cases and another 100 in family law cases. If cutting a third of our legal team means that 133 survivors would not have had representation in their protection order case and another 33 not in family law cases, and we would have turned away 1 out of every 3 victims who walked into our legal clinic. The last thing I will say is you will now hear from 2 of our clients who we represented, and what I want you to think about is that imagine that 1 out of every 3 survivors that walked into our clinics, we would have turned away with these cuts. So imagine if they were one of those 3.
Thank you, Ms. Tenen. Crystal Norman, public witness.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today as a nearly 20-year DC resident, and I came to DC as an enlisted member of the Coast Guard. I was stationed on the waterfront, and I stayed because the sense of community that I experienced here was better than anything I'd had before. Now I work full-time in the financial service industry, part-time in the DC public school system, and I act as a free resource in my community as a commissioned DC public notary. Unfortunately, I'm also here today as a victim of domestic violence. Unlike many victims, I severed ties quickly with my harasser and sought help. The first place I came to was the Domestic Violence Intake Center at the DC courthouse, and that first week I returned 3 times for legal advice and to request a protective order. The type of harassment and violence evolved daily, and the victimization I experienced bled over into my family, friends, and neighbors. The perpetrator even sought out the Capitol Hill Elementary School where my son attended. As much as I wanted to protect those that I cared about, there was nothing I could do. So let me assure you that the threats to the victim can quickly become the problems to the community. I returned to the Domestic Violence Intake Center several times after that first week and eventually connected with the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. They took my case and helped me through 3 trials, all without adding any additional financial burden. I was afraid and unfamiliar with the court system, and in cases like mine, abusers regularly leverage this to their advantage. It's oftentimes not their first experience, but it is ours. Without the legal aid and literal hand-holding, I'm not sure where I'd be today. The attorney who took my case stood next to me in court and took my urgent calls and off hours when I was afraid. This has been the most awful and frightening experience I've ever had. Did not have the means or experience to deal with being a victim, but because I had someone who would stand next to me, I was able to stand up for myself. The perpetrator in my case is now incarcerated, and I was recently issued the first 10-year extension judgment of a protection order in DC. Before this, I had no idea how bad things could get or how long things could go on in the legal system. I hope that no one here truly understands the extent to which the monsters in our community will go to harm their intended victims, which is why I'm here to share my story and to be available to you for any questions you need addressed as to why these funds are so important.
Thank you, Stormin, and thank you for your bravery and sharing your story today. I'm sorry for what you've gone through. Prime Abba, public witness.
Dear council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am a current client of the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. I appear today to share my story and how having an attorney represent me in my immigration case has been instrumental. I came to the United States in January 2020, together with my sister. I was fleeing gender-based and political persecution inflicted by the Cameroon government. I entered the US without proper documentation. When I arrived with my sister, we did not know much about the immigration system and focused on building a good and safe life. I was referred to the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project for a free legal consultation from one of their referral partners. I had an attorney at the time, but they were not responsive and I did not feel they cared about my asylum case. After the consultation with the DCVLP, I knew I could trust them and felt they would do what it took to secure asylum for me. In February 2022, the attorneys at the DCVLP called me and let me know that they will be able to take on my asylum case for full representation. Since then, they have assisted me in supplementing my asylum application, applying for a social security number, filling my work permit renewals, and assisting me with non-legal needs. In March 2024, they helped me secure asylum. DCVLP continues to assist me by filing relative petitions so I may bring my children to the United States. It has been a huge relief and joy to be granted asylum and to know that I can remain in the US safely and that my children have an opportunity to not only reunite with me, but grow up safely in the United States. I'm incredibly grateful for the work DCVLP has done on my behalf and for assisting me in achieving my immigration goals. DCVLP are reliable experts, attorneys who are always willing to assist and answer my questions. They are a wonderful part of the DC community. Having an attorney, particularly one which has provided all of your assistance pro bono, has made a huge difference in my life, and I'm eternally thankful for DCVLP and your assistance. Thank you once, members of the DC Council, for your commitment to funding organization, the DCVLP, and for letting me speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pabon. Thank you so much for sharing your personal story, and congratulations to be on your way.
Thank you.
Indira Hennard, DC Rape Crisis Center.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I will be submitting a full testimony for the record, but I wanted to focus on a few points in my brief time before you. I recognize that the FY25 budget is experiencing deep and unprecedented cuts across the board. However, the impact of these cuts on the individual, family, and community and the victim service sector at large cannot be overlooked. Sexual assault is not a single issue. The work we do sits at the intersections. The DC Rape Crisis Center has been a long-standing community partner of the DC Bar Foundation and its Access to Justice initiatives. Specifically, I have seen firsthand the impact and power of the DC Social Justice Transformation Network to build the bridge between legal aid and non-legal aid orgs. As an organization, legal aid is one of the top needs that our clients have. For example, one of our clients who had persistent mental health issues and subsequently was struggling to pay rent received an eviction notice. We were able to reach out to our legal aid partners quickly to get assistance for her, and they were ultimately able to stop the eviction. The 67% cut to access to justice is unconscionable. What happens to one of us impacts the rest of us. No one does this work alone. We stand with Access to Justice and request that you restore the $21.211 million to OVJG's Access to Justice budget line item. Additionally, we urge you to invest and secure an additional $24.54 million for the OVJG victim service line. This will ensure that we meet the $51.87 million baseline in dedicated funding for victim services in FY25. If these funds are not restored, the impact on our most vulnerable residents will have an unprecedented ripple effect on the continuum of care and bring our community potentially to its knees. Additionally, we know that these cuts will disproportionately impact communities of color. The programs that are facing deep cuts have a direct response to racism and oppression. They are a part of the public safety continuum and safety net. You cannot have effective public safety without effective victim services. Thank you for your time. We appreciate the continued partnership with Director Porter and her team, as well as you and your team, and we look forward to continuing the work together. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you all so much. I want to ask you briefly, Ms. Hennard and Ms. Tenen, about volunteer pro bono attorneys and if either of your organizations have that service.
That's basically the core of what DCVLP does. So every year we recruit and train hundreds of lawyers to leverage our resources. So every dollar that's invested in DCVLP we translate into $6 in free legal services. In 2023, we worked with 600 pro bono attorneys, most of whom staffed more than one clinic or took more than one case to leverage our resources. They contributed 48,000 pro bono hours just last year, worth $18 million in free legal service.
Thank you.
Yes, so we are not funded for legal services, and so we heavily depend on our legal aid partners who are part of Access to Justice, to include the Victim Legal Network, as well as other legal aid partners that we've been able to meet through the DC Social Justice Transformation Network. So for us, when clients come, because we know they just aren't coming for sexual trauma, we know that they're walking through the door with other issues. If we're able to pick up the phone and call DC Pro Bono or other legal aid partners, that's what we have to do. And so understanding that the cut of 67%, it goes deeper than the legal aid community, it also impacts us as well.
Thank you. Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much. Chijoke Akingbo, Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Karen Newton Cole, Amanda Eisenhower. And am I pronouncing your name correctly? Chijioke Akamibo. Okay. Executive Director for Rising for Justice. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm the Executive Director of Rising for Justice. Rising for Justice was founded 55 years ago by visionaries who understood the vital importance of civil legal representation for those individuals and families with the fewest resources and the least influence and power in our society. I'm here today to call on you to reverse the drastic 67% cuts proposed in the mayor's budget. These cuts, if passed, will irreparably harm DC residents from all wards who rely on RFJ staff for representation in their cases, and will most likely be a death knell for Rising for Justice. Rising for Justice has grown from one of the first clinical teaching programs in the country for law students interested in poverty law to a legal services program for indigent and low-income DC residents, with both law school and social work clinical programs embedded in it. RFJ staff and students work in one or more of RFJ's core programs: the Tenant Justice Program, the Expungement Program, the Respondent Representation Program, and our Social Work Program. These programs, which are funded in significant part through the Access to Justice grants, were established to prevent the unlawful displacement of low-income DC residents, maintain families in homes that are free of dangerous and unhealthy conditions, promote sustainable solutions to housing instability, remove the barriers to economic mobility experienced by clients with criminal records, and ensure that the administration of justice in civil protective order and anti-stalking order cases is equitable. Effective and timely legal assistance can help individuals and families stabilize their lives and provide people with a chance to get out of poverty. The benefit to individual clients of legal assistance can be tremendous and is usually obvious. However, there are many other benefits that are not as obvious, but equally important. There are cost savings to communities and society that flow from the work RFJ does. For example, keeping families in their homes by preventing unlawful evictions helps to prevent homelessness and the costs associated with it. Helping families live in safe and sanitary housing, free of lead paint and other hazards, improves the health of family members and provides stability for families and communities. Sealing the records of individuals who have paid their dues to society and seek to build a better life for themselves and their families, but face barriers to employment, housing, and other opportunities due to the stigma of criminal conviction, reduces the chances of reoffending. We at Rising for Justice have the most exciting and satisfying jobs in the world. We ask that you restore the funding to help us continue to provide these services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rhonda Cunningham Coles, Executive Director, Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good afternoon. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, commonly referred to as LCE. We are the only organization in the District of Columbia that provides free legal services exclusively to seniors. My testimony will focus on LCE's role in keeping seniors in safe, habitable housing with support from the Access to Justice Initiative funding. First, I want to acknowledge the tough budget position the CFO has put the mayor and the council in. As a consequence, I am here today to talk about the impact of the mayor's proposed 67% cut to the initiative on LCE. The initiative funding allows legal service providers like LCE to be an essential community resource that promotes stable housing and stable communities. Initiative-related demand for LCE services has increased year over year and will continue to increase with the growing senior population. LCE opened 44 cases for homebound individuals between January and March of 2024. So in those 63 days, we opened a new case every 1.5 days. This is nearly double from the same period in 2023 when LCE opened 24 cases for homebound clients. There was similar demand from clients in the elderly and persons with physical disabilities waiver program, also referred to as EPD waiver, and we address EPD waiver clients more in our written testimony. Overall, the initiative allows them to age with dignity and choice. Restoring funding to the FY24 level safeguards LCE's ability to represent district seniors on the EPD waiver, those who are homebound, or those who need help to stay in their homes. The senior population in DC is growing and expected to reach 24.4% by 2030, which with nearly 16% of those older than 65 living below the federal poverty level. For LCE to meet current demand, not to mention future demand, the council must restore the funding to the initiative. ATJ funds provide a social and educational return on the investment. Attorneys funded through the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, of which we are part, not only represent tenants in court, but also connect tenants to non-legal resources, such as a tenant empowerment specialist or a social worker. For example, during FY23, Sonia Connolly, the TE specialist at LCE, supported 75 clients to get $164,400 in rental and other assistance that allowed them to remain in their homes. When the mayor's proposed 67% cut to the initiative, LCE will have to lay off 10 attorneys and 2 to 3 support staff members. Without a doubt, this will strain LCE's capacity to take on clients. Without legal representation, many of these seniors will face eviction, homelessness, and could lose benefits. While we understand the mayor's position regarding budget certification, the council must fully fund access to justice for the district or face using emergency funds to protect seniors in upcoming budget years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Karen Newton Cole, Executive Director, Neighborhood Legal Services Program of the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Karen Newton Cole, and I am the Executive Director of Neighborhood Legal Services Program of the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the impact that the Access to Justice initiative has had on NLSP's ability to provide critical legal services in the District of Columbia. NLSP pioneered the community-based legal services model 60 years ago. As we celebrate this significant anniversary, it's important to note that 60 years later, NLSP continues to be an integral part of the communities that we serve, representing low-income, underrepresented, and underserved citizens of DC. NLSP's approach to the delivery of legal services is intended to reach broad populations in DC. We have neighborhood law offices and conduct regular clinics in the poorest communities. Our efforts are focused on 3 practice areas: housing, family, and economic security. With the support of the ATJ funding, NLSP staff address the ever-expanding, desperate impact of systemic inequality that face our clients daily. Many of NLSP's clients confront the quagmire of the legal system with fear and trepidation, while their opponents are more likely to be represented or, at the very least, are familiar with the legal system. Our attorneys are tenacious and unrelenting as they tackle our clients' legal problems, armed with knowledge, fortitude, and bolstered by sheer grit and determination. The council, with a large measure of oversight, has invested in the future of DC residents and leveled the playing field by funding ATG initiative at higher, more meaningful levels over the last few years. Wisely recognizing that these funds support the provision of vital life-altering services which impact the overall well-being of district families. It is apparent that the council realizes that the loss of housing, public benefits, and family stability serves no useful purpose. When advised of the proposed cuts, we felt it important to provide this committee with an example of the benefit experienced by a DC family because of this funding. Ms. H contacted NLSP after being sued for non-payment of rent. She had been withholding her rent because of health and safety concerns. When it rained, water came down the walls of her home, which necessitated the replacement twice in 6 years. Mold overtook her bedroom and one of the bathrooms. Her children have allergies and asthma, which was exacerbated by these conditions. Ms. H was enrolled in the DC home ownership program, and her goal was to stay in a healthy environment until she was able to find her own home. As a result of our aggressive advocacy, the repairs were completed, and she received an abatement equal to the back rent. I am happy to report Ms. H completed homeownership assistance program, and the money she saved facilitated her obtaining a new home. In closing, level funding for Access to Justice initiative is critical to maintaining the successes realized over the last few years and is essential to the mission of NLSP. We implore you to continue this vital support. In austere times, the brunt of balancing the budget should not lie with those who can least afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Eisenhower, Lead Tenant Support Specialist at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Amanda Eisenhower. I am a tenant support specialist at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the district. In my role, I complement the essential work that attorneys do to stop evictions and address severe housing conditions violations. I provide holistic services that put tenants on a path towards housing stability and prevent future court involvement. Evictions are on the rise. In the first quarter of this year, at least 972 evictions were scheduled, double the number scheduled for the same period last year. The need for legal services already greatly outpaced the supply before this uptick in evictions. Tenant support specialists play an important role by supplementing the strapped capacity of attorneys and guiding tenants towards stability. Eviction is overwhelming and traumatic for any tenant. Eviction never takes place in a vacuum. Tenants are often simultaneously facing health, financial, and other struggles. Tenant support specialists help tenants navigate the complex landscape of social services and assistance programs to increase their economic security. Much of our work involves advocating for tenants within massive bureaucracies like DCHA and DHS and individual rental offices to resolve disputes that underlie eviction cases. We cultivate relationships with staff at these agencies and properties, acting as mediators and amplifying tenant concerns. We often resolve issues before a case is even filed, reducing the burden on the court system and attorneys and preventing further trauma and destabilization for tenants. I recently helped one tenant negotiate with her landlord to remove an erroneous $14,000 rent balance. In another case, I repeatedly contacted a public housing property every week for 6 months to ensure that they processed a tenant's subsidy recertification. Our holistic services help stop evictions before they happen and guide tenants towards more stable futures. Working together, attorneys, intake staffs, tenant support specialists, and community organizers help thousands of tenants each year preserve their housing despite the increasingly short affordable housing supply in DC. Legal services save the city money, as preventing evictions drives fewer residents into the incredibly expensive homelessness system. The increasing rate of evictions suggests that we need to invest more, not less, into civil legal services. Only then can we combat the colossal power imbalance between those who can afford representation and those who cannot. The drastic cuts proposed to the Access to Justice Initiative will severely curtail our services to tenants. Amid skyrocketing rents, this will have a disastrous impact on our whole city. I strongly urge you to do everything within your power to restore funding to the Access to Justice Initiative, and together we can keep working towards equal justice for all DC residents. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony and all the important work that you do on behalf of district residents every day. Thank you. Going to call our next panel, Ryan Downer, Kristen Eliason, Shaunarie Sims, and Laura Brown. We will start with Ryan Downer, Legal Director of the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Ryan Downer. I am the Legal Director for the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Access to justice funds are an essential component for creating a more just city. Effective legal advocacy brings immense value to district residents. Every tenancy saved, every job protected, provides a significant benefit to our communities, making them healthier and safer. The proposed drastic reduction in funding would severely impact the committee's ability to provide desperately needed services in a number of areas, particularly in the critical areas of workers' rights and housing. The committee relies heavily on this funding to run its workers' rights clinic, which provides free legal services to DC workers facing all manner of workplace issues, including wage theft, discrimination, and workers' comp issues. While the funding supports our staffing needs, we multiply its impact by harnessing the power of hundreds of volunteers each year to complete worker intakes and provide advice. Last year alone, we served 900 low-income DC residents through the clinic. This includes more than 300 people who received legal advice or brief services. We trained hundreds of people on their rights in the workplace, with a particular focus on immigrant workers, as well as people recently returned from prison. Through the clinic, our staff has negotiated significant settlements on behalf of workers terminated unlawfully, recovered lost wages for workers when employers have stolen them, and successfully advised clients on how to advocate for themselves to seek vacation leave, sick leave, and other entitlements. These workers and many others came to the clinic, received free services, and ultimately obtained relief because of our clinic. Should the mayor's proposal become law, the clinic may well be forced to shut down. There is no other clinic of this kind serving the district. There will be nowhere for these workers to go. The committee's housing team also received substantial access to justice funding. Last year, we served nearly 200 low-income residents in need of housing legal services. For the past several years, we have litigated against landlords who consistently fail to meet their obligation to provide safe, habitable housing. Tenants in these buildings face unlivable conditions, pervasive mold, collapsing ceilings, rampant bed bug, roach, and rat infestations, sometimes all at the same time. To my knowledge, the committee is the only organization doing systemic whole building litigation on behalf of tenants and tenant associations. And we have also successfully challenged private landlords who routinely violate district law by illegally discriminating on the basis of race, source of income, criminal history, and other protected characteristics. This work keeps low-income people in this city from being displaced and aims to bring conditions they live in up to code. And we are only able to do that work because of the Access to Justice Initiative. We urge the council to fully restore funding to this vital program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downer. Kristen Eliason, Head of Services Network for Victim Recovery of DC. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, other committee members and staff. I am Kristen Eliason, Head of Client Services at Network for Victim Recovery of DC. In my role, I oversee all of MVRDC's direct services staff who provide a range of support for survivors of all crime types, including acute crisis response and advocacy, ongoing case management, therapeutic, and legal services. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants is a critical funder for several of MVRDC's core programs. Additionally, OVSJG supports other innovative projects, including the Victim Legal Network of DC, our youth-focused advocacy and legal services, and coordination of the district's collaborative training in response to older victims. Last year, we served over 1,200 clients, 57% of our services funded by OVSJG Victim Service Funds, and 1% by Access to Justice Funds. We are grateful that you will have the opportunity today to hear more about the impact of our services from two of our clients. We rely on our leaders to ensure that OVSJG has adequate resources to meet the varied needs of survivors in the district, understanding that when victims' needs go unaddressed, there are far-reaching costs and consequences that impact all of us. We need to ensure that we are growing the necessary support year over year, and we support ensuring necessary baseline funding by adding an additional $5 million to meet the $51.87 million needed for victim services. Additionally, we recognize the imperative need to resuscitate funding cuts made to access to justice. We are grateful for your leadership and partnership, and we hope to ensure long-range planning to sustain the true cost to create real public safety for the future. Last year, when we asked for $16,000 in our primary grant from OVSJG to support our increase in requests for therapeutic services, we were told to reprogram the funds for another need. Not because the money wasn't available for use, but because OVSJG was unwilling to fund these services when other programs were providing them. This was confusing given the increased need in mental health for all diverse victimization types that my colleague Reese Sims will address further. In fact, if in fact OVSJG has internal policies around mandates on the amount of services they will fund at certain levels, or a cap on how many programs can provide unique services, the community deserves to know this prior to building out our budget requests. Of course, as with any funder, multi-year funding would help to address many of the unearthed challenges programs face around these issues, whether it be measuring equitable pay through transparency, strategic planning for cost savings, and forecasting increased needs and gaps to be proactive in our program plans. We thank you, Director Porter, for her leadership, and thank you, Chairwoman Pinto and your staff for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Shawnery Sims, Director of Therapeutic Services, Network for Victim Recovery of DC.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, committee members, and staff. I am Reese Sims, Director of Therapeutic Services at Network for Victim Recovery of DC. I'm here today to encourage Council and OVSJG to prioritize OVSJG's victim services budget in order to ensure adequate access to mental health services that are vital for survivors of crime. This is not a situation where duplication in services is an issue. More providers means more access. Survivors of crime in DC are in desperate need of free, trauma-informed, and most importantly, available mental health services. For years, the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Coalitions have identified the need for more mental health services to keep up with increasing need and reduce the long wait list. This is in addition to further gaps identified by the Victim Assistance Network's Policy and Advocacy Committee this year. After spending years working as an advocate directly with survivors of crime, in 2021, I turned my attention toward the development of a therapeutic services program within MVRDC to better meet this need. Survivors were having difficulties finding an available therapist in the immediate aftermath of their assaults or attacks, and this challenge was often compounded by the minimal trauma-focused therapists working with the diverse victimization types. At times, survivors were often waiting multiple months to connect with unavailable therapists. This is not new. For years, providers and coalitions have noted the severe gap in mental health services, even with such a robust provider community. This year, through the Victim Assistance Network's Mental Health Committee, we conducted a survey of current providers providing mental health support to crime victims. Of the 8 responses, 6 were funded by OVSJG to provide mental health support. The majority of these programs focused on issues intersecting with gender-based violence or child abuse. Every single one noted challenges with wait lists. Providers identified a wait list of 1 to 2 months for services, while for culturally and community-specific providers, their wait list can sometimes be as long as 7 to 9 months. The demand for services internally has not decreased from when MVRDC first started serving survivors. In our first year of therapeutic services as a solo practitioner, I provided 154 sessions to over 35 clients. Last fiscal year, our program experienced a 132% increase in the number of sessions provided, with more than 350 sessions being provided to over 50 clients. We are on track to surpass last fiscal year's numbers with over 250 sessions provided in the first 6 months. Our clients are increasingly spending more time in our short-term therapy program due to sustained needs for this service. This increase in need is not specific to crime type either. While funding sources most adequately resource mental health services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence, survivors of homicide, assault, and carjackings are in desperate need with fewer places to turn to. Our therapeutic approach is centered around the belief that survivors are the experts in their own lives. We believe that the capacity to heal is innate, and it is our job to support the survivor in accessing their internal resources to facilitate the process. We have really amazing partners in this work, also providing mental health services, but we feel accountable to shoulder this load when it often means ensuring our clients will get the immediate support they need. One of my clients shared, I have had a lot of trauma in my life and never have I received wraparound services like this. From the advocate to getting legal advice to you, Reese, I really appreciate this and your support for my mental health. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Laura Brown, Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the Access to Justice Initiative, a program administered by the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I'm the Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project, a provider of employment-related legal services to DC workers with family responsibilities. I'm also a member of the steering committee of the Consortium of Legal Service Providers. I'm here to say thank you for the funding made available to DC-based legal services nonprofits through the Access to Justice Initiative, and to call upon you and the rest of the council to help ensure continued funding. First Shift supports DC working mothers and other family caregivers in the exercise of their workplace rights. We were founded in 2014 and hired our first part-time staff attorney in 2016 because of Access to Justice funding. First Shift also receives funding from the initiative to assist workers in accessing DC paid family leave benefits. We are the only nonprofit in the district with a specific focus on helping low-wage workers navigate their leave rights with employers and access this program. In 2023, First Shift's 3-person legal services team provided services to 150 workers with families. 80% are people of color residing in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. First Shift partnered with DC organizations like Community of Hope, Mary Center, Brea Public Charter School, Unity Healthcare, and Bread for the City to provide legal education to approximately 576 DC health professionals, pregnant people, and family caregivers. This year, First Shift is receiving $115,000 in Access to Justice funding. This is about 13.4% of our total budget. Every dollar of this funding goes to staff salaries, including 0.8 FTE of our 2 lawyers and almost half of our paralegal salary. In the first quarter of 2024, Access to Justice funding paid for 419 hours of First Shift attorney time. If this funding is cut by 67%, we will simply not be able to maintain the same volume of services to DC workers who have families and who are at risk of job loss. For First Shift and for legal services providers all over the district, the Access to Justice Initiative is an essential source of funding. Low-income DC residents and workers depend on our services and have no other resources to draw upon when those services are not available. Among the many needs that the council is considering during this budget season, I request that you prioritize the right of DC residents to exercise and enforce legal protections that safeguard their capacity to be productive, contributing members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. And again, want to thank you for the work that you do on behalf of district residents every day. And I'm touched by the stories of the many people that you've served. So thank you. We're going to call our next panel Catherine Zeisel, Allison Dowling, Tony Montiero, and Sandy Bernstein. Welcome, and we will start with Catherine Zeisel, Director of Special Legal Projects at the Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Zeisel. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Director of Special Legal Projects at the Children's Law Center. I'm also a Commissioner on the Access to Justice Commission. Children's Law Center believes every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free of poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. At Children's Law Center, we use the Access to Justice funding in many ways. We use it to make sure that children get the services they need at school and to fight illegal school suspensions and expulsions. This often enables students to stabilize their school placements, decreasing their absences, moving closer to graduation, and allowing parents to spend less time at school dealing with problems. In a recent case, we worked with Ms. Black and her middle schooler, Nevaeh, who returned to school after the pandemic with significant anxiety. We helped get evaluations and supports in place at school, and Nevaeh went from being hesitant about going to school to loving attending school. We use the funds to help children find safe and stable homes by helping legalize permanent homes through third-party custody and adoption, and by acting as guardians ad litem in complex custody cases. We attack health inequities where children in Ward 7 and 8 are 20 times more likely to go to the hospital for their asthma by keeping those children out of the hospital and emergency rooms because we force landlords to provide safe and habitable rental housing. And by keeping children out of the hospital, we've saved DC over $14 million in Medicaid costs just in the last 3 years. We also preserve affordable housing by ensuring that bad landlords do not allow conditions to continue to degrade to the point that the building becomes uninhabitable. Just this week, we helped a family who's in their 3rd round of rapid rehousing. We'd opened the case because there was a horrific mouse infestation that led to multiple hospitalizations for one child. And because of our advocacy, we helped the family finally connect to permanent housing supports. We've provided extensive training and mentoring of pro bono attorneys from virtually every major law firm, government agency, and solo practitioners in all of these types of cases. We use the Access to Justice funds to fund our medical legal partnership, which places attorneys in the community at primary pediatric health centers at Children's National, Unity Healthcare, and Mary Center. Because of these partnerships, DC residents find their lawyers through trusted pediatricians. We're in the community where DC residents live and work so they can more easily find us. In 2023, we talked to over 1,400 residents about their legal problems in order to represent them or just to make sure they had the legal information and resources they needed. The proposed cuts to the funding would jeopardize our ability to provide these services and jeopardize the ability of legal services attorneys to do the work at all because it could propose cuts to the loan repayment assistance program. The proposed cuts mean that pro bono attorneys would not have the training and mentoring that they need to do the work in the community. DC has consistently made steps forward to help our residents access justice more equally, and we urge you to restore the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeisel. Allison Dowling, Georgetown Health Justice Project.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Dowling, and I'm the director of the Cancer Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project, a medical legal partnership at Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance and a proud DC Ward 4 resident. As an Access to Justice grantee, Cancer Law provides no-cost direct legal services to cancer patients at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, which is DC's largest safety net hospital. We launched in 2020 with the aim of reducing health-harming legal needs and racial health disparities for cancer patients in DC. With referrals from our medical partners who are trained to spot legal needs, Cancer Law provides a comprehensive array of legal services to vulnerable patients. You will hear from one of our clients in a moment, but today I would like to highlight our advanced planning work, a category of legal services that we are particularly proud to be able to offer and could not do without Access to Justice funding. Advanced planning legal services includes counseling, drafting, and executing documents such as a healthcare power of attorney, a disposition of bodily remains form, or even a last will and testament. The essential outcome of these conversations and these documents is that a patient's wishes are protected when they can no longer advocate for themselves. Research demonstrates that accessing advanced planning legal services is associated with important end-of-life quality indicators, including things like dying at home or receiving hospice care. And we know that research shows that our Black and Brown patients are less likely to have completed advanced planning documents compared to their white peers. And completion of these documents is less common in cancer patients who have low incomes. To reduce that access to justice gap, cancer law provides no-cost advanced planning legal services. We help patients prevent the future need for court-appointed guardianships. We help families who have limited finances navigate the transfer on death deed process. And we generally work to preserve any family wealth that a family may have by avoiding the costly probate process. We help patients and families navigate and strategize end-of-life care by identifying protected leave options, including the DC Paid Family Leave Program for family members who have to stay home to care for loved ones. By ensuring that patients' final wishes are respected in these critical legal documents, we're shaping a future where all DC residents, not those with just wealth and privilege, are allowed to pass away with dignity and autonomy. We're privileged to offer these services thanks to access to justice funding. Unlike the other critical forms of legal services, of which we've heard powerful testimony today, advanced planning is not as frequently offered by legal service providers. As a medical legal partnership, we can offer preventative legal care, much like our partners offer preventative medical care. We respectfully ask the committee to help us preserve this unique aspect of our work made possible by access to justice funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Montiero, public witness.
Members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of continued funding for the Access to Justice Commission. My name is Tony Montero, and I am a resident of Ward 7. I have benefited from legal services on several occasions, most recently from Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance Cancer Law Project, which is able to provide at no cost legal services to cancer patients with the support of DC Bar Foundation funding and the Access to Justice Commission. I have been having health problems since 2006. As my health declined, I have had many encounters with not being able to pay my rent because I was too sick to work and having to go to court. It has been my experience that organizations like the Legal Aid Society and Bread for the City were paramount in having to keep my domicile. Just recently, Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance Cancer Law Project has had to help me do the same thing. You see, after being diagnosed with several different heart problems, I started getting blood clots uncontrollably. And this is how I found out that I had a certain type of blood cancer, which also affected my heart. During this time, I could not work at all. I could not bring in money, and I could not pay my rent. My health was such that I needed many heart-assisting devices over the years, and this time one failed tremendously. I was in the hospital for almost 3 months while they had to give me what is called an LVAD, and that is a left ventricle assisted device, which keeps my blood flowing for me and keeps me alive. In order for this to happen, or to continue, I must have access to electricity at all times. So I have to be able to keep my apartment. The medical team would not clear me for surgery unless I could guarantee my residence. My Social Security disability application was improperly denied, so I had to appeal this decision on my own. Social Security was taking a long time making a final decision. I knew I was sick enough to qualify to be disabled, but meanwhile, I waited for the matter to be resolved. I needed Social Security disability because I could not pay my rent, meaning I could not be cleared for the LVAD surgery. So my hematologist oncologist during a visit recommended I speak to Georgetown Cancer's project. Thanks to the attorneys there, I was able to stay in my apartment throughout the court hearings on my rent case, have legal assistance during that case, and have them assist me to finally obtain my Social Security benefits, which helped me pay my back rent, keeping my apartment. I was then declared a viable candidate for the LVAD surgery. So now I'm asking this committee, will you keep me safe? Will you protect my life? My life. Okay? Or will you take away the funding that has helped this, my life, become possible? If you vote no, you cut the funding to these vital projects, you will be saying, no, we don't care if you or people like you exist. And that'll be a truly sad day in Washington, D.C. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Sandy Bernstein, Legal Director of Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Sandy Bernstein, and I'm the Legal Director at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services, the federally designated protection and advocacy program for people with disabilities in DC. I'm testifying today to urge the DC City Council to restore funding for the Access to Justice Initiative for DC's fiscal year 2025 budget. DRDC receives this critical funding, which has allowed us to provide legal representation and advocacy to low-income DC residents with psychiatric and developmental disabilities who have housing-related legal needs. The clients we assist with this funding are especially vulnerable to rights violations and harm and could be left without legal representation if the mayor's proposed 67% cut remains in place. With the funding DRDC receives from the ATJ initiative, DRDC has been able to advocate for people with disabilities who are experiencing homelessness, living in unsafe or substandard housing placements, in need of supports and services to remain living in the community, or are stuck in institutional placements because they lack the housing and supports they need to live safely in the community. DRDC has represented individuals facing rights violations and abuse and neglect in their Department of Behavioral Health or Department on Disability Services housing placements, and represented individuals facing reduction or termination of their critical Medicaid home health aid services. DRDC has assisted people who live in inaccessible housing or require support, emotional support, or service animals and need representation to seek reasonable accommodations so they can live safely in their community. This funding has allowed DRDC to increase our representation to people with disabilities with a rights violation described above. For example, we represented a woman under the age of 40 with a physical disability and a psychiatric disability who was stuck in a nursing home. The client was desperate to leave the nursing facility and move back to the community, but neither the nursing facility nor DC government agencies were assisting with that goal. DRDC ensured that she was reconnected with the Department of Behavioral Health Core Service Agency, yet sadly, they failed to secure community housing for her. As her core service agency was failing to meet her needs, DRDC urged the Department of Behavioral Health to address her wheelchair-accessible housing needs, and she was provided with a housing voucher. DRDC also represented the client in seeking Medicaid home health aid services, so she had the assistance she needed in the community for her activities of daily living. This client is now living in an apartment in DC and is provided with the Medicaid services she needs to be safe and to lead a meaningful and productive life. Without our legal advocacy and the funding we receive from the ATJ initiative, this DC resident would definitely still be languishing and segregated in an institution. DRDC appreciates the City Council's leadership and support for legal services to the district's low-income residents. The mayor's significant cut to the ATJ initiative will be devastating to DC residents who depend on legal service providers to protect their services and rights. Without this funding, DRDC would not be able to provide the level of advocacy and represented needed to DC residents with disabilities with housing-related needs. Many low-income and vulnerable DC residents would have no other option for representation without this funding and will lose an essential safeguard to protect their rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony and particularly again for you sharing your personal story and how you've been supported by these services. I have a huge amount of respect and adoration for all of the work from all of these entities. But I have to say, as the for the Georgetown Health Justice Project, I was part of the pilot group of this program at Georgetown Law School with Professor Vicki Gerard and Professor Yael Cannon, and it's just amazing for me to see how you've expanded in the lives that you are touching. So thank you, and thank you all very much. I'm now going to call our next panel, Gabby Majewski, Marla Spindell, Rashanda Hylel Thomas, and Sophie Thackeray. All right, we will, actually, before we start, let me just also say, part of the reason, the most important reason that we try to stick with this 3 minutes is not to speed through. We want to hear all the testimony that everybody has. It's because people plan their day accordingly based upon where they are on the witness list. So we have 100 witnesses to go. So when people plan when their childcare pickup is, we're going to be going till probably late in the evening when they're getting off work, other things that they need to plan, they can't do so if everybody adds a minute, then all of a sudden it adds several hours. So I just wanted to say that. And again, thank you all for helping me stay on track. All right. Gabby Majewski, DC Affordable Law Firm.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I am a proud Ward 5 resident and the proud executive director of DC Affordable Law Firm. I offer this testimony to highlight the astronomical level of community need for accessible legal services, services that hinge on the council's appropriation of a fully funded Access to Justice grants program. At DC Affordable Law Firm, we have borne witness to the direct correlation between ATJ funding and organizations' abilities to meet community demand for critical legal services that affect the safety, welfare, economic security, and stability of DC families. I will skip ahead, and I submitted written testimony, but in the interest of time, I want to just highlight a few details here. For one, ATJ funding is the single reason that the Family Law Assistance Network exists today. This is a rapid response, single stream point of entry for unrepresented low-income DC residents navigating a whole array of family law challenges. Since March 2020, FLAN has received more than 3,100 eligible referrals, with 986 in 2023 alone, marking a 70% rise since 2020. If the Access to Justice Grant Program is the single dedicated source of funding for DCALF's involvement in FLAN, and our sister FLAN organizations each receive Access to Justice funding as well. Beyond this, Access to Justice funding supports all of DC Affordable Law Firm's programs and made it possible for DCALF to now provide free family law, probate, estate planning, and immigration representation to DC residents, serving more than 420 individuals through this program alone last year. What I will highlight now is what Access to Justice means. Access to Justice means an aunt able to keep an orphan child from becoming a ward of CFSA. Access to Justice funding means an intergenerational family of Native Washingtonians are able to preserve a third-generation home against foreclosure because probate was a concept that no one explained to surviving children when their beloved parents or grandparents died. Access to Justice means a woman dying of breast cancer is able to execute estate planning documents to preserve the safety of her children beyond her impending death and pass on her legacy. Access to Justice means the ability for an immigrant teenager from South America to walk thousands of miles on foot to seek and secure physical and emotional safety and safe refuge in our proud sanctuary city. Access to Justice means that a parent can grieve while his lawyer navigates the tedious, arcane curvatures of probate laws to secure the digital photos that chronicled the life of his deceased young adult child. Access to Justice means a domestic violence survivor having a lawyer by her side every step of the way throughout a child custody dispute spanning 4 years, able to secure child support and alimony to live in DC. I will just note finally the funding is so essential to not just our residents served, but certainly the lawyers on our staff. We have attorneys who live in 7 of 8 wards in the city, and so there is a ripple effect that we appreciate and know you appreciate as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Marla Spindell, Executive Director, DC Kin Care Alliance.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. Before I get to my testimony, I did just want to comment on some of the other testimony because I feel like access to justice isn't just about these individual organizations, it's about all of us working together. I refer to Maggie's organization all the time. We have clients that we have conflicts with, so we send it to Flan, same back to us. Professor Cannon at the Georgetown Clinics has sent me referrals from grandmothers who are caring for their grandchildren and they need help with custody and other benefits. So we all really work together and we all need to be supported so that we can support the community at large. I'm the executive director of DC Kin Care Alliance, and I want to express my sincere appreciation for your support of DC Legal Services funding through the Access to Justice Commission and the initiative, and I ask you to do so again this year. Funding the initiative provides critical legal help to DC's low-income residents, ensuring they receive the legal rights and financial assistance to which they're entitled. And unfortunately, a lot of times, although they're entitled to those rights, they don't get them. They're wrongfully denied from a lot of financial services and benefits. And without legal services, they wouldn't be able to access them, resulting in a watershed event for that family that could result in homelessness, not having food on the table, and then more money that the DC government has to pay. In the end, if they could have just gotten those supports up front, we wouldn't be in that situation. And so going to that, it's saving the government money because legal services organizations help ensure benefits applications and court pleadings are completed correctly, thereby conserving agency staff time and effort, and also helping these children and families receive benefits, thereby providing financial supports to our city's most under-resourced communities. DC Kin Care Alliance was founded in 2017 to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers, predominantly low-income Black grandmothers living in wards 5, 7, and 8, who step up to raise DC children and their extended families in times of crisis. Approximately 22,000 Black and Brown DC children are living in kinship arrangements, representing about 20% of all DC children of color. The majority of these children live at or near the poverty level and have experienced trauma and grave risk, which are at grave risk to poor physical, emotional, physical, and educational outcomes. And research shows that kinship care is a powerful stabilizing force for these children, changing the trajectory of their lives for the better. Since our founding, we have served more than 850 relative caregivers, raising more than 1,000 at-risk DC children and over 1,000 legal matters. And I just want to say that failing to support these caregivers with legal help will have a watershed effect on DC's kinship families, resulting in many more children becoming homeless, dropping out of school, not having enough food to eat, or entering the foster care or juvenile justice systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roshonda Highlight Thomas, Executive Director, Advocates for Justice and Education.
Good afternoon. I'm Roshonda Halley Thomas, Executive Director of Advocates for Justice and Education. I'm also a DC native and a proud Ward 4 resident. Today, I'm testifying about the critical role of Access to Justice initiative and how the proposed cuts will have a devastating impact on DC residents and organizations like AJE and all the other legal services organizations who provide free civil legal services to DC's most vulnerable residents. AJE is the federally designated parent training and information center for the district. Each year, we assist over 2,000 DC families through direct services, training, and advocacy in navigating the district's public education system, which includes special education, school discipline, and more. We also provide legal information to over 5,000 residents, helping them to understand and protect their rights to ensure children have access to an appropriate education. For over the last 13 years, AJE has received Access to Justice funds to provide direct legal assistance to DC families. With this funding, we have been able to expand our pro bono attorney program for private attorneys to provide free legal representation to DC students facing disciplinary action. And in 2012, we were able to establish the first advice and counsel legal clinic within the DC Office of Administrative Hearings to provide free legal assistance to families who were unrepresented and appear for hearings. The number of families seeking our assistance last school year increased by over 56% over the same period in the previous school year, and the requests remain high this school year. Because of the increase in Access to Justice funding from FY22 and 23, we were able to increase the number of attorneys from 3 to 5 who could support those families. And with level funding in FY '24, we've been able to maintain the same level staffing. This school year, our attorneys have been able to help prevent the unlawful suspension of a pre-K age student, and in collaboration with a local law school clinic, ensure that students are not excluded from aftercare programs because of their disability. And we've helped to prevent the improper involuntary transfers of students from their attending schools for alleged disciplinary reasons. Legal assistance in public education is not only important, but necessary to prevent further segregation by race, income level, and disability of DC's children, which increases the achievement and wealth gaps. It is also important to note that if children and youth are not in school learning, this increases the likelihood that they could drop out of school and or become court involved. Without continued sufficient access to justice funds, we will lose 34% of our legal services budget and will not be able to maintain the number of attorneys necessary to provide legal services to families, which touch across all 8 wards, especially in Wards 7 and 8. The impact will also be felt by our attorneys, 4 of whom are residents of the District of Columbia, representing Wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. In conclusion, we just request that it is so important and necessary to restore and maintain access to justice funds and show the commitment to continue equity and justice for all DC residents.
Thank you very much. Sophie Thackeray, Supervising Attorney, School Justice Project.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Thackeray, and I'm the supervising attorney at the School Justice Project, as well as a Ward 5 resident. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older court-involved students with disabilities. SJP is DC's only organization specifically dedicated to providing free special education legal services to older students with disabilities who are involved in DC's juvenile and criminal legal systems. The Access to Justice Initiative funds are instrumental to SJP's direct services work. The Access to Justice Initiative helps increase access to special education legal services so that all students can receive a quality education. Education attorneys represent young people by assisting them in re-engaging with their education, securing critical special education supports, and advocating for other appropriate social services. SJP education attorneys help identify and secure supports to remove the barriers to obtaining a quality education, while also providing the courts with a more comprehensive understanding of both the impact of that student's disability on the young person, as well as the availability of community-based resources to support them. This information is critical to judges when they are making life-altering decisions about our clients' futures. In this way, education attorneys play a critical role in addressing issues that the city has prioritized, including truancy and public safety. Special education law has the power to affect the lives of so many young people in both the juvenile and criminal legal systems. One such student was a young man who I will call Jordan. When I began representing Jordan, he was approaching disposition in delinquency court. Although Jordan had recently turned 18 years old, he had only earned 3 credits towards his high school diploma. I assisted Jordan in re-enrolling in high school and immediately convened a school meeting to update his special education and related services, which had previously not been done for years, to ensure that he would receive the supports he needed to progress academically. At disposition in Jordan's case, the judge entered a reduced sentence of probation given Jordan's re-engagement with school and other supportive services. Since his enrollment 8 months ago, Jordan has earned perfect attendance and regularly expresses how much he enjoys school and learning. At a recent school meeting, Jordan's teachers all reported that he had made great academic progress and he's on track to accomplish his goal of graduating from high school in December of this year. And he's also on track to successfully complete his term of probation at the end of next month. As the landscape of juvenile and criminal justice continues to rapidly shift in the district, SJP's need for continued ATJ funds is even more imperative. Currently, 3 of our 7 attorneys, including myself, have salaries that are funded in whole or part by ATJ funds, and these attorneys are responsible primarily for direct representation. We strongly urge the council to continue funding this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask each of you, and I know some of this would depend on the funding, but if you can highlight some of the projects that would be affected or scaled back as a result of this proposed funding, that would be useful. We can start with Ms. Majewski.
Certainly, Councilwoman. For DC affordable law firms, so the funding that we receive constitutes 21% of our annual budget. And so because access to justice funding supports all of our legal services programs, there would be a reduction to everything that we do. We would be forced to, and the funds are all used to headcount and to paying the salaries of our attorneys and our very slim support staff of paralegals and law clerks. And so that results in cuts to the Family Law Assistance Network, to DC Affordable Law Firms, family law work on behalf of modest income DC residents, estate planning work, immigration work, and it's the full spectrum of what we do at DCALF that would be affected in drastic ways. And I think it's also noteworthy that we have been able to tremendously expand our staff and our impact over the past 3 years because of access to justice funding. We were able to shift our model from a fee-for-service model that didn't work for DC residents earning low wages and making low incomes. And so that means, there is no going back. Families' situations are only that much more difficult now, and their economic realities are that much more strained living in DC. And so that means cuts across the board, which results in a decrease in clients served across every single program.
The Access to Justice Commission funding was, with the funding, we were able to double our staff from 2 to 4. And it does account for about half of our funding. So we'd have to go back down to 2 from a number of years ago. And basically, we call ourselves a one-stop shop operation. So we do everything that we can possibly do to stabilize the kinship family. That includes getting legal custody for the children so they can get them enrolled in school, get medical care, anything that they would need to get, even birth certificates. A lot of these children are dropped off on their doorsteps. They have no documents for them. So they can't do anything. They can't get TANF, they can't get SNAP, they can't do anything for the children. And again, that's a watershed event. So we help apply for them for the applications for TANF and SNAP. A lot of times they're wrongfully denied. We do fair hearings. We sort of do everything, help them apply for utility assistance, rental assistance. So we have one program that's kinship. And so, we would only be able to help about half of the clients that we are helping now every year if we lost the funding.
That similarly, our legal services is funded by the Access to Justice funds, and we would lose at least 3 attorneys. We already are very small but mighty staff to do this work. And some of the examples that I provided for the families who need it, a pre-K student would be out of school. There are a number of students who would be improperly transferred to schools that are across town, that's away from their home in different neighborhoods without consideration to the impact of what that would mean for their child. We've had instances where children were placed in harm's way and face safety issues because those factors weren't taken into consideration. The strain that it places on a family to constantly have to deal with issues at a school because of the school's failure to provide necessary supports and special education services that a student needed or to evaluate. So all the steps in the process to ensure that a student receives the services that they're entitled to by law, many families wouldn't have the support. Special education is a complicated law and process. Many families are unaware of their rights, don't understand all of the lingo, and feel intimidated when they're at school meetings by themselves and trying to navigate that process. And as much as we would love for our school system to do the right thing and comply with the law, that's not always the case or the reality. So providing that necessary support to families to enforce their rights, to ensure their children in school is important. It also goes to the safety issues that the city has been talking about. If students aren't in school getting the services that they need, that is drastic. It has a ripple effect on the community.
So at SJP, we have a total of 7 attorneys across our 3 practice areas, which include systemic advocacy and community outreach and legal training, as well as direct representation. And so the 3 attorneys, myself included, whose salaries are funded by ATJ funding, we are the team of attorneys that focuses primarily on direct representation. And that's really the core of our work. And we provide very comprehensive representation. As I noted, we are providing that special education legal representation of ensuring students are receiving their appropriate services while they're in school. But we're also providing these additional services of connecting them to supportive community services, if they might need counseling or housing or employment, that's all roped in together. And then we're providing that advocacy in front of the court. And I think providing both the juvenile and the adult court with really crucial information about these young people when decisions are being made about their futures and their, impact on the community and their ability for rehabilitation. We've seen over the past 6 months, probably since the summer, a very steep increase in referrals from the juvenile court. We are appointed in juvenile court cases, and we're already turning away many of these referrals from the courts and from students themselves because of capacity. And so not only would a decrease in funding, decrease the students that we're able to support currently, it also wouldn't allow us to continue to grow because there really is a need. And as other panelists have mentioned, these issues that we're working on are issues that the council and the city has prioritized and that I think we all agree is really important. So we want to be able to continue doing this work.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for that. I think it's a really helpful and humbling reminder of the real impacts on your operations and ultimately the clients that you serve. So thank you for going through that. And thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to call our next panel, Whitney Losheim, Raymond Bunch, Marilyn Lovo, Melissa Millar. All right, we will start with Whitney Losheim. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Lockheim.
Lockheim. Thank you. Whitney Lockheim, co-founder and chief operating officer of Open City Advocates.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Whitney Lockheim. I am a resident of Ward 6, and for the past 19 years have served as co-founder and chief operating officer of Open City Advocates, which provides legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth who have been committed to DYRS. I'd like to start today by expressing our gratitude to OVSJG for their steadfast support of Open City Advocates. In 2006, only 1 year after establishing our organization, OVSJG saw the importance of our mission and provided critical seed funding. At the time, we were still operating out of a closet without heater air conditioning in a warehouse next to Marvin Gaye Park in Ward 7. 19 years later, we have assisted over 165 court-involved youth and have significantly cut the rate of recidivism for our clients. Through impact litigation, we also successfully established the right to legal counsel for all youth throughout their commitment to DYRS. As we've heard, the mayor's proposed budget contains significant cuts to the programs that help to fund our work. In particular, cuts to the Access to Justice program would be devastating at a time when the district is experiencing a quickly growing population of committed youth. Because of the support of OVSJG, Open City Advocates has been able to grow and deepen our practice and take on new clients. We have hired 3 staff attorneys with the support of OVSJG, and cuts to Access to Justice would mean that we cannot continue to employ attorneys to represent youth who are committed to DYRS. This would mean that some children committed to DYRS would go without the critical legal and holistic support that we provide. Kids who are locked up need a lot of individualized support. They have questions about cell restrictions, how to access their schoolwork, why they can't see their mom, or why they can't reach their trial attorney. A child might want to know why team meetings aren't taking place, why they have not yet been assigned a care coordinator, or why they've been refused their level advancement 3 times in a row. A dedicated attorney, like those at Open City Advocates, can dig in, identify root causes, and begin to help address such issues. When our clients are released, we strive to ensure their success in every aspect of their lives. We make sure that their needs are met, they're enrolling in school and finding a job. Even when our client's commitment ends, we continue to support them. Our model of holistic advocacy means there's no break in our efforts to make sure they succeed. Like other legal service providers, Defense attorneys are an important part of the public safety landscape in the district. We are making sure everyone is safe. What we know from research, not just our own, but nationwide, is that providing this holistic support really goes to the root of delinquency. By improving the lives of youth, we are helping to ensure that they don't go back to criminal behavior and that they don't become victims again either. Our clients, who we meet in the deepest end of the legal system, are much more likely to stay out of the system altogether. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lockheim. Raymond Bunch, Board Member, Open City Advocates.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Pinto. My name is Ramon Bunch, and I'm a Ward 6 resident and a former client of Open City Advocates. Today, I work as a user interface and experience designer at a major defense contractor and serve as a member of the board of directors for Open City Advocates. I knew Whitney and her co-founder Penelope when they were law students at American University. Even before they started operating out of that warehouse closet next to Marvin Gaye Park without any heat or air conditioning. Meeting them radically transformed my life. I used to want to be the biggest drug dealer in DC. Now I'm aiming to be the best UI UX designer. That's because of Whitney and Penelope. The facility I spent time in was called Oak Hill. It was incredibly unsafe. I was attacked a few times at first. Frequently, the whole place has staffing ratios of 30-1. The standard is 8-1, maybe 12-1 while kids are sleeping. I would be put in a hole routinely, sometimes for safe reasons, sometimes because of officers were just brutal. Open City Advocates was part of the coalition that Oak Hill shut down. And I know their work with me as a client played a role there. Shortly after I got out, I was stabbed because I was living in a neighborhood that wasn't very safe. Penelope and Whitney put me up in a hotel in the Northwest, and I got a bunch of different jobs, a grocery store, a bookstore, and a few other things. It kept me busy. I had some responsibilities that really got my mindset out of the street lifestyle. I started making friends who weren't connected to that life. And I realized that I've been missing this whole different world than what I've used to. Because of OCA's work, I realized that you can actually live without having to sell drugs and have to fight over some stupid turf, that you can walk around without a weapon and still be safe. I moved into an apartment and ended up going to college for a while for sign language interpreting. But the work I do now pays better and doesn't require a degree. OCA encouraged me to try different things. Another cool thing that OCA has done recently through OVJG funding is to provide a stipend to youth attending schools or skills training, as well as other necessities like transportation or phone. This has been so successful in helping our youth and helping our clients escape the cycles of poverty and violent cycles that I had been in, that OCA is going to do everything we can to replace those funds. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story, and congratulations on all your success. Marilyn Lovo, Language Access Director, IUDA.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Marilyn Lovo, and I am IUDA's Language Access Director. I'd like to thank Chair Pinto and the committee for allowing IUDA to testify in support of the Access to Justice initiative. Before I begin, as a member organization of the DC Language Access Coalition, I'd like to take a moment to voice IUDA's support of the Language Access Enforcement Amendment of 2024. When the DC Council passed legislation creating the initiative, it included a shared legal interpreter bank as an essential component. For 17 years, IUDA has administered that bank and become a trusted language access expert and central resource. IUDA's Community Legal Interpreter Bank, to which I'll be referring to as CLIB, is a unique national model that has been extremely effective in creating equitable access to civil legal services for the limited English proficient and deaf. Thanks to the grant funding we receive, including an award from the initiative, CLIB provides nonprofits with free access to interpretation from local, specially trained interpreters, on-demand telephonic interpretation, and document translations. Last fiscal year, CLIB provided specially trained interpreters on more than 400 occasions, on-demand telephonic interpretation on more than 7,500 instances, and arranged for the translation of 440 documents. The mayor's proposed 67% cut to the initiative's funding is concerning and would only increase the vulnerability of thousands of district residents, particularly that of immigrants and individuals with disabilities, many of whom are limited English proficient and deaf. CLIB is already having difficulty meeting the need and demand for language access services at its current funding level, forcing CLIB to restrict services by translating less documents than in years prior and instituting allocations for its top users. We must build on our progress to avoid abandoning linguistically isolated communities in need of legal services. We are grateful to OVSJG and the DC Bar Foundation as the grantors for the Access to Justice Initiative for the vital role that they play in ensuring equal access to justice for all DC residents. We ask that the council and the mayor continue to support the critical role that the initiative plays in strengthening the city's safety net. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lovo. Melissa Millar, Policy Director, SEDEC DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Melissa Millar, and I'm the Policy Director for ZEDEC DC. We're an independent independent public interest law center headquartered at the UDC David A. Clark School of Law with the mission to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes, dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. And I've submitted longer testimony today. I just want to highlight a few key points. We're profoundly concerned by the proposed 67% cut, or $21.2 million, to the Access to Justice Initiative within the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. The Access to Justice Initiative served 38,000 residents in FY24. A 67% reduction in FY25 would mean 26,000 fewer residents served by one of the more than 30 initiative-funded organizations serving district residents annually with debt collection, housing, discrimination, disabilities, public benefits, and domestic violence needs. To be clear, this cut will significantly imperil the life-changing services the initiative funds that residents with low incomes rely on for safety, health, and economic stability, services like ours that effectively keep funds in a household. Further, cuts this steep are not necessary, as every dollar of new revenue raised, such as taxing wealth or business activity, is a dollar in cuts that we don't have to take. And for years, the council has actively increased funding for civil legal services to support residents, and we are extremely grateful for this attention and dedication. Should these proposed FY25 cuts be implemented, some organizations, as you've heard, will absolutely be unable to retain staff, but all affected organizations will reduce provision of legal resources and services at low or no cost to the lowest income residents of the district. The Access to Justice Initiative supports highly experienced lawyers serving district residents. With DC Bar Foundation grant support, ZEDEC DC provides free legal help, court and administrative agency reforms, and leads community outreach and education efforts. We serve DC households who are among the 300,000 residents living at or below 400% of the federal poverty line. The initiative funds two critical of our projects, the Debt-Related Legal Services Project and the Disabilities Community Project. In 2023, ZEDEC DC provided the financial equivalency of an in-kind donation of more than $2.1 million worth of legal services through our partnership with 115 pro bono attorneys and 206 volunteers. We also held 78 community events focused on knowing your rights and partnered with 71 organizations reaching over 15,000 community members. The initiative also allows the DC Bar Foundation and OVS grantees, including ZEDEC DC, to offer and staff the DC Debt Collection Defense Hotline, which is provided to every resident sued in a debt collection case, most of whom are without counsel. The initiative funding allows ZEDEC DC to carry out our mission with the goal of addressing racial gaps in wealth, equality, and opportunity. As you know, white DC households hold net assets 81 times greater than typical African-American families, with similar gaps for DC's Latino community, while rates of debt collection within DC's communities of color are more than 5 times higher than in DC's white communities. And as a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, we urge the council to consider options to raise revenue to help offset the significant reductions proposed by the mayor in both the initiative and throughout her budget. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Millar. And thank you all very much for all the work that you do, and again, for sharing your personal story. Really appreciate it. We are going to call our next panel, Kube Nagaje, Candace Lewis, Zanetta Green, and Olubunmi Akinwobo. Okay, no problem. Okay, sounds good. Not a problem. All right, so we will start with Candace. Start with Zanetta, excuse me. Zanetta Green, Director, Program Systems and Implementation for the District Alliance for Safe Housing, otherwise known as DASH.
Yes. Afternoon, Chairman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zanetta Green, and I am the Director of Program Systems and Implementation at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I am also a native Washingtonian and a current resident of Ward 7. Our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and OVSJG staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild lives on their own terms. We work in partnership with the OVSJG and welcome survivors from all 8 wards through a continuum of long-term safe housing options that best meet their needs. In fiscal year 2023, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 243 survivors, including 69 adults, 54 children in our Cornerstone and Empowerment Project programs, and 20 youth survivors aged 18 to 24 in our DHS-funded Right to Dream Youth Transitional Housing Program. My testimony will focus on the Empowerment Project, which empowers survivors by providing them with housing assistance and wraparound services for up to 2 years. This program has been continuously funded with support from OVSJG since 2008, and I cannot overstate its impact. I applaud the city for recognizing the increasing value of this program in recent years. Through the Empowerment Project, up to 28 survivors and their children receive wraparound services and housing assistance for up to 2 years. The project empowers survivors by giving them tools and understanding to budget their futures and supporting them on their path to independence. However, we must also acknowledge the growing cost of serving this vulnerable population, including rising rents. In the past 2 years, the average cost of rent in DASH's scatter site housing portfolio has increased 62%. Therefore, I urge you to support the Victim Assistance Network fiscal year 25 budget request and protect the True Victim Services fiscal year 25 baseline funding. At minimum, Council must increase the proposed budget with the recurring local dollars to meet the True Victim Services baseline of $51.87 million to deliver core victim services in fiscal year 25 and strengthen OVSJG's grant-making practices. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Candace, next.
Chairperson.
Okay, sorry, let me just,
Oh, no, you good.
I was just making sure I had the name right. We're going to Candace next. Okay. Candace Lewis, Senior Director of Programs, District Alliance for Safe Housing, or DASH.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Candace Lewis Wilson, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, as Zanetta said, also known as DASH. I join my colleague Zanetta Green in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and OVSJG staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic service for domestic and sexual violence survivors. As Zanetta mentioned, last year in FY 2023, we safely housed and prevented housing instability for 243 survivors. That was 69 adults and 54 children in our Cornerstone and Empowerment Project programs, and 20 youth survivors in our 18 to 24 Right to Dream Youth Transitional Housing Program. So my testimony, we're going to focus on Cornerstone, and this is DASH's flagship program. It's the largest safe housing residence in DC. It offers 42 units that house over 75 survivors and their children annually. Residents can stay in an apartment for up to 2 years while recovering from trauma and working with their coach to achieve independence. As a result of continued funding from OVSJG, this support leads to outstanding successes. Just a few of our recent positive stories include a resident who was able to divorce their abuser with the support of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, another resident who successfully obtained their green card with the support of another agency, and another who secured their driver's license. We've also recently welcomed several male residents, one of whom has recently secured a full-time employment, and has let the entire building know, and who is his self-confidence grows daily. In the first half of the current fiscal year, we have also supported over 80% of our survivors to exit Cornerstone into safe housing. Like many survivors, Cornerstone's residents rely on a well-funded safety net continuum. Therefore, I urge the council to maintain and expand the current level of support and invest in a comprehensive approach to supporting victims in DC. I joined the Victim Access Network, otherwise known as VAN, and urge you to restore $117.756 million in FY25 budget cuts to critical safety net services, including access to justice, DHS programs, and OSSE's Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. We call on the mayor and council to recognize that budget cuts or decreases in funding hit organizations led by and serving people of color harder. I urge you to prioritize the needs of these vulnerable community members and do everything in your power to ensure that the true cost of providing victim services is funded in FY25. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wilson. Olubunmi Akinkowo, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Please go ahead, the Chief Program Officer of the District Alliance for Safe Housing, or DASH.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olubunmi Akinkowo, and I am the Chief Program Officer at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I join my colleagues Zanetta Green and Candace Lewis in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and OVSJG staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. In fiscal year 2023, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 243 survivors. DASH also progressed close to $200,000 in requests for flexible financial assistance through our Survivor Resilience Fund. An additional $45,000 from DASH's Safe Nights Fund was used to support survivors and their families access emergency short-term hotel stays. The need for these funds have never been greater. It is time to recognize the fact that victims and survivors face a very challenging economic environment in which inflation renders basic needs more expensive and for some unaffordable. Additionally, while housing is a human right and is critical to supporting survivors, housing alone is insufficient. Under a housing-only model, survivors with complex needs frequently end up trapped in cycles of poverty without the tools necessary to build a safe, stable foundation to live lives free of violence and risk revictimization. Therefore, I urge you to support the Victim Access Network's fiscal year 2025 budget request and 1, protect the True Victim Services fiscal year 2025 baseline funding by at minimum increasing the proposed budget to meet the true and required $51.87 million baseline for victim services in fiscal year 25. 2, restore $117.756 million in fiscal year 25 budget cuts to critical safety net services that victim services rely on, including access to justice, DHS programs, and OSSE's Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. 3, prioritize long-term sustainability for victim services by adding an additional $21.53 million to OVSJG for new and expanded programs and 25% increase to fiscal year 24 funding for all agency budgets that serve victims to meet the growing need and rising costs of serving victims of crime in DC. I urge you to prioritize the needs of these vulnerable community members and do everything in your power to ensure that victim services are adequately funded in fiscal year 2025 budget. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. All right. Kube Nagaje, President and CEO. President and CEO of the District Alliance for Safe Housing, or DASH. Please go ahead.
Appreciate the levity. Thank you. Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and OVSJG staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for your partnership and ongoing support of the victim services community. My name is Kube Ngaje, and I'm the president and CEO of DASH. I also serve as the co-chair of the Victims Assistance Network VAN Policy and Advisory Committee. I join all of my colleagues and the many witnesses on the docket today in sounding the alarm on the proposed fiscal 25 budget cuts to OVSJG's funding and other vital safety net resources. Make no mistake, these cuts will have an unprecedented consequence for the district, for DASH, for survivors in the district. And I promised Candace I wasn't gonna cry. We strongly urge this committee to consider the human cost, as you have heard today, of these cuts and to support the VAN's fiscal 25 budget request. First, protect the victim services fiscal 25 true baseline at $51.87 million. More to come on that. Secondly, restore fully the cuts you've heard about today with $117.756 million to critical safety net services that so many victims rely on in the district, including access to justice, DHS housing services, and OSSI's Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. Third, prioritize long-term sustainability for victim services by adding $21.53 million to OVSJG for new and expanded programs and a 25% increase to fiscal 24 funding for all agency budgets that serve victims. We urgently ask that Council clarify the amount awarded to OVSJG's victim services line in fiscal 24. The approved 24 base budget mentioned in the mayor's proposed budget is $45.678 million, which is different from the $42.3 million provided to the VAN by OVSJG, and also the amount this office cited in its letter to the mayor. Along with the difference in the fiscal 24 base amounts, we have also learned that the federal sources used in the mayor's proposed budget to fund fiscal 25 victim services have already been spent in prior budget years. Our understanding is that $6.358 million in identified federal funds have already been awarded through prior year VOCA dollars. This error could mean that instead of victim services receiving a 3.659 increase in 25, we are facing a $2.7 million cut. If the starting budget for 24 is actually 42.3, the gap is even greater, with potential cuts to victim services at 5 to 10%. For DASH, that could mean the elimination of the empowerment project Zanetta talked about, or that DASH would be closing floors at Cornerstone in fiscal 25. The bottom line remains. The true baseline for victim services is $51.87 million, and we urge you to prioritize all of these and the vulnerable community members we serve. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This is probably a question better suited for the mayor's budget office, but I'm gonna ask you anyways.
Back on, I'll try to answer.
What do you think happened here? How could we be so off in a line item for a budget proposed for next year for dollars that have already been spent? Or maybe I could rephrase it. How did you figure this out?
Well, it was flagged by a couple of community members, and you'll hear from the two members from the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, as well as members of the VAN later on. We will be submitting written testimony. We are not sure how this happened. What we do know is we work very closely with OVSJG. The number that I cited in my testimony, the VAN worked in advance, well before OVSJG submitted its budget to the mayor's office. We worked with OVSJG to understand what the total award amount in 24 was. Understanding, of course, that that is an estimate. It was at the beginning of the fiscal year. And we understand that at the time, the total award amount for 24 was $42.3 million. And so we were surprised to see in the mayor's proposed budget that it was closer to 45. And so we are seeking clarity both from OVSJG and from the budget office about the difference. Now, it's a shock to us as well that there are potential, it's potentially possible that prior year VOCA dollars to the tune of over $6 million have been slotted in as fiscal 25 revenue sources. And so we want to work very closely with OVSJG and the budget office to figure out what exactly is happening, because again, what we thought may have been a slight increase, which is not enough to begin with, is now potentially a cut. And so as a community, for the entire victim services, our our request of council is no matter what you do, what we need in order to do the services to protect lives and the public safety of the district is $51.87 million.
Okay.
And I will add that we are happy to work alongside the committee and Director Porter's office to figure this out because it's incumbent upon us to do so that lives are not at risk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you all for your testimony and the life-saving and heavy work that you all do every day. We talked earlier with our oversight hearing at the Office of Unified Communications of the trauma that can be inflicted on call takers experiencing other people's trauma. And that is very true of the work that you all embark on. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for doing this important work. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. Lul Muhammad. Roger Marmet. I don't see. Catherine Dallon. Jocelyn Jacoby. Lisa Rice. All right. Lul Muhammad, Executive Director of the Person Center Victims Assistance Network, or VAN.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee. My name is Lul Mahmoud, and I'm the Executive Director of the Person Center, an organization that serves and supports African immigrant and refugee survivors of domestic and sexual violence in DC. The importance of culturally specific service providers is clear in the fact that survivors regularly experience additional trauma as a result of incompetence and lack of understanding of the experiences of survivors from non-Western cultures and ethnicities. Our survivors are victims of gender-based violence, but also victims of housing discrimination or unlivable housing conditions, wage theft, police brutality, and more. Our survivors are desperately in need of free legal services, direct cash assistance, dignified housing access, mental health care, and social services. We at TPC know firsthand how critical our work and OVSJG funding across the board is for our survivors as one of only 11 culturally specific DV service providers in the district. The proposed cuts to access to justice, EARP, and victim services in the mayor's FY25 budget will be disastrous for our clients and our organization, not only threatening the services we provide, but threatening our lifeline partners such as Legal Aid DC and the Safe Sister Circle, who offer legal services we cannot through the Access to Justice initiatives. I join the VAN's budget request and urge you to protect the true victim services FY25 baseline funding by at minimum increasing the proposed budget to meet the true victim services budget baseline of $51.87 million. The minimum amount needed to deliver core victim services in FY25. A victim services budget below this amount will severely impact the delivery of much needed services to victims of crime. Prioritize long-term sustainability for victim services by adding an additional $21.53 million to OVSJG for new and expanded programs, and a 25% increase to FY25 funding for all agency budgets that serve victims to meet the growing need and rising costs of serving victims of crime in DC. With this recommended increased funding in FY25, culturally specific service providers could increase staff capacity. For example, TPC could go from 4 to 5 staff members, expand critical community outreach, and pilot economic empowerment, mental health, and family enrichment programs that provide victims and survivors of violence with culturally specific access to once non-existent resources, information, opportunities. The culturally specific service organizations of the VAN provide services that other mainstream organizations can't, like support for survivors in the languages they speak, help with immigration and culturally competent therapy, and include wraparound services to meet the unique needs of underserved populations frequently overlooked or misunderstood by mainstream organizations. Wraparound services provided with a percent of the budgets of fellow service providers. We need a clear commitment to investing in life-saving services for vulnerable and historically excluded populations in our city. I urge you to consider the human cost of these budget cuts and do everything in your power to ensure that victim services are adequately funded in FY25 budget to keep TPC going and growing for our community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Mohammed. Catherine Dowon. Am I pronouncing your name?
It's actually Doan. It's the letters are reversed. It's DOAN.
Great, thank you. Catherine Doan, Chief Executive Officer, Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of DC's Access to Justice programs. My name is Kathy Doan, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition. We are a nonprofit organization headquartered in Washington, D.C., dedicated to providing legal services to our immigrant neighbors. I appear today to urge the Council to increase funding for the Access to Justice program in fiscal year 2025 so that low-income D.C. residents have access to critical legal services. While we are not recipients of this grant program, we implore you to recognize its importance and restore its funding. It is vital that DC fully funds the Access to Justice program at a level that is at the same or greater than prior years. This funding keeps families together, keeps residents safe, and ensures that legal access is a priority for our city. Cutting this funding would be the city turning its back on many of its residents, as well as the values we all hold dear. While we do not receive funds from the Access to Justice program, our clients benefit from its help. It should come as no surprise, and it's been reiterated over and over again today, that the DC nonprofit legal community is highly collaborative and has established referral networks to ensure DC residents can access high-quality legal services as quickly as possible. Take, for example, Gabriel, whose name has been changed. After fleeing his country of origin, Gabriel found solid footing in DC and secured employment at a local restaurant. He had been informed that he was eligible to apply for temporary protected status and was referred to Care Coalition. We conducted a consultation with him and determined he was not only eligible for TPS, but also eligible for asylum. However, applications for asylum must be filed within the first year of an asylum seeker's arrival, and Care Coalition quickly learned on a Wednesday that Gabriel's one-year anniversary of arrival would be that Friday. A Care Coalition paralegal and caseworker were able to provide rapid assistance with the case, helping Gabriel complete his asylum application and submitting it in advance of the filing deadline. However, as an organization that primarily focuses on immigrants in detention, this is where Care Coalition services came to a close, since Gabriel was thankfully not detained. But thanks to Access to Justice funding, we could provide Gabriel with a referral to a trusted non-detained legal services partner in DC. Gabriel continues to have access to legal support, and if his asylum application is successful, he now has a pathway to citizenship. This is only one of the many ways in which the DC legal services community rallies around to support our low-income neighbors. The Access to Justice program's impact can be felt far beyond the program's grantees and is entrenched in the values of our city, a city where we work to ensure that every resident can feel safe, free, and supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doan. Commissioner Lisa Rice, ANC Commissioner in 7B07.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. And you've stated exactly who I am and what I do. And I'm also Chair of the 7B Commission's Committee on Public Safety and the Judiciary. I'm an active member of the DC chapter of Moms Demand Action, a grassroots movement fighting for public safety measures that can protect people from gun violence. I'm also the mom of a DCPS teacher whose workplace, a Ward 8 elementary school, has been shattered by stray gunfire. Protecting district residents from gun violence and its aftermath isn't a simple pastime for me. It's a heartfelt mission, one that I take very seriously. Public safety is on the line. I'm here to express my outrage at the mayor's proposed draconian and inhumane OVJG fiscal year 2025 budget cuts and register my strong opposition to them. 3 specific concerns I'd like to highlight. Number 1, the mayor's budget proposes to completely cut the trauma response and community engagement program and the Emergency and Traditional Housing for Victims of Gun Violence program, which provides specialized trauma support and housing services for victims of gun violence. These are critical services necessary to help victims heal from trauma and grief, break the cycle of violence and retaliation, and work to ensure their physical safety. The proposed cuts are devastating, short-sighted, and dare I say, diabolical. Number two, the mayor's budget also proposes to reduce the Access to Justice Initiative's resources by 67%. This initiative ensures DC residents have access to court and community-based legal services and education in a wide array of civil legal needs, such as domestic violence, education, employment, estate planning and probate, family law, health and disability, consumer law, housing and foreclosure, immigration, and reentry. These essential services deserve to be fully funded. Number three, finally, the OVJG budget still does not include a separate line item for the Hospital-Based Violence Intervention Program, HVIP. This essential work should not have to compete for grants with other victim services grantees. HVIP must have dedicated line item funding. The impacts of violence are experienced community-wide. My constituents and I believe they must be addressed holistically. OVSJG programs are essential to meeting the needs of a community often overlooked and dismissed by the district government. Simply put, it is a moral outrage to put these services at risk by placing them on the budget chopping block. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rice. Jocelyn Jacoby, Program Director and Psychotherapist at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center.
Good day, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jocelyn Jacoby, pronoun she, her, and I am the Program Director and Psychotherapist at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center and a proud resident of Ward 1. The DC LGBTQ Community Center provides vital life and human supportive services to the LGBTQ+ community in Washington, D.C. The Williams Institute, a UCLA law think tank, reported that 14.5% of DC adults are LGBTQ+, greater than any state. The Victim Assistance Network currently only has 2 members, including our center, dedicated to LGBTQ+ survivors of trauma. We field daily calls, emails, and walk-ins from survivors who need assistance navigating a complex and difficult system. In the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2024, we have offered over 80 individuals therapeutic services. However, with only funding for 2 psychotherapists, including myself, we maintain a waitlist for group and individual therapy of over 30 survivors. It is tremendously difficult to reach out to an organization like ours and ask for help. When the response is a waitlist, many individuals never respond again and stop looking for assistance. It's heartbreaking to miss those in critical need of our programs. I'd like to tell you about a survivor I will call Chris. He emailed us saying, "I'm struggling with my basic functioning. I'm feeling dark and scared and uncertain about everything in my life that seemed stable just a few weeks ago." While I told him we had a wait list, I was able to meet him for a crisis session the next day. He told me about a time his ex-partner beat his chest so badly that the next day at his birthday party, he said it hurt every time someone hugged him. He asked me, full of shame, if it still counted as trauma if it was his fault. Chris was in a very vulnerable position, having just lost his job and insurance. After meeting, he felt more hopeful and began attending AA. When I asked Chris if I could share his story with the council, he said to tell you our services are life-saving, and he constantly thinks of all the other survivors who also desperately need our help. He told me 2 conversations with you has set me on a new course. Finding long-term therapeutic services to refer our clients to is incredibly challenging. Like many VAN mental health providers, we're only funded for short-term therapy services, but many people need years' worth of therapy to heal from complex trauma. Finding a private practice with LGBTQ+ and trauma-informed clinicians that have openings, that take insurance, especially Medicaid, or offer sliding scale that's actually financially accessible to our clients can feel like searching for a unicorn. The DC Anti-Violence Project was funded for $327,000 for fiscal year 2024. While we are thankful for this award, we need a 40% increase to expand our behavioral health services staff and better serve the community. We are also in the process of building a new home that will be a game-changing and monumental resource. We ask the council for a capital investment of $1.5 million and $300,000 annually to support the LGBT community with the space and essential services they desperately need. Thank you again for the chance to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony and the work that you do. I think on this panel, we got even an additional sense of the breadth of impact that access to justice can have on so many different important topics, and how really interrelated these issues are. So thank you. Thank you very much for being here and the work that you do. Preston Grays. Jerome Curtis. Charles Hopkins. Charles Hopkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Pete Kimbus. Yes, you could sit on the first chair. Pete Kimbus. Tatiana Santos. Ashley Arrington. Karen Settles. Nathaniel Bookard. All right. Charles Hopkins, Peer Engagement and Advocacy Coordinator at Voices for a Second Chance.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chairwoman Pinto, to be able to try to highlight the importance of why the funding, continued funding from OVJG is important. I come from an organization that's Voice for a Second Chance. It's the oldest returning citizen organization, I like to say, in the world. We've been around for 55 years. Monies that we get from OVJG goes towards a program that we call New Terrain. The New Terrain program is designed to provide men or women that's coming out of the system with an opportunity to be stabilized. We've been in a position to network with men and women that's coming out specifically around our or second chance. And what it does, what this program has done is it put men in a hotel for up to 90 days. We get them a job, we stabilize them, and then they allow them to readjust back in society. We're talking about people that have been locked up 23 years. They don't have no place to go. This is one of the things, one of the main things that the New Terrain program does. But more importantly, the funding would allow for us to continue to provide our clients with smart trip cards. The men and women coming home, give them a smart trip card so they can navigate the transportation system for employment. We give them a welcome home package, which is a gift card consisting of a $100 gift card and some other things that they can use to connect with their children. But more importantly, we give them hope. I'm a candidate of new Voices for a Second Chance in that I did 48 years prior to coming out of prison. I ran into somebody that was an employee of Voice for a Second Chance, and he told me to come by the office. What this did for me when I came by the office, it allowed me to stabilize me to have a hope in my future. Taking this money and not funding at a high level is going to have a serious impact. You asked the previous panel, what would the impact be? Well, the impact would be people would be homeless. So I'm employing you. And I recall when you was doing your research on the crime bill, I recall that you took the position that you went out in the community because you wanted to hear what the community had to say. So when you came back, you could say emphatically, I heard this. Now I'm employing you to come by Voices for a Second Chance and do one day and see what we do. And then when you think about continued funding, OVJG, then you'll be able to say, I've seen it for my own self. This is why I'm making this decision, one way or the other. Thank you very much. You'll remain my time. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much. And I would love to come visit and see what you do firsthand. So thank you for the invitation. Okay. I lost my place here. Pete Kimbus, public witness.
Pleasure to meet you, Councilwoman, and members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. I think what we're seeing here today in a lot of ways is that this illusory distinction between service providers who are speaking out today and government is that it's just an illusion. These service providers, legal service providers, are providing essential government function. So make no mistake, this is government function that is being sourced out at a lower cost. So speaking today as a UDC law student, final year, and I had the opportunity to serve district residents as a student attorney at Rising for Justice who spoke earlier here today, representing low-income DC tenants facing eviction. I've also worked at LCE, Rhonda Cunningham Holmes also spoke here earlier today. I speak from my voice, though. I've seen the critical role for those barely hanging on in the margins. My experience from September 2023 through December 2023 at RFJ opened my eyes to a great need for legal services in the district. What we term gentrification has multiple sides. As the economy prospers, we see jobs, businesses grow, we see the positives. Yet, with most changes in social ecosystems, all outcomes are not favorable. Increased property values cause people and businesses to seek profit in ways that leave DC residents unhoused and removed from their communities. Working with families facing eviction, I've seen photos the tenants bring to court of housing conditions at third world standards. Broken locks to windows and doors where children sleep. Mushrooms larger than you found in grocery stores growing in bedrooms where kids are living. And yet we're expecting people to perform well in school, on tests, at job sites. I don't see how this is remotely possible or just. It's an unrealistic standard. When you see this, it forces you to pause and think, how can this be? We're the capital of the United States of America. I'm thankful to the district for stepping up when it does to pursue litigation against the most notorious landlords. At the Rising for Justice office, students, attorneys, and clients are in tight quarters. We don't even have regular printer toner. Honorable justices provide our phone number at the end of every hearing to those facing eviction, saying, go down the hall. There are people there down there who will help you. Attorneys and law firms representing landlords, though, evict daily, and many spend their whole day there at court, and they prosper from evictions. They're excellent at what they do. It often forces people out of homes that are not fit to live in. Gentrification happens, yet we need legal protections and total funding, not budget cuts, for legal service providers, so that they represent good people I've met trying to work and pay rent and take care of kids. Legal service providers are already strapped. They need the $31.7 million for essential services. I know the mayor and the council value all its citizens, and I'm speaking out today. If the council cuts the budget for legal services, it's landing in an unethical and immoral area. Citizens of the district need to support the attorneys who are easing the heavy yoke that is resting upon the necks of those you represent. If you cut funding to legal services, you erode the distinction between you and those who create housing conditions that promote unease, ill health, and dangerous conditions. I know you don't want that. I know you don't want to be part of what harms, but what helps and heals. Thank you, and please make the right choice and fund $31.7 million for essential services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbis. And congratulations on almost being complete with law school. Tatiana Santos, Language Access Coordinator, IUDA.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. My name is Tatiana Santos, a Language Access Coordinator at IUDA, and I echo the cost to reject the proposed cut of approximately 67% to the Access to Justice Initiative. I'd also like to support the Access to Justice Commission in urging the council to meet requests for level funding and DC Victim Assistance Network's FY25 budget request. I want to start by expressing my deep gratitude for your past support and seek your continued commitment to the victims in our community. Currently, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants funds IUDA's Victim Services Interpreter Bank. This bank houses over 90 local, specially trained, and trauma-informed interpreters that provide services to 40 organizations and their clients within the district. The bank operates at all hours with interpreters available to work alongside victim service providers on an emergency basis or by scheduling appointments ahead of time. When an in-person interpreter is not available, providers may rely on telephonic interpretation as well. Over the last 5 fiscal years, demand has only ever increased for our services. From FY20 to now, we have seen an 80% increase in interpretation services rendered, and with that, an increase of almost 47% for the total cost of interpretation services that we provide. As of now, halfway through FY '24, we have provided interpretation with our VSIB interpreters on 177 occasions and on-demand telephonic interpretation on 1,065 instances. This marks a 50% increase in assignments from this time last fiscal year. Majority of these interpretation sessions aided therapy sessions, forensic interviews, group sessions, and intake meetings, all of which clients were able to rely on our interpreters. Additionally, interpretation services cover a broad range of languages, which include American Sign Language, Spanish, Brazilian Portuguese, and Amharic. If we were to continue with this current rate, we would well exhaust our budget, further proving that there needs to be support for increased funding, not less. The work of Victim Services Interpreter Bank ensures that limited English proficient individuals are met in their languages and that our city's resources devoted to healing and recovery are open to everyone. I join my colleagues and community in expressing my deep concern about the future that our most vulnerable neighbors, the victims, will face if the alarming cuts to OVSJG funding and other vital safety net resources in the administration's draft budget come to fruition. This cut would be detrimental, not only for the victims, but for the district as a whole. Your role as the council is crucial in ensuring that the true baseline financial need in fiscal year 25 for victim services is recognized and funded, and that the interconnected services victims receive in the district are addressed holistically in the budget. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, Committee, and Director Porter for elevating protecting survivors and victims of violence as a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santos. Nathaniel Bookard, Voices for a Second Chance.
How you doing today? Nathaniel Bookard. It's a pleasure for you to give me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here on behalf of Voices for Second Chances. I'm recently, I guess, a returning citizen. I've been home since 2013. I've been to various organizations, returning citizen, the mayor's office, participated in the infrastructure of her bread and butter, I guess, with Pepco. I just was a recent graduate, I believe 2 weeks ago. But I'm here today to voice my concerns of funding where the potential will be cut. Whereas though I benefit from it, from getting fed cars, from getting resources to better help my community as well as me to maintain my sanity and better my community as a returning citizen. I pay my debt to society, and I'm just here to give back to my society. But if funding is cut, and my resources will be cut too as well to give back to my community and to continue to give the better help to myself. I just ask that you look into it, and when you come down to visit Voices for a Second Chance, you definitely will be enlightened and very be happy and joyful of the constant work that they do. I'm now working for Core DC, which is I guess they getting ready to take over building a halfway house for the returning citizens. I'm an RA right now working at a women's shelter for I guess they took over a DC General Shelter. So that's my position that I'm doing now. So I'm definitely a community advocate. I'm reaching one, teaching one, and I'm definitely giving back at an all-time high for my community because I want us to win, continue to win. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for giving back in that way to our community. I really appreciate it. And thank you for all of you for the work that you do that is clearly so impactful and changing lives throughout the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any witnesses who have signed up to testify in person who have not testified yet? Okay. If you are a person who signed up to be an in-person witness, but you're now planning on joining us virtually, please let our committee team know and send them an email so that we can make sure you get on that list. We are going to move on now to our virtual witnesses. June Crenshaw, Tiffany Riley, Maziel Leiva, Peter Wood, Fatima Ba, Bill Mefford, Susie Jew, Christina Jackson, Kelly Jarvis, Alex Samuels, Laurel Patchen, Megan Resball, Natasha Walls-Smith, Carrie Vandenberg, and Michaela Booth Cole. We'll give you all a moment to join. Just as a reminder, you need to accept the invitation to join as a panelist. All right, June Crenshaw, Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto. This is June Crenshaw, and I appreciate your support for victim services community. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation and a proud resident of Ward 5, and also a member of the DC Victims Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee. The Wanda Alston Foundation serves a very vulnerable population, and we know firsthand how victim services can impact someone's lives. When LGBTQ folks experiencing trauma, they need a comprehensive network of support to help them heal and move forward. Today, I represent the Victim Assistance Network, or VAN, a coalition of nearly 70 victim service providers in DC. And our mission is to facilitate the network and ensure an efficient, victim-centered, and best practices informed continuum of victim services in DC. We are deeply grateful for the Council's past support and seek your continued commitment to the victims in our community. Today, the full VAN membership expresses our deep concern, as you've heard a number of times before, about the future that our most vulnerable neighbors, which are victims of crime, will face if the alarming cuts to OVJG's funding and other vital safety net resources in the administration's draft budget come to fruition. The proposed cuts will be devastating to clients at our organization and at others, and we could not continue providing the same coordinated services level with fewer resources as a continuum. That's why I urge you to support the Victims Assistance Network's FY25 budget request to protect the true victim services FY25 baseline by funding 51.8% and 51,875 in FY25, restore 107.76 million in FY25 budget cuts to critical safety net services that victim services rely on, including access to justice, DHS's programs, and OSSI's Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. Prioritize long-term sustainability for victim services by funding 21.3 million for new and expanded programs. Just really adequate funding for victim services. LGBTQ folks without this support will be left out of really important services and be unable to escape abuse and start a new life. So thank you so much for your support, and we thank Director Porter for her support and all the support of the council.
Thank you so much. Next, we will turn to Dr. Tiffany Riley, Deputy Director of Wanda Alston Foundation.
Thank you so much for having me, Councilmember Pinto, for this opportunity to speak and for your support of the queer people. My name is Dr. Tiffany Riley, and I am the Deputy Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. The Wanda Alston Foundation has a counseling center in Northeast DC that supports survivors of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and sexual assault. The Wanda Alston Foundation is extremely appreciative of the support we receive from the Office of Victim Services and Justice. This support has helped the Wanda Alston Foundation to bring me on board as Deputy Director, where my clinical expertise as a trained clinician allows me to guide the program using an intersectional lens and providing support for clients who look to get support around domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and sexual assault, so that way they can re-script a new narrative as a survivor and a thriver in life. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, domestic violence was 8 times as high among bisexual individuals and more than twice as high among lesbian or gay persons. This rate is 4 times more likely to happen to trans and non-binary individuals. In 2024 alone, we have lost more than 10 trans individuals due to hate crimes and assault related to relationships, although the media does not speak on this dynamic enough, if at all. Agencies like my agency, the Wanda Alston Foundation, we need to be the necessary support and safe space for survivors. Unfortunately, if the starting FY24 approved budget, which is 43 million, then has a cut of 5 to 10%, this impact will require for my organization to lose money. And essentially, we then lose the ability to provide the emergency shelter support that we provide, as well as to provide consistent weekly therapy to individuals who are in need of addressing trauma that they have lived and survived with. Clients look to my agency not only as a way out of a dark space, but to be a light of hope for healing. It is my recommendation that there is an increase in funding so that agencies like mine can provide queer affirming, culturally sensitive, and consistent crisis support and mental health support to those who are harmed and feel alone. The Wanda Alston Foundation wants to continue to collaborate with OVJG to provide support to those who are in need and disenfranchised. Funding is pivotal to this collaboration and addressing our clients' need for emotional stability and support from a village of those that care. Again, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. And so we have to be the agents of change. We have to be the ones to work to be the voices of the voiceless. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Riley. Maciel Aiva. Peter Wood, ANC Commissioner for 1C03.
Hi, just a second. Good afternoon. I'm Peter Wood. I serve currently as Advisor Neighborhood Commissioner in Adams Morgan in Ward 1, and I am here today to urge this committee and DC Council to continue supporting survivors of domestic violence. We all know that DC's budget for fiscal year 2025 is not an easy one to make, but throughout the discussions on where we can find a little extra cash flow, many in DC, including me, my constituents, and I think all of council, have vocalized a common refrain: we must invest in public safety. Until we'd ensure domestic violence is included in those investments, we are failing our city. I will be straightforward with an observation that most probably know, but prefer not to say out loud. Public services for marginalized individuals are routinely targeted during budget cuts because they aren't profitable. There's an important moral argument to why marginalized groups deserve collective support, but I want to draw attention, as many have today, to the economic argument. What is the cost of cutting domestic violence funding? Let's start with housing. We know that domestic violence is a very common cause of homelessness. We also know that homelessness increases the risk for someone to have health crises like access to food and water, become or stay unemployed, and experience a violent attack themselves, all of which cost money to address. Investing in housing, temporary and permanent, for survivors of domestic violence is a responsible expense. Now on to organizations supporting survivors of domestic violence. Service providers are essential to identifying and addressing coverage gaps, particularly for those who are hesitant to trust representatives of the government. But organizations don't run themselves. Like any other employer, they need to offer good salaries and favorable benefits to attract and keep amazing employees. When that doesn't happen, people who rely on those service providers often get left with few alternatives. Invest now and avoid that disaster later. How about economic empowerment? Surviving domestic abuse is expensive. It can mean missed days at work to recover from harm, reduced income opportunities, increased medical care expenses, all precarious moments that can either be met with funds to get through the difficulty or spiral into a seemingly endless cycle of bills, stress, and hopelessness. Make sure survivors of domestic violence have access to short-term financial support as a way to make the long-term prospect of recovery more reachable. The list of essential investments I'm advocating for goes on, but to summarize for brevity, invest in culturally specific services, including migration law professionals and translators, invest in mental health services that are accessible and effective, invest in programs developed and run by experts to prevent domestic violence before it happens. There's a lot of good things that we've been doing in DC, but DC is currently failing at being a leader on domestic violence prevention. We spend zero local dollars, if I'm not mistaken, on domestic violence prevention programs. If we want to truly be serious about preventing violent crime, domestic violence needs to have a clear role in our budget expenditures. Now is the time to prove you care about public safety, prioritize domestic violence in the coming year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Fatima Ba, Chief Program Officer of Calvary Women's Services. And if I could just remind all panelists to please accept the invitation that we are sending to join. Go ahead, Ms. Ba.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Fatima Ba. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Calvary Women's Services. Calvary works at the intersection of homelessness and domestic violence, providing transitional and permanent housing to women in the district. Calvary is also a member of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence and the Victims Assistance Network. We stand with the other members here today to ask the council to ensure that all survivors of violence have access to safe, stable housing and the services they need to recover from their trauma. As you review the mayor's fiscal year 2025 budget, I ask that you consider its impact on women in DC. In 2023, the dual crises of homelessness and violence intensified in DC, making it imperative that the government increases commitment to meeting the needs of women who are disproportionately impacted by these realities. At Calvary, I engage with women in our housing programs every day. Mary is one of the women I think you should know. Mary moved into Calvary's transitional housing program after experiencing physical and emotional abuse by her husband. He was so controlling that she was unable to keep the money she earned or see anyone without him. When I met her on her first day, Mary was depressed and afraid. She wasn't sure how to start over after all that she had been through. After living in a safe place and having a good case manager and therapist to offer support, Mary began making noticeable strides in her recovery from trauma. She now describes herself as Happy Mary. She smiles, talks excitedly about her new job, and will be moving to her own apartment soon. To support women like Mary, the DC government must maintain and expand access to safe, affordable housing. Housing remains the #1 unmet need for DV survivors, and housing instability is 4 times higher for women experiencing intimate partner violence. Over the last year, there was a 30% increase in homeless adults who reported experiences of domestic violence and even more who indicated that violence caused their homelessness. I'm joining the chorus of advocates urging the council to fully fund the continuum of housing and support services for survivors. I ask that you reverse the $2.7 million cut to the victim service budget, or we risk losing safe housing for survivors of violence. Commit funding for the critical safety net that DV survivors rely on by restoring $33 million to the DHS budget. Restore $21 million to Access to Justice and $63 million to the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund in support of women and families. Housing programs like Calvary's work, providing trauma-informed, gender-specific, and service-enriched housing programs that prevent re-traumatization, enables more women like Mary to end their homelessness for good. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto and the committee for the opportunity to speak. I will provide a copy of this testimony in writing as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ba. Bill Mefford, Executive Director of the Festival Center.
Hello, Chair Pinto. This is Bill Mefford, and I am grateful for you for the ability to testify today, and to my friend Alex Samuels for having a working computer. So I am testifying today to express my deep concerns about the mayor's proposed cuts to the Access to Justice program. I urge the council to fully fund this vital program for FY 2025. The mayor's proposed cuts of these vital funds for low-income and vulnerable DC residents, and is doing so at 67%. These drastic and draconian cuts will only make our communities less safe and increase already unconscionable racial disparities in wealth and housing security in our city. Cutting this program does not make sense because this is a program that actually works. DC's Access to Justice Fund served over 40,000 residents in 2023. Here's some of the most important results that we saw, and these are just a few. 76% of people represented by Access to Justice funded legal representation were able to stay in their homes and avoid unjust evictions by profit-driven landlords and property management companies. Access to Justice provided free legal interpretive services to over 7,500 people in civil court proceedings and saved DC residents a total of $14 million in unauthorized Medicaid payment costs. Another one is the ATJ funds supported free domestic violence and immigration workshops for impacted low-income vulnerable residents, especially those with dependent children. The truth is that people caught up in the civil legal system can face devastating consequences for not having legal representation, including losing their home, their children, their life savings, or their ability to remain in the country with their families. This is more, though, than just a policy debate. This is a deeply moral and theological issue as well. The most common theme associated with justice in the pages of Scripture is the mandate that justice must be accessible to people, especially people on the margins. Fully funding access to justice is a racial justice issue as well. Most of the people evicted from DC housing are Black or brown. Most women who use the domestic violence resources are BIPOC. And many who benefit from this fund are immigrants who are vulnerable to deportation or returning citizens seeking to reenter society. I urge the council to fully fund the Access to Justice Fund so that all people can have the legal representation they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mefford. Susie Jew. You on here? Coming? Okay, we'll come back to you. Christina Jackson, Executive Director of Washington Council of Lawyers.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I also deeply appreciate your leadership on this issue and thank the committee for your consistent support of the Access to Justice Initiative. We know you are as concerned as we are about the proposed drastic cuts. My colleagues all day have highlighted the numerous catastrophic consequences to district residents should funding not be restored. I want to speak about the additional consequence of significantly reducing the ability of legal service providers to leverage pro bono volunteers. The initiative is a unique, cutting-edge program that offers legal service providers the ability to leverage resources across organizations. The district has among the most robust and diverse legal services community in our nation, and collaboration amongst them is a powerful force multiplier. The initiative funding has allowed grantee providers to develop creative collaborations to better serve their clients. DC is also a model for its deeply rooted pro bono culture. But even with dedicated legal service provider lawyers and the significant contribution of pro bono hours and resources, the legal need far outstrips our ability to keep pace. The impact of pro bono service cannot be overstated. Leveraging these powerful resources expands access to legal services exponentially, which in turn saves the city untold amounts in long-term resources and contributes to the overall safety and well-being of our community. This impact depends directly on support from and partnership with well-funded, stable, and professional full-time civil legal service providers. Initiative funding supports these partnerships and is critical to the continued ability of civil legal services to leverage pro bono volunteers to serve clients in need. But pro bono volunteers are no substitute for experienced full-time legal service attorneys. DC's veteran legal services lawyers have been at the forefront of designing innovative solutions to systemic legal problems. Many, if not all, of the successful collaborative initiatives were led by legal service attorneys whose deep understanding of the system's justice gaps is informed by years working to obtain justice for their clients. Consistent and stable funding supports career legal services lawyers and minimizes turnovers. The DC Loan Repayment Assistance Program in particular both helps legal service providers retain existing staff and recruit new talent. LRAP not only provides important financial support, but it also demonstrates the value DC places on those attorneys' commitment to serving our community. At a time when legal service lawyers are working harder than ever, under more challenging conditions, this type of assistance makes a real difference. We are deeply grateful for the leadership the council has provided, and we urge your continued support of stable, long-term public funding for the Access to Justice Initiative in the District of Columbia. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Kelly Jarvis, Director of Research and Community Health, NPC Research.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kelly Jarvis and I'm a research director at NPC Research. Since 2019, I've worked with the DC Bar Foundation to evaluate and collect comprehensive data on the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, which funds seven legal aid organizations to assist low-income district residents who are facing eviction. In my testimony in January, I highlighted how the CLCPP providers have formed a uniquely effective collaboration, moving beyond just direct service provision to actually improving the broader system in some really important ways. And you've heard about many of these collaborative efforts by other panelists today. These systems level changes have profound impacts, to be sure, but in my short time today, I want to highlight some of the outcomes of the direct legal services. And that's because since the CLCPP started in 2018, literally thousands of low-income people in the districts have stayed housed because of the services they've received from a CLCPP attorney. And here's a quick snapshot of some of our data. In the last 4 years, 2,288 tenants who were sued for eviction were ultimately able to keep their homes after a CLCPP attorney took their case. Now, if we look across the characteristics of these tenants, we see that services are making a difference for some of DC's most vulnerable residents. And specifically, 1,514 residents of wards 5, 7, and 8 have stayed housed. 2,015 residents of color have stayed housed. 949 residents with children have stayed housed. 833 residents with disabilities or chronic health conditions have stayed housed. 533 residents over the age of 60 have stayed housed, and 1,117 residents have been able to keep a housing subsidy, which is a critical lifeline. Now, importantly, these are just the numbers of clients, which is the main person named in the case, and most clients did not live alone. So when we count the number of household members who also would have been displaced by the eviction, this number is increased to more than 5,000. So to say that again, more than 5,000 low-income district residents, many of them vulnerable, have stayed housed because of the services they have received from a CLCPP attorney. When a tenant's housing couldn't be retained, which sometimes happens, attorneys work to mitigate the negative impact of an eviction to support tenants' overall housing stability. So for example, they'll help tenants get more time to move out or reduce their rental debt, giving low-income residents a fairer shot at finding replacement housing for their families and avoiding homelessness. These attorneys have also provided legal information and advice to residents in an additional 9,000 eviction cases, enabling tenants to know their legal rights, understand their options, and make more informed choices about how to proceed with their case. In the district's current housing climate, a legal aid attorney is often the last line of defense, and in some cases, the last hope for low-income tenants who have been sued for eviction. The Access to Justice Initiative funds make this critical service available to low-income district residents, and it's working. Just ask the 5,000 people who have kept their homes because of it. Please continue your investment in this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Alex Samuels, Data Organizer, DC Jobs with Justice.
Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alex Samuels, and I'm the data organizer at DC Jobs with Justice and a Ward 1 resident. DC Jobs with Justice is dedicated to protecting and advancing the rights of working people and supporting community struggles to build a more just society. My testimony today will highlight the importance of the eviction prevention work facilitated by the Access to Justice Grant Program. DC Jobs with Justice is responsible for maintaining the data for the Eviction Prevention in Communities program, also known as the EPIC program, which is a project of Access to Justice. We collect publicly available case data from the court and share it with canvassers at community-based organizations so that they can connect at-risk populations with legal services and other social services. Our work in collaboration with our other partners at the EPIC program has helped tenants stay in their residences, as Kelly just reported. In December, the Washington Post reported that default rates in eviction proceedings have declined precipitously, quoting them from about 20% to near zero. In other words, tenants have increasingly been able to present their side of the story before they can be evicted. Because default is the most common reason for eviction, this decline has led to thousands fewer evictions. EPIC's legal and canvassing teams encourage tenants to attend hearings and explain that abysmal housing conditions are violations of DC laws and are worthy of being raised at court. In 2023, EPIC's canvassers knocked on over 4,000 doors, specifically 4,024, including 885 in Ward 7 and 1,168 in Ward 8. The Council's investment in the program has ensured that 36% of tenants threatened with eviction had a canvasser come to their door. At one of their lowest moments, they had someone to stop by to support them through the process and help ensure they exercised their rights. In order to do this, DC Jobs with Justice provides timely address lists to canvassers, particularly targeting neighborhoods with high rates of displacement. Then our staff and those of our partner CBOs canvass those homes, and often those in the same neighborhood or apartment, to prevent families from facing eviction and or homelessness. What we find is that many people who would have been served eviction notices are living in unsafe and illegal conditions, which would make an eviction illegal. Without talking to a canvasser, many tenants do not know these rights. Given the many needed services Access to Justice provides, a 67% cut to our budget will likely force the elimination of canvassing outreach and a significant degradation of our database. In reducing displacement and housing instability, the Access to Justice Grant Program supports public safety, economic opportunity, DC income tax revenue, and community cohesion. I urge you to restore full funding to this program. Let us help our communities fight displacement and build tenant power. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Laurel Patchen, Scientific Director and Medical Champion for Perinatal Law.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. As you said, my name is Laurel Patchen. I've been a midwife in DC for the past 25 years at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, which is one of DC's safety net hospitals. I'm also a proud resident of DC, living here in Ward 4 for over 25 years. Today, I testify as the medical champion for the Perinatal Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project with Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance. That project, known as PLAW, is a medical legal partnership that provides critical services to some of DC's most historically and intentionally marginalized expectant, birthing, and postpartum people. PLAW receives 50% of its funding from the Access to Justice Initiative. Our legal team is incredibly lean. We have one managing attorney, a paralegal, and postgraduate fellow who work alongside hundreds of perinatal patients. At current funding levels, we already cannot fully meet patients' needs for legal assistance and civil justice. If funding is reduced by 67% as proposed, we will have to eliminate at least one of our 3 staff positions, leaving fewer with access to this life-saving partnership. Of note, please know that just yesterday, the American Medical Association released its recommendations to this administration and Congress for improving maternal health. The AMA not only recognized the incredible value of medical legal partnerships and the need for more funding for them, but on page 6, they specifically highlighted DC's perinatal law program. This one program is funded by Access to Justice. To be blunt, budget cuts that affect access to justice will negatively impact DC's program that is now a national beacon for how to address the horrific maternal mortality rates in our country and what we are will compromise what we are doing in our community. As we all know, maternal mortality is one of the most urgent public health priorities in our nation, and it is one that is deeply rooted in our country's dark history of intentional harm to racially marginalized persons. Let me also share how our perinatal legal partnership directly benefits DC citizens and the life-saving work that they do. Many of my patients need help to fight food insecurity and to secure housing security. I have patients who week after week cannot gain weight, cannot enjoy a healthy pregnancy, and struggle to have enough food to be able to ensure that their unborn babies grow. I regularly hear that patients who are denied public benefits for which they are eligible have no other recourse. P-Law has taught me and other medical providers how to handle these situations, and we now have direct legal civil justice for our patients who otherwise would suffer the consequences of wrongfully denied legal benefits for which our community has endorsed. I can tell you that the hugs that I get from patients who have otherwise been struggling to meet their basic legal needs once they are assisted by our attorneys is life-changing, and it is the kind of reason that keeps me in medical practice, even in these current stressful times where we don't have enough people engaging in healthcare. I will tell you furthermore that by stabilizing social determinants, our program has avoided more expensive burdens on the district safety net programs downstream. Since the launch of this program in January of 2021, P-Law and its legal team has recovered more than $365,000 in
Ms.
direct
Patchen?
financial benefits.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're a bit over time. If I can ask you to
Happy to
submit your
conclude my
testimony.
statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please be sure to submit it to the team for the record, and thank you so much for the work that you do.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
Supporting these moms. Yep. Okay. Natasha Walls-Smith, Supervising Attorney and Interim Director of the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project, Disability Rights DC, University Legal Services.
Chairperson Pinto and committee members, I'm Natasha Walls-Smith, and I use she, her pronouns. As is customary in the disability community, I will briefly describe my appearance for those unable to see me. I'm a light-skinned biracial Black woman with shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a blue long-sleeve shirt, and my background is blurred. I am testifying for Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. DRDC is the federally mandated protection and advocacy organization for people with disabilities in DC. I am the supervising attorney and interim director for the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project. JPAP is an Access to Justice Initiative grantee. We provide client-centered reentry planning and rights advocacy for incarcerated and returning residents diagnosed with psychiatric disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and traumatic brain injuries. I testified last year asking for an increase in ATJ funding. I want to thank the council for honoring the DC Access to Justice Commission's requests by restoring funding in FY24. Today, I'm again asking the council to restore adequate funding for FY25. We can provide legal advocacy and reentry services not only because of the funding we receive, but also because of the network of services provided by ATJ grantees. Our clients rarely, if ever, have only one legal issue that requires legal advocacy or representation. In 2022, 82% of people with disabilities experiencing poverty had at least one civil legal problem, which almost 50% had 5 or more civil legal issues that year. JPAP regularly relies on the ATJ nexus of civil legal services for our clients. This enables our team to honor and address the complexity of each individual's experiences and the intersectional nature of disability, which often leads to better outcomes for our clients in the community. Returning to FY 2019 funding levels means returning to a period before my job existed. My position was created only after receiving additional funding in 2021. There's no other position like mine in DC. By statute, my position affords me unaccompanied, unannounced access to DOC facilities. I monitor the conditions of confinement and investigate instances of abuse, neglect, and discrimination against people with disabilities. I have reported many concerning conditions such as denial of showers, withholding of food, and residents in safe cells, which are cells used to prevent self-harm, left to lay naked in their feces and urine during a mental health crisis. During one monitoring visit, I found an individual sleeping on the floor of a cell with bed sores, unable to walk. I interviewed the individual and learned that his personal wheelchair was confiscated after accusations of misconduct. He was moved from an accessible unit and assigned to an inaccessible unit. And this led to other rights violations, as he was effectively denied access to legal visits and medical appointments because he was unable to navigate the stairs. Because of monitoring and extensive advocacy, this resident was returned to an accessible unit and given a mobility device without ATJ funding. This advocacy work would not have been possible. The proposed funding is similar to the amount funded pre-pandemic in FY 2019. However, when you adjust FY 2019 funding for inflation, the real dollar value of the proposed funding for FY 2025 is even lower than FY 2019 funding. The drastic reduction in funding begs the question, do we really value equality in our legal system if we decimate access to justice for our most vulnerable residents? If you defund ATJ, you defund equality before the law. Please restore ATJ funding to the FY 24 level.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I am going to remind everybody that we have over 120 witnesses today. So I need everybody's help to keep their testimony to 3 minutes. Because if everybody goes over 30 seconds or a minute, that adds several hours to the day. And people have planned on their slot to structure their day. So thank you for everybody's help in that mission. Susie Jew, Steering Committee Member, DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto. My name is Susie Jew, and I'm here in my capacity as a steering committee member of the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers. And I'm here to speak about the importance of restoring funding to the Access to Justice initiative. The consortium's mission is to coordinate the delivery, expand the availability, and improve the quality of legal services and advocacy for low-income district residents. Our membership is comprised of 36 organizations that offer a wide range of life-changing, free, and low-cost legal services. The groups are listed at the end of our written testimony. 75% of these consortium members receive funding through the initiative. With the initiative's financial support, members offer a breadth of critical legal services, including in the areas of housing, family law, public benefits, education, consumer rights, immigration, workers' rights, domestic violence, probate, as well as focusing on special populations like seniors, children, persons with disabilities, or returning citizens. You've heard today from many of our consortium members, and I too, on behalf of the consortium, urge the council to reverse the 67% reduction to the mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget and restore initiative funding to the fiscal year 23 and 24 levels of $31.7 million. This cut proposed by the mayor would not only undermine community priorities we all share, but would be devastating for our district residents in crisis, the member organizations that serve them, and the hundreds of district agencies and community groups that rely on their partnership. You've heard today how our members have been able to serve thousands of district residents in need. With access to legal assistance, residents are able to achieve individual outcomes that are better for them and have a fairer, more equitable experience in our justice and government systems. Civil legal services are a key part of the district's safety net providing upstream solutions that ease the burden on intensive and costly city services. Thanks to you and the Council's commitment to the initiative, the legal services community has come together in unprecedented ways. Consortium members have built coalitions with sister organizations and community-based groups to leverage resources to better support low-income district residents. You heard about innovative examples from Kelly Jarvis and Alex Samuels regarding the collective work of housing legal aid groups. The consortium is extremely grateful to the Council for its long-standing support of the Acts of Justice initiative to ensure the delivery of civil legal services to residents who cannot afford an attorney. It is only through sustained investment of the initiative that our consortium members can continue to work together to ensure low-income district residents have their voices heard and their essential needs met. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Megan Respall, public witness.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Respall, and I'm honored to serve as both a board member and a volunteer at the Amara Legal Center. I've come before you this afternoon to testify as to the benefits of the funding that Amara Legal Center receives from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants and the Access to Justice Initiative. To give a brief overview of our organization, the Amara Legal Center provides free trauma-informed legal services to survivors of sex trafficking and to sex workers. The majority of our clients are women of color who've experienced homelessness, poverty, and severe trauma. Since our inception in 2013, Amara has served over 500 clients and handled more than 800 legal matters across the DC metro area. That includes family law, criminal defense, criminal record relief, civil protection orders, and victim witness advocacy. Washington, D.C. is a nexus for various forms of sex trafficking, ranging from familial, pimp-based, intimate partner, and gang-based. Our survivors often face multifaceted legal challenges as a result of their victimization. For example, Amara provides free representation to survivors in contested custody cases when they have children in common with their trafficker or abuser. Without this free representation, survivors would not only have limited access to legal information and advocacy that would help them prevail in their cases, but their whole lives would be impacted. They would be required to face the justice system alone and likely face unfavorable outcomes affecting their long-term goals to achieve stability after leaving their trafficking situation. The free legal services from Amara and other DC providers help ensure both individual safety for our survivors as well as safety on a community level, as these individuals have access to legal remedies like civil protection orders when they face the serious risks of harm. Our survivors often belong to underserved and marginalized groups that are disproportionately targeted by traffickers. Reducing the availability of free legal services not only perpetuates, but also exacerbates these inequalities. As an example, many survivors face criminal charges for offenses that their traffickers forced or coerced them into committing. With our criminal record relief, they can move forward and pass background checks, obtain employment, seek educational opportunities, and this enables them to begin taking back control of their lives. Amara offers free representation for survivors seeking this criminal record relief so that they can seek things such as increased financial stability and secure housing. Thanks to the funding from OVJG system, Victim Services and Access to Justice, we can continue to provide support to survivors and sex workers in navigating the legal system in DC. And it's my sincere hope that you'll restore funding to support both of these important programs and allow us to continue to advocate on behalf of our clients. Thank you so much for your time today and allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Respall. Carrie Vandenberg, Staff Attorney, the Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Carrie Vandenberg. I am a staff attorney for Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities. QT is a nonprofit organization that has been advancing the interests of DC residents with developmental disabilities since 2001. QT monitors the quality of the services provided and advocates for whatever changes or improvements are needed to enable people to live full, healthy, and meaningful lives. Since our founding, QT has supported thousands of people with disabilities through our legal, lay advocacy, and monitoring programs, as well as systemic initiatives. I'm testifying to support continued funding of the Access to Justice Initiative. ATJ funds have played a critical role in the success of QT's Ginny Hatch Justice Project. This project focuses on protecting and advancing people with disabilities' right to make choices, the principal prerogative of all people to make their own decisions and direct their own lives to the maximum of their capabilities. Research has repeatedly shown that when people with disabilities are self-determined and have more control over their own lives, they have better life outcomes, including improved health and safety. Thanks to ATJ funding, JHJP provides legal representation, advocacy, and education to low-income DC residents who are in or at risk of undue or overbroad adult guardianship, who want to explore less restrictive legal options, or who are facing unlawful discrimination that impacts their decision-making rights. With ATJ funding, QT has been able to support 180 people with disabilities through JHJP over the past 2 years. One of those people was a young man with autism who had just turned 18 years old. He and his mother contacted QT because his school was encouraging his mother to seek guardianship over him, but he and his mother valued his autonomy and independence. QT was able to assist the young man with completing a statutory supported decision-making agreement form, allowing him to receive decision-making support from his mother while ultimately maintaining his decision-making autonomy. If QT loses a portion of ATJ funding, we would only be able to support about half of the amount of people we are currently able to serve. If we lose all of the funding, we risk not being able to continue our JHJP work at all and not being able to retain our current staffing to support our JHJP work. ATJ funds are critical in providing us the ability to promptly address the need for our legal services so that DC residents with disabilities are not unlawfully discriminated against in their efforts to live meaningful lives with the decision-making supports they need and want. We ask the Council to restore full funding to the ATJ so that residents with little to no income in DC have equal access to the legal services they need. I will be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg. That concludes the witnesses on this panel. I want to thank you all for your testimony and making really powerful cases for the impact and import of these funds. So thank you all very much. We are going to turn back to some of our in-person public witnesses who are here with us. I'd like to call Michaela Deming and Don Dalton. And do we have any more in-person? Remind me your name again. Melody Webb. Okay. Come up to the table and is. Okay, great. I saw them here. We'll do them after these three. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Jarrett. All right. Okay, we can start with Melody Webb from Mothers Outreach Network.
Yes, good afternoon.
Ms. Webb, will you turn your microphone on? There we go. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Melody Webb, and I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, which convenes the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. I'm also a native third-generation Washingtonian. Mothers Outreach is a legal services and advocacy organization that advances the inclusion and empowerment of Black mothers in the struggle for family preservation by transforming government income and child welfare laws, policies, and practices from punitive to empowering. We do so in large and relevant part through our legal programs, which undergird and provide women identifying as mothers and their families with life-changing legal services. This informs our advocacy, organizing, and systems change for broader policy transformation. To this end, we urge you to restore full funding to the OVJG Access to Justice Initiative. While Mothers Outreach Network strategies are multidisciplinary, our goals are simple: to help Black mothers find stable economic footing and to keep as many families together as possible. To this this end, our niche practice areas in advocacy and legal services seek to make an impact on the large footprint of poverty in DC. We push to fulfill a crucial, otherwise unmet legal need on issues that impact marginalized, impoverished DC residents, 13% of the city's population. The legal work also multiplies other efforts. Clients in our legal program become galvanized as change makers, whether attending our Know Your Rights legal information sessions or receiving representation. Our efforts fall into two broad categories that mirror our organization-wide focus. Family Defense Legal Program supports mothers in pursuing economic stability while navigating the child welfare system by providing brief advice, counsel, and representation to mothers in matters at the investigation and pre-petition stage of a child welfare matter, and through low-income tax advice and workshops, public benefits assistance, and in expunging their name from the Child Protection Register. I want to comment on our niche tax advice legal services program. We provide that on a year-round basis in brief advice format, customized to the needs of marginalized DC residents that are often cautious and hesitant to address their tax issues. They leave our clinic confident that they can tackle their tax matters, and some walk away surprised that they're likely owed refunds than are owing them. Our tax legal work aims to chip away at the information and participation gaps, as 25% of DC residents are not claiming their federal or increasingly generous local earned income tax credits. With access to justice support, Mon's Clinic has helped several dozen DC residents on a better path with their tax revenues. We're a smaller funded program, but we lend an outsized impact that touches a portion of the population that is really seeing their needs addressed, that is families who are involved in the child welfare system. We advise on wrongful placement on the Child Protection Register. If a person comes to us with other legal issues, we address those or refer them out. And our work is highly important. I want to note that we're tackling issues that the ABA has called attention to in Resolution 606, which calls on all professionals to recognize how over surveillance of and underinvestment in Black families is something that needs to be addressed. So we advocate for and ask that you support full restoration of funding to this critical program that supports our critical work to fulfill an unmet legal need.
Thank you very much, Ms. Webb. Dawn Dalton, Executive Director of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. As you know, my name is Dawn Dalton, and proudly I serve as the Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. DCCADV is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers in the District of Columbia and includes 18 domestic violence member programs. As you have heard us share before, domestic violence is a critical issue in the district, with 39% of women and 25.5% of men living in DC having experienced sexual violence, physical violence, stalking, or a combination thereof perpetrated by an intimate partner. OVJG is the main funder of domestic violence services in the district through its victim services line. In addition to this funding line, additional funding for domestic violence survivor services is allocated through access to justice, justice reentry grants, and even gun violence and truancy-related funding. DCCADV recognizes that domestic violence survivors receive and rely on services and resources provided through the OVJG budget, judiciary and public safety broader portfolio, and most other government agencies and council committees. We appreciate OVJG's partnership in the work of supporting survivors and their shared recognition that survivors need and deserve services to achieve safety and move forward on their healing journeys. We also thank you to Director Porter and her team for support and partnership of the field. As I shared in my testimony during the performance oversight hearing for OVJG, in FY24, the agency added a new no-cause termination provision in their grant agreements with grantees. We join with our fellow OVJG grantees in expressing the deepest concern over this new no-cause termination provision. Our organization and our members rely on the funding that we receive from OVJG to provide critical life-saving services to survivors. It is not possible to plan annual budgets, hire and retain dedicated staff, and provide uninterrupted services to survivors, knowing that one of our main funders can pull funding mid-year with very little notice. We ask that the council remedy this in the Budget Support Act to have the clause removed or nullified so that we can focus on continuing to provide uninterrupted services to survivors. Additionally, we would like to add our voice to the seemingly annual issue of transparency that has been raised by our membership and the broader victim assistance network that The mayor's budget does not comply with the transparency provisions of DC Code 4-571.01 again this year. This lack of clarity prevents service providers, counsel, and the community to inform and coordinate efforts to meet the needs of all victims and survivors. The impact of DV is experienced throughout the district. Children experiencing domestic violence in the home are more likely to be truant. People who have perpetrated domestic violence with a firearm are more likely to use those firearms in other contexts. Women in the U.S. and Black women specifically are more likely to be murdered during pregnancy or soon after childbirth than to die from the 3 leading obstetric causes of maternal mortality. My time is up. My colleague, Michaela Deming, will be covering the specific funding requests for victim and domestic violence survivor services. In closing, we stand in solidarity with the Victim Assistance Network and the Fair Budget Coalition, including their revenue raisers. Our district cannot balance budgets off the backs of our most vulnerable neighbors. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Michaela Deming, Policy Director of DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, members of the committee and staff, and thank you for the accommodation this afternoon. We know that this is a tough budget year. Our goal is to maintain FY24 programming and service levels across the victim services sector. That would require the victim services line to be increased to $51.87 million. Unfortunately, we believe that the mayor's proposed budget erroneously included funding sources that have already been spent, leaving victim services funding cut, not increased, by about $3 million. I will note that there is a possibility that you will hear those funds are available. If these funds are indeed available as revenue for FY25 victim services grants, even though they have already been included in prior year budgets, that would necessarily mean that $6 million was not awarded in grants over the past 2 years in accordance with the approved DC budgets. Council must reverse the cuts, increase the victim services funding to maintain current service levels. Domestic violence survivor services save lives. They also reduce reliance on child welfare, law enforcement, criminal legal systems, medical care, public benefits, and many other government-funded agencies, which saves the district money. In further support of the need for funding for domestic violence survivor services, we have proposed adding a fee to marriage licenses and divorce complaints. Collecting these fees to specifically support domestic violence survivor services would add DC to the majority of states that partially fund these essential services with these fees. We anticipate that these fees generating revenue will not generate enough revenue to supplant existing funding, but can supplement existing victim services and the available funds in the victim services grants line. We ask the fees be directed to a non-lapsing fund to supplement the existing domestic violence survivor services and prevention efforts. Survivors in the district also depend on human services that have been cut in the mayor's budget, legal services, housing, food assistance, childcare, and many others. To have a budget that truly supports survivors, we need council to adequately fund access to justice, reentry grants, ERAP, PEF, SNAP, and other human services. I will note that reentry grants, as many as 94% of women who are incarcerated have a history of domestic violence, and that the domestic violence continues throughout their period of incarceration. The budget necessities we're advocating for still fall far short of the funding necessary to meet the needs of survivors. The true cost of survivor safety would require an additional $21.75 million to expand existing services and begin new programs for legal services, mental health services, housing units, culturally specific services, economic justice and cash assistance, language access, and prevention programming. We also stand in solidarity with the Victim Assistance Network and the Fair Budget Coalition, including their revenue raisers. Thank you for the time to testify this afternoon, and I welcome any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Deming. Thank you all for your testimony and the work that you do. About the fees proposed for marriage and divorce, how many dollars do you anticipate that could generate, and where do you think that the fund should be set up for those to funnel into?
Thank you for the question. It's a little bit unclear exactly how much the fees would generate. Most states have fees anywhere between $15 per complaint or per marriage license application, all the way up to $50 each. We have a little bit of lack of clarity about how many exactly are filed each year. If we estimate that it's around 700 divorces are filed each year, and as many as a few thousand marriage licenses are filed each year. I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to do the math live, but it's a relatively small amount of money, and we understand that, but really necessary to start to increase the services that are currently available, even with this stream of funding.
Okay, and in terms of where that fund should be set up to, how do you envision that?
Thank you. Yes, so OVSJG would be the most natural fit for that, but to have a non-lapsing fund, there are already 2 non-lapsing funds that OVSJG also manages. This one could be a separate fund. And then there are options, of course, that those could be non-competitive awards that go out to domestic violence service providers. Some states do a set aside for the state coalition and divide up after that, and some do an application process similar to how OVSJG does their grant awards now.
Okay. And then do you think that custody applications could be a similar candidate for increasing the fees to subscribe those dollars to as well?
Yes, I have not seen that done in other states, but it is a possibility, of course. I will note that there are already provisions for indigent filers to not have to pay fees across the board. And so we don't believe that these fees are a regressive a revenue raiser for the budget.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And I want to ask you, Ms. Webb, as we think about the real impacts that a cut like this would have on the services that we can provide, can you give us a sense of programs that would have to be cut that you offer, or staff positions that would have to be cut that would impact your operations?
Our program would cease to exist. We pretty much rely 80% or so of our funding is through this program. So we would cease to exist and all of the services and all of the headway we've been making in terms of tax education outreach, including on the Earned Income Tax Credit Program, which we hope that funding will be, the expansion will be restored to. All of that would disappear for us.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, thank you. That is a bleak outlook. And then when it comes to the funding available for OVSJG, initially the budget looked like it was a slight increase for DV. Not that it fulfilled all of the need, but we were thrilled that it was reflecting at least a recognition that these investments needed to be increased. But it's my understanding that it may be that some of those funds have already been spent. So can you elaborate a little bit more on how we know that and what that looks like and what that means for the actual proposed budget for DV victim services?
Yes, thank you for the question. So when we look into the budget tables over the last few years, we can see that each year the district gets Victims of Crime Act funding. We can see directly from the federal government exactly how much money comes through to the district. It's a formula award, so we know exactly how much it is. We can see that as we track back in budget years, we can see that each year included in the federal funding that is available is that year's amount of VOCA funding for OVSJG to spend. It's included there, and we know that that then creates the victim services line for the amount of dollars that are able to be granted out. We can see that for FY 23 and 24 and 25. The problem is when you look at FY 25's budget tables, it includes funds that were included in the FY 24 budget and the FY 23 budget. So necessarily those funds were either not spent in the prior years, even though they were included in the victim services grants line, or they were not spent and OVSJG underspent each year by about $3 million when victim services were asking for desperately needed additional funds. And so it's the VOCA years that appear to have been duplicated, and we have tried very hard to get additional clarity on that and have not gotten a satisfactory answer. But we do believe that those funds have already been fully spent or awarded out, and they are not available to the tune of around $6 million for the FY25 budget. And that would lead to, instead of a $3.67 million increase, instead the line being a $2.7 million decrease.
Okay. And what would that decrease do to domestic violence services able to be provided?
Yeah. I'm happy to answer that one. So the Victim of Crime Act dollars have certain services that are funded, and we see it mostly funded in legal services by OVJG, as well as Children's Advocacy Center. Those tend to be the majority of the dollars that are funded with VOCA funds.
But so, I'm sorry, I'm more mean from an operational perspective. If this budget were to move forward as proposed, what would the 2.7 million real reduction mean for the DV cluster of grantees?
And to be clear, it's not just domestic violence. There's sexual assault services that are funded with these dollars as well. The answer to that, I think, is challenging because of the other cuts in the access to justice funding line, because VOCA funds are supporting legal services also. The, just overwhelming cuts to that line of service, victim services across the OVSJG budget is so significant. I can't sparse out what that one little piece would look like.
Can I add a little
Sure.
bit to that? I'm sure that you have heard and will continue to hear from a number of victim services providers today. We have seen over the last several years an increase in demand and request for domestic violence services that cannot be met even with the funding levels that we have had. And so to see a decrease to that level is necessarily going to mean that there are time periods where you can't access certain services, like an attorney, to file a protection order, to support someone through a custody or divorce case, to accompany them in as a victim through a criminal trial, which leads to folks being less safe. But it means less services to folks that are relying on them, and that we as a community are relying on to keep people safe and alive.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Okay, would like to call Charles Lowry and Kelly Neptune. Is there anybody else who is here in chambers who has signed up to testify who has not testified yet in person? Okay. Okay, great. Well, welcome Kelly Neptune, Executive Director of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto and members of the DC Council. My name is Kelly Neptune, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. We are the largest provider of pro bono legal assistance in the District of Columbia. Our organization leverages the power of volunteer attorneys to serve more than 21,000 individuals and 5,000 nonprofits and small businesses each year. I want to begin by thanking the Council for saving the Access to Justice Initiative funding last year. Today, I come before the Council to ask that it be saved again. This funding is critical to the Pro Bono Center's ability to meet the legal needs of the most vulnerable Black and Brown district residents living on low incomes, who have been historically left out, left struggling, and left behind. The Access to Justice Initiative has been instrumental in the operation of the Pro Bono Center, as we are entirely funded by donations and grants. The initiative funds 1/3 of our budget and approximately 1/3 of our staff. Due to this funding, last year, the Pro Bono Center provided legal information and representation to over 2,800 DC residents in eviction and other housing matters. The call center for the Landlord-Tenant Legal Assistance Network, a partnership with 5 other organizations, is operated out of the Pro Bono Center. 52% of callers were tenants living in wards 7 and 8 with incomes below $20,000. We have seen record high increases in requests for housing assistance and legal help. We are the founding members of the Family Law Assistance Network, an initiative-funded partnership with 2 other providers. This network provides marginalized residents with rapid response assistance and representation in family matters. Similar to housing, we've seen nearly a 25% increase in requests for family law services. We are proud that the initiative is funding our new future planning and probate program. We will address a long-standing gap in services and empower district residents to maintain possession of their homes and build generational wealth. We respectfully request the council continue to champion for district residents, and thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Neptune. Charles Lowry, the president of the District of Columbia Bar. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and please, yep.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. My name again is Charles Lowry. I'm the president of the DC Bar. The DC Bar, as you know, is the largest mandatory bar in the country with more than 118,000 members nationwide and 66,000 members in the DC metropolitan area. On behalf of the bar and its past presidents, I'd like to express our strong support for the Access to Justice Initiative and the restoration of the funding to fiscal 2024 levels. This program is a model for the nation, and we're grateful to the district government for its support. Initiative funding has been transformative in providing essential legal assistance to low-income district residents. That's why we are alarmed at the proposed budget reduction of the initiative by 67%, which is a reduction of over $21 million. The drastic cost to this effective program will be catastrophic for district residents, and it will put the safety, health, housing, and economic stability of district residents, most vulnerable residents, at risk, placing them even further in jeopardy. A severe reduction of the initiative funding will be especially damaging because community needs continue to rise. There is already a staggering unmet need for civil legal help. Budget increases since FY 2022 allowed the legal services community to develop innovative approaches to meet this growing need. This work is at serious risk if the funding is drastically cut, and already struggling district residents will suffer. The Access to Justice Initiative leverages the power of volunteer attorneys. As DC Bar leaders, we continually encourage our members to volunteer. Our pro bono attorneys rely upon nonprofits to screen cases, provide training, and mentor volunteers. This requires significant resources, and any funding cuts to legal services grantees will restrict their ability to multiply their impact through volunteer lawyers. Civil legal aid helps district residents navigate complicated issues and protect their families. Without it, our community's challenges will increase as unaddressed legal problems spiral into additional crises. Providing legal help early is good for the community and relieves the burden upon government agencies. The DC Bar thanks you, Chairwoman Pinto, for recognizing the importance of providing access to justice for district residents. We encourage the committee and the council to continue to demonstrate leadership by restoring the initiative funding to fiscal year 2024 levels. Thank you.
Thank you both very much, and thank you for all the work that you do. I want to ask about the kind of current structure of fees that the Pro Bono Center is receiving, kind of through donations, through other government supports, and also through voluntary donations when DC attorneys renew their licenses.
Yes, I think it's important to note that the DC Bar Pro Bono Center does not receive 1 penny from license fees. And so when attorneys who have to mandatorily pay license fees in order to practice in the District of Columbia, that the DC Bar Pro Bono Center does not receive any of those fees. And so we are reliant upon contributions and donations and grants entirely. And so that's why a reduction in these funds are so impactful, because our largest grantor is the DC Bar Foundation. And reduction in funds from the DC Bar Foundation will significantly impact our budget. Almost a third of our budget and almost a third of our staff are funded by the DC Bar Foundation. And so it would be absolutely critical and devastating if there is a reduction in funds, because we are so reliant upon contributions, donations, and grants.
How much has your grant been from the DC Bar Foundation over the last several years?
Over the last several years, it would range anywhere between 1.4 and last year is $1.7 million.
Okay, so is your total budget around $5 million?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so when I go to renew my license on an annual basis, and at the bottom it says, do you want to make a donation to the DC Bar Pro Bono Center? Those are voluntary donations, but those all go to the Pro Bono Center, not to the foundation.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay, and so how much are you generating on an annual basis through those voluntary donations as part of the renewal process?
So annually, we receive approximately $1.2 million from those contributions. But you aptly pointed out that they are voluntary, right? And so we are reliant upon attorneys when they are renewing for their license fees. We are 100% reliant upon them to check the box to say that they want to support the DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
And is that common practice from other jurisdictions that you're aware of?
Well, there are a lot of mandatory bars that are across the country. And so it depends on whether they have a structure where they have an organization such as the DC Bar Pro Bono Center who provides pro bono services. And so every jurisdiction is different, but I do know that for us, we are reliant upon, especially during license renewal time, we are reliant upon members to select a box to contribute to us.
Okay, let me ask that a different way then.
Sure.
Do you know of other jurisdictions who have a mandatory bar who also have a mandatory part of the fee to go towards pro bono legal services as part of their renewal process?
I am sure that there are other jurisdictions that operate that way. I am not sure if Charles Lowry, if you have.
I am not aware, Chairman Pinto, of any of that particular situation. There are very strong laws now affecting these mandatory bars as to where monies are directed. And so we have to be really careful, which is why none of the dues money goes to the Pro Bono Center. That has to go to the management of the licensing and operation of the bar itself. And when you go outside of that, you can run into challenges. So.
And are those requirements set by local law, or are those kind of national standards for other bars? Who makes those rules?
I think that it's more litigation and legal precedent that has come into play as to, and the current climate that we're in now, that you have members who are bar members challenging the their bars for where their monies are going, and to make sure that that money is going to appropriate places, which I guess to me speaks to the fact that the voluntary donations that you see at the bottom of your dues request, along with the fundraising that we do every year for the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, speaks to the importance of this funding and this work by attorneys across the District of Columbia and also maybe in other locations, because that money comes to DC. And I think without the funding that the Access to Justice Initiative presents, then these attorneys can't continue. They can continue to support financially, but they can't carry the whole load of the need of district residents. I was at the advice and referral clinic just last Saturday at the Michelle Obama Center in Southeast, and there were over 60, 70 people there just waiting for assistance. And this was not extensive legal assistance. It was just advice and referral. So there's a need there that it comes out every month in terms of the clinics, but it just illustrates also the pro se, the large numbers of our residents that go to court on a pro se basis without attorney representation, either pro bono or low bono. But there's such a need for this initiative.
Well, thank you. And what would you say are the top two or three biggest legal categories that your pro bono attorneys at the center are working on?
Sure, absolutely. First, housing, right? Housing and family law services in particular are funded through this initiative. And a reduction in funding would be catastrophic because these will significantly impact the attorneys that we have that are doing the work, that are preventing evictions all across the district. It will go to our family law attorneys who are day in and day out in DC Superior Court, helping district residents with their cases, helping them with a variety of family law cases such as custody and divorce. We provide such a crucial safety net services for these residents, and kind of an evisceration of these funds would be it would have a completely devastating effect on the amount of work that we would be able to do and the services that we would be able to provide.
And Chairwoman Pinto, I'd just like to add that we believe that the restoration of these funds and the need for these funds keeps those residents from then being in need of additional government services, that this funding is preventative in nature. It helps us to help our residents that are most in need.
Thank you very much. I share that belief. But thank you both for the work that you do and for being here today to testify. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And as three members of the DC Bar, we all especially appreciate it.
Yes.
All right, we are going to turn back to our virtual public witnesses. I'm going to read off a number of names. Please remember to accept your invitation to join as a panelist, and we will go from there. Natalia Otero, Nicole Walter, Michelle Johns, Tina Front, Betty Gentle, Shania Schlolnick, Iris Potter, Beatriz Ortiz, Diana Fitz, Katie Hodge, Jean Doe, Lupe Quinteros Grady, Michelle Palmer, Kate Riame, Juliet Wander, Bakary Sambu, Sean Hopkins, Earl Kenny, okay. Natalia Otero, Executive Director of DC Safe.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalia Otero. I'm the co-founder of DC Safe. We serve an average of 12,000 survivors of domestic violence each year, and we specialize in providing expedited services to the 1,800 survivors yearly that are at highest risk for homicide. We do this by creating a formal set of continuums of care that ensure timely information and resources are available in real time. This undoubtedly saves lives. Over the past decade, OVSJG's funding and advocacy has been absolutely central to making DC a model city for crisis response and DV. Prior to DC Safe's inception in 2006, there was no continuum of care for survivors outside of business hours. First responders had nowhere to turn when they encountered families in need. Through programs like the Crisis Response Team, the Lethality Assessment Project, and the Crisis Shelter, DC has demonstrated that it is possible to see a return on investment in innovative and data-driven programming. Innovation and collaboration is key, and we hope to further programming where multidisciplinary teams are reacting in coordinated ways to victims' needs in real time. We hope to investigate how systems such as the court and the U.S. Attorney's Office can use data from risk assessments to make more informed decisions that can further support victim safety. We want to explore how the criminal justice system can better intervene with people who are assessed as higher risk for severely harming or murdering their partners. And we want to implement pilot projects such as the DIVA project, which creates non-critical interventions with families who are repeatedly calling 911, thus addressing their underlying need and reducing the expense on the city. In order to do this, we need sustainable support from funders like OVSJG and the flexibility and political backing that would be required to change the barriers and harm victims of crime are currently experiencing. While I appreciate the work that the Council does to ensure that we do not see significant gaps in funding levels, you can see from the asks of the VAN and the DCCADV that even at this level funding, we are in an unsustainable place. I'm extremely concerned that if we don't work together to creatively grow resources coming into the district, we will face more violence, or worse, we will lose infrastructure that we have worked so hard to build. The funds from OVSJG gets the funds that OVSJG gets transferred from the court has been dwindling over the years. The VOCA funds have been cut, and we have been told by the agency that there is no capacity to seek federal funds outside what is given in formula grants, not to mention the confusion around what is actually allocated to the agency in this year's budget. Our fourth attempt to apply for federal funds ourselves this year was stymied by bureaucratic rules that prohibited nonprofits from applying directly. The 4 government agencies that we did approach to partner with us on this were either not allowed to apply as lead applicants, like in the case of MPD, or they declined the opportunity due to the capacity or perceived fit of the project in the cases of DHS, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and OVSJG. I appreciate the partnership that we have with your office, especially Council Member, and the partnership that we have with Director Porter, and I'm hoping that our collaboration can continue and that we can help find a solution to the situation we are in at the moment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Otero. Nicole Walters, Supportive Advocacy Services Director at DC Safe.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and the esteemed members of the committee. I'm Nicole Walter, the Supportive Advocacy Team Director at DC Safe. I stand before you today to reiterate what DC Safe has addressed throughout this budget season, which is the urgent need for both ideological and fiscal commitment from both OVSJG and the DC Council to support the High-Risk Domestic Violence Initiative, also known as the HRDVI. Regarding the ideological commitment we're calling for, to be extremely clear, we're simply asking the city administrator signs an updated and expanded order that governs the HRDVI. The order has not been amended in any way since it was first signed in 2009. A renewed and explicit endorsement of the administration is paramount at this point in ensuring that the participating government agencies can move forward on our collective plans to refine and improve processes within the HRDVI. Regarding the fiscal piece of our ask, I want to be clear, we're not bringing this issue forth simply to argue for additional funds just for the HRDVI. On one hand, yes, the funding for the HRDVI is currently insufficient. We do receive partial funding from OVSJG to support the work annually, and as Natalia described, we at least attempted to apply for additional federal funding this year. On the other hand, additional funding to support the HRDVI is not mutually exclusive from baseline funding from the victim services community as a whole. They're both integral and necessary for an effective public safety ecosystem. As such, going into FY25, DC Safe supports the VAN's ask for $51 million baseline funding level for OVSJG. At a minimum, we feel this is what's necessary to properly support the reality of our new normal. Also, you've heard from our colleagues today. We stand with the VAN in demanding clarification about how the FY24 budget and proposed FY25 revenue sources impact the bottom line of funding available for victim services in FY25. Any cut to OVSJG's budget will reduce DC Safe's efficacy by hindering our ability to sustain our current growth and also continue to hamstring projects like the HRDVI, which require additional funding at this time. Moreover, while it may seem that it's an overly optimistic goal, we also support the VAN's ask for an additional $21 million to OVSJG to support new and expanded programs in FY25, as well as a 25% increase to other partner agencies like DHS. If not achievable this year, the Council must consider a commitment to making it happen in the very near future. Without both baseline and additional funding asks prioritized, we'll continue to be both unsustainable and stagnant on our growth as a community. And further, the fidelity of our work to provide compassionate care for survivors will be compromised, not only agency by agency, but on a macro level that will inevitably worsen the impact of violence in the district. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Walter. Michelle Johns, therapist advocate, the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center.
Good afternoon. Thank you all, Chair Pinto and members of the committee for this opportunity. Thank you and your staffs for the important work that you all do to care for the needs of the people of DC. My name is Michelle Johns and I serve as a therapist and advocate at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center. In this role, I work individually with clients and also lead psychoeducational groups for clients who have been victims of crime and or experienced other traumas. I also collaborate with colleagues at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center to educate and advocate for equity for LGBTQ+ persons. All of our services are offered for free due to grants and generous donations by community members and by you all. We are in times of increased violence, as has been named repeatedly today. Misinformation and hatred towards our LGBTQ+ siblings, and particularly persons who are transgender, gender expansive, and also Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and African. We are seeing an ever-increasing need for the vital services we offer at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center. Community members from all over call, email, and come through our doors in desperate need of refuge. We welcome them into the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, offer food, offer a place to exhale, access to supportive services, and even
Ms. Johns, you are on mute. It just went off after you said access to just a couple seconds ago.
Thank you. I do not know. Thank you so much for letting me know that. I'm not sure technology did something funny. Due to the significant increasing needs and the unique services we offer, we have outgrown our current space and are in the process of creating a new physical space to offer even more services. This new home in Ward 2 by the Howard Theater will be a game-changing and vital resource for the LGBTQ+ community in Washington, D.C. Our new home will have more dedicated spaces for healing and connection, including healing arts, space to create nutritious meals, store and distribute food, expanded gender expansive clothing closet, and so much more. This will also be a place that will offer location for other impactful LGBTQ+ community-based organizations and service providers. Again, we thank you all for your dedication to our work, and we need your continued investment for this vital new space to be realized. As a Spanish speaker, I offer culturally linguistic appropriate care to Spanish speakers, also to asylum seekers. The care that we offer is vital. We are asking the DC Council to increase our budget by 40% so that we can expand our behavioral health care. This increase is necessary investment for our community. We need an additional 1.5 million to complete the new space, as well as 300,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tina Front, founder of Courtney's House. Tina Front, are you here?
Yes. Thank you so much, and thank you all for this time. My name is Tina Fruits, and I'm the founder of Courtney's House. Courtney's House works with youth who are sex trafficked in Washington, D.C. We are the only African-American run, survivor run program that works again with sex trafficking being our only population. As a survivor of child sex trafficking, I wanted to make sure that I worked with youth here in the district that is also trafficked. Our ages are 11 to 24 with an average age of 11 to 17. Our Pacific grant, not only I'm a DC resident for many, many, many years, I am a first-time homeowner as well. I want to say our services, and we've been providing since 2008. I've also been working on an issue with trafficking since 2003. We work with Hope Court. I helped create Hope Court. Hope Court, it works in one very important way. It's a diversion court for youth who might be sexually exploited. Within that, we work with boys and girls, and boys who don't define as LGBTQIA, boys who define as straight. As a Black queer woman, I will tell you that most of our girls, 98%, define as lesbian and bisexual who are trafficked. Over 70% of our youth are trafficked by their families at Hope Court. Hope Court was created as a diversion court with many charges, as we see on the news, that many, many youth are being charged in DC. Well, when I watch the news in DC, I see many of our youth that we currently work with who are also sex trafficked and who are confirmed sex trafficking survivors. We have already doubled our numbers at Courtney's House through this quarter with providing services towards youth. We give rides to court hearings. We provide food to court hearings, and youth are allowed to eat inside of court. We are there with them. We provide a full food program. They get food at the end of the day, and they get a snack bag, and they can feed their siblings. Now, what if we don't get the 20 to 30% increase that we need to keep up the rate of the youth who are being trafficked in DC? What if we are not able to provide our 4 to 6 referrals that we get per week at Courtney's House? Then we won't be able to provide to any of the DC youth who are being trafficked. Over 60% of our youth have special needs as well that currently are in Hope Court. If you currently look at the missing youth right now on DC's website, 7 of those youth currently provide services or being referred to Courtney's House. Please ask me more questions and I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. Betty Gentle, Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated. SUM is a nonprofit organization in DC that aids our neighbors in need, aiming to break the cycle of poverty and homelessness through transformative programs and services. We are members of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Reentry Action Network, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Today, SUM emphasizes 3 necessary key strategic investments that would enhance community safety if adequately funded in the FY25 budget: supporting survivors of gun violence and domestic abuse, aiding returning citizens' reintegration with stability and support, and enhancing equity in the civil legal system for low-income residents. For SUM acknowledges the profound traumas faced by residents seeking our support, frequently stemming from experience of violence. Restoring any cuts in adequately funded victim services is imperative for fostering individual and community healing, ensuring safety, and addressing these complex challenges head-on. Over the past 3 years, with grant funding from OVJG, Summit has provided high-quality mental health services to gun violence survivors through a successful partnership with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and Summit's Journey Project. The Journey Project supports adult survivors of primary and secondary gun violence, reducing trauma and enhancing resilience through peer support workers, trauma therapies, music group, and trauma-informed yoga. Flex funds are used to address social determinants of health, such as clothing, food, medical costs, and transportation, aiding mental health focus. Summit is eager to continue our partnership with OVJG, aiming to reach more survivors by expanding our dedicated outreach staff and accessing additional flexible funds for addressing immediate client needs. In addition, domestic violence stands as a pivotal force propelling homelessness, and boosting investments in victim services is crucial to greatly improve community support for survivors. Since the onset of the pandemic, Summit continues to see a rise in DV cases, including high lethality situations. Our gravest challenge lies in swiftly relocating residents to emergency safe locations due to limited emergency shelter availability or short-term accommodations in hotels that are safe and inaccessible to perpetrators. We urge stronger funding to facilitate emergency shelter placement, support during the relocation process, transportation, and basic needs provision while in shelter. Second, institutional involvement significantly contributes to homelessness in our communities. The proposed $2 million decrease to reentry grants should be restored, and urgent action is needed to bolster investments in reentry housing and supportive services, given that returning citizens are consistently overrepresented in DC's annual point-in-time count. Enhancing community safety and economic prosperity hinges on deepening our investment in aiding our returning neighbors' transition to stable housing, employment, and affordable health care. Empowering them to rebuild their lives not only benefits individuals, but also enriches and strengthens our communities. Finally, some urges the council to restore the substantial cut to access to justice, which threaten the ability of legal organizations to serve low-income residents precisely when demand for assistance is surging. Free or affordable civil legal services are crucial for empowering our low-income and working-class neighbors to secure and retain housing, healthcare, public benefits, employment, as well as enabling individuals to safely escape domestic violence. Thank you for the opportunity to offer this testimony.
Thank you. Shayna Sholnick, Director of the Promoter Pathway, Latin America Youth Center.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shayna Skolnick, Director of the Promoter Pathway at Latin American Youth Center, known as LAYC. It is through the support of OVSJG's truancy reduction efforts that the Promoter Pathway has placed 7 promotors at schools across DCPS, where we partner with staff to increase student engagement and reduce truancy. Our team includes bilingual promotors at Roosevelt High School, McFarland Middle School, Cardozo Education Campus, Coolidge High School, and Ida B. Wells Middle School. Promotors or youth advocates are highly trained LAYC staff providing long-term one-on-one mentoring and intensive case management to students facing high risk factors and socioeconomic barriers that directly impact their school attendance. We were shocked to learn that the proposed FY25 budget will cut all funding for OVSJG's truancy work. Our students face significant barriers contributing to truancy, safety, mental health, and transportation issues, and vast family and financial challenges like housing, food insecurity, and responsibility of older students to care for siblings and to work to help support their families financially. While $7 million in funds are being allocated for truancy for DHS to increase interventions in the PATS and ACE programs, this completely overlooks the already impactful work in place by community organizations. Cutting off funds where effective programming is up and running means all young people currently engaged will lose access. And from LAYC's long history of serving the community, we know that unfortunately many young people are not trusting of government agencies, especially when the juvenile justice system is involved. Putting funds solely into DHS and not the community organizations on the ground and directly embedded in the schools will cause significant barriers. One student was referred to us having over 60 absences the previous school year. Once the promotor met with the student, she was immediately receptive to being in the program, talking about the challenges impacting her attendance, ranging from family struggles to experiencing conflicts at school. The promotor was able to help the family meet basic needs, and the student began coming to school more frequently, having regular check-ins with her promotor, and finally having a safe space to talk when she was struggling. Having the promotor right there
to help her process feelings and learn how to manage conflict, help decrease physical altercations, and develop skills to resolve situations. She even became a mediator with her peers and siblings. Her attendance improved. She joined the debate team. She's now on the honor roll, is a cheerleader, a captain of the basketball team, and has coached middle school basketball. This is just one example of many. This impact multiplied by the 268 students promotors have served thus far. When I had to break the news to my team that their employment is at risk, their first reaction was the young people. They know their work is making a difference, and they know it will be these young people who suffer. And their immediate response was, these students deserve better. We ask you today to restore funding and continue investing in effective programming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Iris Potter, Associate Director of Clinical Programs, DC Forensic Nurse Examiners.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Iris Potter, and I have the honor of testifying as the Associate Clinical Program Director of DCF&E. DCF&E is a community-based nonprofit that serves victims of sexual assault and domestic violence, including adults and adolescents from all 8 wards of the district. With support from OVJG, our forensic nursing response has remained fully operational and uninterrupted for more than a decade. When someone in our city experiences sexual assault or domestic violence, we offer compassionate and trauma-informed services free of charge within an hour of presenting to the hospital. We have responded to more than 7,300 victims who have sought our care since our inception. As a sole provider of medical forensic care for adults in the district, DCF&E is essential to ensuring that victims' rights are upheld under SAVRA, which guarantees the right to access a medical forensic exam after a sexual assault. Having recently celebrated my 10-year anniversary with DCF&E, I've witnessed numerous changes in our organization. I want to briefly discuss some of these observations as they contribute to DCF&E's ability to serve victims of crime and provide context to DCF&E's FY25 budget needs. First, forensic nursing requires a level of advanced training that is not taught in nursing school. Thus, becoming a forensic nurse requires many hours of hands-on clinical training, resulting in a significant upfront investment for every nurse we onboard. This comprehensive training is necessary to ensure the expertise of our staff and is also shown to reduce turnover. The reality is that even with the most holistic onboarding process, forensic nurses experience high levels of burnout and vicarious trauma and typically remain in the field for only 2 years. I've sat with many departing nurses as they've agonized over the decision to leave DCF&E. Many nurses cited compensation and benefits as a driving force behind the decision. DCF&E has implemented wage increases over the past several years in an attempt to keep pace with nursing industry standards and a higher than average cost of living in the district, but we are still behind the curve. It's imperative that DCF&E continues to adjust nursing salaries in order to provide not just a livable, but a competitive wage to retain our highly trained and experienced nurses. Chair Pinto, you have acknowledged the role we play in the district's public safety plan and the government's fundamental obligation to work with experts like us to keep the district's residents safe. We're concerned that the mayor's proposed budget includes funding sources that have already been spent, which leaves the victim services funding cut, not increased, by $2.7 million. DCF&E will not be able to sustain our 24/7 on-call response if our budget is reduced. We're here today urging the council to reverse the budget cuts and at a minimum, maintain the current FY24 victim services funding levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Beatrice Ortiz, Managing Attorney, IUDA.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Beatriz Ortiz, and I am the Immigration Managing Attorney at the AYUDA DC office. AYUDA has been serving immigrants communities for over 50 years. AYUDA offers a full range of immigration, family law, and consumer fraud assistance, social services, and language access support for low-income immigrants from anywhere in the world. Ayuda's clients include survivors of human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault, stalking, and other violent crimes. Our low-barrier services ensure that DC immigrant survivors who are often hesitant to access resources have a safe and reliable place to seek help. My testimony today will focus on the uniquely essential community resource that is the Access to Justice Initiative. Access to justice funding administered by the DC Bar Foundation is critical to Ayuda's ability to maintain our essential services. This funding supports our recently arrived immigrants program and Project End. Our recently arrived immigrant program provides comprehensive legal services, including consultation, brief services, and extended representation to recently arrived immigrants, as well as legal education events and trainings to local services providers. The need for expert legal counsel for recently arrived immigrants continues to increase, outpacing our capacity. Project End is a program unique to Ayuda, which combats immigration legal fraud amid constant changes in immigration political rhetoric, law, and policy. We anticipate continued confusion and increased consumer fraud by unscrupulous non-attorneys. We are also seeing an increased amount of immigration legal fraud among newly arrived immigrants. The proposed budget cut to the Access to Justice Initiative will have a devastating impact in our services. Reducing funding will jeopardize our ability to provide services that promote public safety and community resilience. Without critical legal assistance, newly arrived immigrants will continue living on the margins due to the lack of immigration status and work authorization. This will work to further isolate, increase their reliance on city resources like emergency shelters, and make them vulnerable to immigration fraud, which will make them unable to address if they lose the critical project and that we are funding. A 67% cut on this funding pool at the time of increased need among unserved communities is simply unsustainable. On behalf of Ayuda, we appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Fitz, Community Outreach Specialist, Ayuda.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Diana Fitz, and I'm Ayuda's Community Outreach Specialist. My testimony will focus on the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, specifically the Victims of Crime Act, VOCA, funds administered by the office that supports our culturally specific services for victims of crime. With this funding, we provide legal social services to low-income immigrants who reside in or were victimized in the district. Victim services are critically important and critically needed at this time, particularly for underserved populations. Culturally specific and trusted organizations like Ayuda play an essential role to ensure all DC crime victims have access to support services. Service providers need increased support from the district. Ayuda joins the Victim Assistance Network in urging the Council to protect the true baseline for victim services. We recently learned the Mayor's proposed budget includes funding sources that have already been spent, which leaves the victim service line funding cut, not increased by $2.7 million. Council must reverse the cuts and increase the victim services funding to maintain current fiscal year 24 service levels. We join the calls for the Council to restore funding for other critical safety net services, OVJG, access to justice, and DHS core services such as ERAP, SNAP, and permanent supportive housing. Survivors rely on the full spectrum of human services to recover from their victimization. In fiscal year 23, through VOCA grant, Ayuda provided wraparound legal and social services to district residents. These clients obtain immigration relief, benefits such as work permits and permanent residency, and we're able to improve emotional and mental well-being through our U.S. case management services and support groups. We urge DC Council to help maintain these critical supports that make a lasting difference in the lives of survivors. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Katie Hodge, public witness.
Hello, thank you for giving me time today. I'm testifying as a resident. I'm humbled to hear everybody else's experiences. I've been deeply concerned about the district's gun violence problem for many years. Knowing that this is a hard budget year, I like to say that if the city had shown and had a commitment to a comprehensive gun violence strategy, it's unlikely I'd be testifying today. But as it is, we're almost a year without a director or acting director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and a year without a director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And the agency we're here for today, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, is perennially underfunded. If we had a strategy, I could not like that cuts are being made, but have trust that they were being done with as much fidelity as possible to a plan to reduce violence and support victims. Historically, hospital-based violence interruption programs have been funded through the OVJG. I've met with many of the council members who are part of this committee and feel like that there is support for public health prevention. So I would exhort you to do what you can to protect these programs. One thing I think could be done is to create a line item in the budget so that they're not competing against other grants. But I'm sure there are other things that people more knowledgeable with this process than I am could come up with. I'd also like to take a moment to speak in support of the Access to Justice Initiative Fund. I feel like there, but for fortune, those of us who haven't used those services, could need those services. When I was on a jury duty, I experienced somebody who was a client for the NVR DC and got to realize how important and complicated it is navigating that system, just the court system when you're already under stress and duress. And so I feel that's also very important. And it's been disturbing all day to hear about these budget issues. I'd love to believe that it's a one-off issue, that funds are in odd places or not where they're supposed to be, or did they get funded or not. But through being involved in advocacy in DC for a few years, it seems like this comes up every year, and it's disheartening. So I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention and the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Doe, Client Network for Victim Recovery of DC.
Dear committee, my name is Jean Doe. I am a survivor and a Network for Victim Recovery of DC client. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony and my recommendation as to why OVSJG should continue to fund victim services instead of cut. NVRDC was there for me during the most harrowing period of my life. Not only did I have to confront and reckon with my trauma, I also learned that my truth had a price tag. While I recovered at home, my assailant had been very busy. When I returned to campus, I searched for help only to learn that I had been blacklisted from most sexual assault resources available to students. As if taking my sanity and sense of safety wasn't enough, they took my truth and claimed it as their own as well. No one would help me, but I couldn't really fault them. The experience that those organizations were safeguarding was my own. It was just the right side, wrong person. Misunderstood and floundering, I lost hope fast. Through the grapevine, I heard that their wealthy partner might hire lawyers on their behalf, that this might go to trial. These fears shocked me out of my denial phase. This was real, this was serious, and I needed help, professional help. But I had no wealthy partner or wealth of my own. A quick Google search returned NVRDC's website. From the first interaction, I was relieved to find that they were not only professional and capable, but also kind and empathetic. NVRDC's willingness to help me was the first time someone outside of my support system acknowledged that I was suffering. And though by the end, I would consider NVRDC as part of my own support system, they provided me with what my friends and family couldn't, legitimate legal help. I learned that love, prayers, and care, though important, are not legal tender. NVRDC helped me regain my truth. NVRDC supports survivors by virtue of being able to provide services for free. Therefore, I recommend that OVJG continue to fund victim services and not cut that funding. I survived that experience thanks in large part to NVRDC support, and I am eternally grateful. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear about your experience and what happened to you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Lupe Quinteros Grady, President and CEO of the Latin American Youth Center.
Greetings, Chair Pinto and council members of the Committee of Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lupe Quinteros Grady, and I serve as the Latin American Youth Center President and CEO. Our partnership with the Office of Victims Services and Justice Grant started in 2018 as part of a truancy reduction program at Roosevelt High School. Initially, as a pilot program, 2 promotores were placed at Roosevelt, and soon after, we went into 4 additional schools to reach more chronically truant students due to our proven track records of success and impact. My request today is that you continue to invest in the district youth and support the citywide efforts around truancy. During the pandemic, LAYC did not close its doors and was intentional about staying connected with our youth and families. Our youth during that pandemic were isolated. They had various obstacles that exacerbated challenges of school's persistence and engagement. Our promotores are dedicated to developing positive relationships with youth in need, working towards our goals of stability, connectedness, and self-agency by addressing our youth's needs holistically. A student I would like to highlight was referred during the 11th grade year. This student had 140 absences upon referral. Through a combination of suspensions and absences, had been referred to CFSA and was involved in over 25 physical altercations throughout the school year. The promotor worked closely, building a strong rapport with the student. They identify short and long-term goals with the promotor, and they check weekly to see the progress of the student in order for the student to stay on track to achieve her goals. The promoter also collaborated with the school to ensure that the student was able to make up any missing work through credit recovery and summer school. Now in her senior year, she's working extremely hard to get to school and classes on time, completing assignments, and taking the initiative to reach out and support when things are not going well. Recently, she took her SATs, which she never wanted to do before. She's on the honor roll, is actively college planning, and is on track to graduate this year. The promotor pathway has a history of rigorous evaluation. A randomized controlled trial evaluation of the promotor pathway conducted by the Urban Institute demonstrated that students with a promotor were 1/3 more likely to stay in school than students without a promotor. A more recent study that we followed up with long-term impact of the model gathered data on the same youth, 22 and 29 years old, providing a glimpse into the lives of these participants as young adults. 5 years post-initial evaluation, 81% of the promotors you have received a high school diploma or equivalent compared to a 75% control group. So I just ask that you please continue to invest in our youth and to support them with so that we can continue to support them with their goals. And let's build on the work that's having a great impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle Palmer, Executive Director of the Wentz Center for Loss and Healing.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. I'm going to talk really fast. My name is Michelle Palmer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wentz Center for Loss and Healing. The Wentz Center was founded 48 years ago to serve as a place of healing and community for traumatized and grieving people. We have proudly served as part of the district's victim services provider community for over 15 years. In the 12 years that I've been the executive director, the One Center has provided grief and trauma-focused mental health care to approximately 2,500 victims of crime through funding from the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants. You are no doubt familiar with the saying, hurt people hurt people. And I believe this to be true. But the other side of that equation is that healed people can and do heal people. That's why specialized mental health care is so vital to the victim services continuum. We serve as both care and prevention. I join in the chorus of terrified voices you've heard today. Should the council and the mayor not protect the true baseline of $51.87 million to maintain the current victim services delivery system and move forward with the cuts proposed to access to justice? Councilmember Pinto, helping people heal from the worst things that have ever happened to them is actually what gets the One Center staff out of bed in the morning. And our ability to offer free services to victims of crime is what gets me out of bed in the morning. It is the thing I am probably most proud of. However, as the executive director, I cannot offer these services at the expense of the well-being of my staff or the long-term sustainability of my organization. I must pay my staff a salary that is commensurate with their enormous talent. I must ensure that they have the training that enables the One Center to offer high-quality, trauma-specific interventions. And I must ensure that I am doing all of this in a fiscally responsible way that supports the long-term sustainability of the One Center. This, Councilmember Pinto, is the work of every single executive director or CEO that testified before you today. No, we cannot do more with less. No, we cannot do more with the same. We can't even do the same with the same because of inflation. The mayor's budget proposes devastating cuts to the social safety net of DC. And while I ask you and other council members to please avoid these cuts whenever and wherever possible, I am begging you to at least fully fund the service delivery system whose job it is to help heal those who are going to be injured as a result of these cuts. Thank you for hanging with us all day, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That was quite powerful. I really appreciate it. Kate Reum. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Rayom, Chair Pinto, Rayom.
Excuse me. Thank you. Kate Rayom, Pro Bono Support Housing Attorney, DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the council. My name is Kate Rayom. I am a Ward 5 resident and a housing attorney at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. I work with the Landlord-Tenant Legal Assistance Network and the Landlord-Tenant Resource Center, two critical programs funded through the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program. Every day, we provide legal information and resources to low-income tenants struggling with illegal evictions, severe housing code violations, and more. I also mentor and support volunteer attorneys representing pro bono clients. I'm testifying today to urge the council to fully fund the Access to Justice initiative. Today, I am speaking to you live from our virtual resource center, which actually just wrapped up at 5. But over the past week in the resource center, I helped a disabled tenant whose landlord refused to make needed repairs, a tenant trying to navigate a court case against a negligent landlord, and a tenant facing eviction because their landlord miscalculated their rent. The eviction process is scary, intimidating, and confusing. Tenants don't know they can present defenses or that a notice of past due rent does not always lead to eviction. At least once a day in the resource center, a tenant calls us with an emergency housing condition, such as no heat or a carbon monoxide leak. Without sufficient funding, we will be forced to significantly scale back what resources we can provide to these tenants. In addition to our network and resource center, the Pro Bono Center has a vast network of attorney volunteers. With mentorship, they can take on housing cases and amplify our impact in a cost-effective way. DC Superior Court judges constantly tell us how much legal representation helps the court. Judges note a substantial difference in their ability to manage the case and get parties to a positive outcome when tenants have representation. The proposed budget cuts would force us to reduce free legal representation for residents such as Mr. L. Mr. L came to the Pro Bono Center for help when his landlord sought to evict him for violating his lease by allegedly not paying his utility bills. Mr. L lives in subsidized housing with his wife and teenage daughter. Eviction is almost guaranteed to lead to the loss of a housing subsidy, which can be catastrophic. It is almost impossible to recover a subsidy once it is lost. We placed Mr. L's case with 2 pro bono attorneys. I mentored and advised them along the way. Ultimately, we presented evidence that Mr. L had in fact paid his utility bills, so the wrongfully filed case was dismissed. This allowed his family to remain in their unit and keep their subsidized housing. I urge the council to fully fund the Access to Justice initiative so that we can continue to provide these necessary supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rayom. Juliet Wander, public witness.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to tell my story today. It's an honor to speak about my experience with the Network for Victim Recovery of DC. My name is Juliet Wander, and I recently graduated from law school at American University. I also just passed the Florida bar. 3 years ago, I was a second-year law student in DC, and I was a victim of a sex crime. At the hospital, I was introduced to the Network for Victim Recovery of DC. To say the least, NVRDC was a godsend. My recommendation to this committee is to increase the budget for victim services, like NVRDC. They were there for me, free of charge, and every single step of the way. Without the funding, this organization would not have been able to have the impact it had by providing such services to me as a survivor. As a client, I was searching for advocacy, and more specifically, emotional, financial, and legal assistance. They provided me with an attorney who zealously represented me and my interests in a criminal and Title IX case. They provided funding for specialized therapy while I was navigating how I was going to recover. Receiving these services, while at my lowest, made the biggest difference between me overcoming what had happened to me and me spiraling down. NVRDC gave me the strength and the ability to make a choice to receive the help that I needed. Furthermore, something that stands out about NVRDC is their employees. My legal representation was done by a competent and compassionate person. She worked tirelessly on my case, and she always had a smile. My expectations for receiving free services were highly surpassed. It's important to highlight victim services employees that radiate happiness in working for their clients. This made a substantial impact on my positive experience with NVRDC. I recommend increasing the budget for victim services like NVRDC because of their services that had such a huge impact on my life. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing your story. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. And I'm happy to hear that you had a good experience with your attorneys. And I think that's totally fair and a good point that the interaction with that positivity really also goes a long way. And congratulations on passing the bar. Bakari Sambu, public witness.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Bakari Sambu, and I am an immigration paralegal with the Central American Resource Center Karesen. On behalf of Karesen, I am here to express our gratitude for the funding and support that we receive from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Since 1981, Karesen's mission has been to foster comprehensive development of the Latinx community by providing direct services while promoting grassroots empowerment, civic engagement, and human rights advocacy. During fiscal years 2023 and 2024, the grant funding that we received from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants has allowed us to provide direct immigration legal services to DC residents and immigrant survivors of crime in furtherance of our mission. Thanks to the support of the Consolidated Victim Services Grant, Karesen has been able to help undocumented crime survivors apply for U non-immigrant status or U visas. These migrants have cooperated with law enforcement after surviving serious crimes such as domestic violence, rape, child sexual abuse, and aggravated assault. For example, Karesen helped a client apply for a U visa after he was the innocent victim of gun violence and cooperated with a local police investigation into that crime. Karesen is currently working with another innocent victim of a brutal gun attack. As an immigrant and recently naturalized citizen myself, I'm grateful for the opportunity to help clients navigate the immigration system, access holistic services, understand their rights, and seek justice in cases where they are victimized. In addition to helping immigrant crime survivors apply for U visas, Karesen has helped survivors of crime seek work authorization, obtain permanent residency and naturalization, and submit family reunification petitions on behalf of their family members. In fiscal year 2024, Karesen has hired a new pro bono coordinator who will help us to leverage our partnerships with local law firms to expand our services to immigrant crime survivors in the community. Through these partnerships, Karesen will provide trauma-informed legal services and referrals to new immigrant crime survivors. Additionally, we will educate DC residents regarding crime survivors' rights. We look forward to ensuring that these clients receive the immigration legal services they need to one day regularize their status, remain in the United States, and reunify with their family members. The support that Karesen has received from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants has been critical to our ongoing success in serving DC residents. Nevertheless, for every client that we accept, there are many more that we must turn away due to a lack of capacity. The substantial budget cuts proposed will undermine essential services to victims of crime and will also undermine our community safety, stability, and well-being. We hope that you will consider maintaining the funding available for providing services to DC residents so that we can continue to support immigrant victims of crime for years to come, while also promoting safety and our community's well-being and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sambu, and thank you for doing this important work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Powerful example. Sean Hopkins, public witness. Earl Kenny, public witness. And note, Earl. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say note, this is the last person on this panel. But we are about to move on to the next panel. Thank you all very, very much for being here and for sharing your stories, whether they were personal experiences and tragedies and trauma that you have been through, or the important work that you do on behalf of DC residents. We really appreciate it. And I think you made very clear the deep human impacts that these types of cuts would have. So thank you very much for being here with us today. I'm going to call our next panel, Danielle Burrs, Sophia Boss Shady, Gregory Graves, Jasmine Jackson, Bishop Allison Abrams, Jody Ovka, Harley Morgan, and Vincent Johnson. We will start with Danielle Burrs, Senior Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Members of the committee, my name is Danielle Burrs, and I am testifying in my role as Senior Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence, also known as CCE. CCE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a mission to enhance justice for all in the District of Columbia. CCE has worked to improve the administration of justice in the courts and related agencies in DC through research and policy analysis for over 40 years. Thank you for this opportunity to present our organization's views on the OVJG FY25 budget. We want to begin by thanking the Council for its leadership, filling gaps in last year's proposed budget for civil legal services. We also commend the capable and determined leadership and staff of OVJG who have helped change the lives of thousands of DC residents for the better through funding direct services for victims in crisis, continuing to support community-based reentry service, access to legal services, and funding resources to make district residents aware of the services and options available to them. Reentry, community engagement, truancy reduction, and emergency and transitional housing have all received cuts in OVJG's proposed budget, and those cuts will be felt, as many of my colleagues have testified today. However, the largest cut, by a large measure, is access to justice funding. According to the Access to Justice Commission, more than 80% of litigants in housing, domestic violence, family, and public benefits cases are not represented by counsel. As many as 97% of DC residents engaged in probate matters, a particularly complicated area of the law, are unrepresented. We know that outcomes in all of these areas are greatly improved when individuals have counsel. For example, in 2022, legal assistance in eviction cases from Access to Justice Initiative grantees led to 82% of tenants retaining possession of their homes. The last 3 years allowed for longstanding, trusted organizations to step up and assist more of our neighbors. In some areas, the need will now be greater. For example, the DC Council unanimously passed a debt collection law, which affords greater rights to consumers. Legal services providers saw a 35% increase in requests for legal help in this area from 2022 to 2023. This is a measurable increase in their work that is necessary to support new legislation. Unfortunately, a 67% decrease in funding is heading in the wrong direction and can jeopardize people's health, safety, and well-being. CCE appreciates its ongoing relationship with and support from OVJG. Staying true to its mission of working to enhance the district's justice system to serve the public equitably, CCE urges the Council to fill the gap in funding for FY25. Thank you for your attention today, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Sophia Boss Shady, public witness.
Hello. My name is Sophia Boschatti. I am a Ward 6 resident and lead organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition for an Equitable and Safe DC. To us, safety is investing in community, and today I'm here to uplift a few very important budget recommendations in our Fair Budget platform that fall under this hearing. I'm calling on y'all, the Council, to fully fund access to justice and to increase funding to respond to the increased prevalence and severity of domestic violence in the district. Before I jump in, I want to voice something that has been touched on repeatedly today, which is that we do believe the mayor's proposed budget includes that cut of $2.7 million. If that proves to be true, we were calling on the Council to reverse the cuts and increase the victim service funding to maintain current FY24 service levels. Regarding access to justice, as y'all know, this initiative serves a wide range of problems and a great number of residents across DC. This program supports the district's safety net. It promotes community well-being. And in creating and funding this program, the district government recognized that legal support leads to fairer, more accessible justice and better individual outcomes. I would be remiss not to mention that given the deep cuts to ERAP and eviction prevention services this year, access to justice legal services will be even more needed by our community. Regarding increased funding to responding to domestic violence, Domestic violence impacts every aspect of life in DC, and the number of survivors reaching out for services is at historic levels and continues to grow. I would like to just pause and uplift and thank all of those who have come and shared their personal stories today, and really uplift those narratives. As we know, domestic violence is intersectional and impacts so many areas of life here in the district. I would especially like to name it as a leading cause of family and women's homelessness here. We're advocating for increased funding for existing domestic violence programs to serve survivors, as well as prevention programs so that there are eventually less survivors in need of resources. Each and every year, domestic violence programs and the survivors they serve face cuts to essential services, and we need multi-year funding to build strong foundations and to bring in and adapt promising service and prevention programming for our communities. As I close, I would love to point out to the committee that cuts are not the only way to get a balanced budget. We are all here today asking y'all to fund services that we know are imperative, that we know shape the lives and the existence of our citizens and our people as a whole. We can and must tax wealth through the recommendations in the Fair Budget platform to have a balanced budget without harmful cuts. In closing, I'm calling on y'all to raise revenue in order to fully fund access to justice, to increase funding for domestic violence, and to reinstate victim service funding. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Gregory Graves, public witness. Jasmine Jackson, Assistant Director of Victim Services, Community Family Life Services.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto and members of the board. My name is Jazz Jackson, and I would like to thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony on behalf of Community Family Life Services and our clients. Community Family Life Services has been in existence since 1969. We are a nonprofit organization that provides children, families, and adults with the tools they need to move beyond poverty and homelessness. Within this population, we support women who are returning home following a period of incarceration by assisting them as they move into a path of self-sufficiency. We begin our work while women are in prison or jail and continue that work when they return to the community, offering support for up to 5 years. Our programs and services include transitional housing, release planning, health and wellness, HIV services, employment coaching, case management, family education, and emergency services. Through a one-stop shop delivery service model, we have developed an organization that provides services using a combination of direct support and partner relationships. By gearing our services towards women, we can ensure that no one falls through the cracks of the DC social safety net. With the help of the DC city government through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, we have been able to expand our services to more women in the district and deepen our support to offer for existing clients. Many of our clients are women of color, an underserved subset of an already underserved population. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 79% of women in federal and state prisons report a history of physical abuse, and over 60% report past sexual abuse. Studies have reported that these numbers are more than likely larger. Women coming home from prison require trauma-informed and gender-responsive services. CLFS is uniquely positioned to provide these services. The FY25 budget proposal has a reduction in the reentry line, and this directly impacts our services we provide. Additionally, as my colleagues have mentioned, we believe that the mayor's proposal budget includes funding sources that have already been spent, which leaves the victim service lines of funding cut, not increased, by $2.7 million. The impact of this reduced funding for CLFS would be significant and multifaceted. It would result in the closure of one of our housing programs, affecting not only survivors of domestic violence, but also returning citizens. The emphasis on these programs are essentials for survivors to achieve long-term stability and independence. Overall, the budget reduction would not only deprive survivors of much-needed support, but also hinder their ability to rebuild their lives and break free from cycles of violence and poverty. In order to continue this quality level of service of trauma-informed care, we ask the council to reverse the cuts and increase victim services funding to maintain the current FY24 service levels. Thank you so much for the support, and we look forward to our continued partnership with you.
Thank you very much. Is Bishop Allison Abrams here? Okay. Jody Ovka, Executive Director of Access Youth.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Jody Ovka, Executive Director of Access Youth. I'm here to testify regarding the proposed elimination of OVJG's truancy prevention funding in the F25 budget. Access Youth is the district's longest running partner in high school and middle school truancy prevention, piloting our truancy program at the city's request in 2013 when the Attendance Accountability Act was passed. The need for our services has never been greater. In the wake of the pandemic, nearly all the attendance barriers and behavior challenges that students previously experienced are heightened. Family resource and income issues, transportation challenges, community safety concerns, violence, and school climate problems. They have all worsened since 2020. While most of the city's absenteeism-related efforts and funding focus on elementary and middle schools, Access Youth concentrates where its negative impact is most deeply felt, in the most disadvantaged high schools and middle schools in wards 6, 7, and 8, with the highest rates of absenteeism, especially during the 6th and 9th grade transitions. Today, our program serves over 800 students annually across 8 DCPS middle and high schools, Anacostia, Blue, Eastern, and HD Woodson high schools, and Johnson, Kramer, Hart, and Kelly middle schools in Ward 6, 7, and 8. If funding is eliminated, 800 students at these schools will be left without these critical supports, and the decade of expertise we have built will disappear. Our program works. In a multi-year comparative study conducted on the 3 years prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, students in our program, when compared with their peers who were not in our program, had on average 18% lower rates of unexcused absences, 10% higher ISA, 7% higher promotion rates. And last year, 98% of the seniors in our program graduated. We are unique. Unlike other programs, we focus on early intervention. Before the school year even begins, program managers identify students who are likely to have attendance issues, and we enroll them. We are there on the first day of school, welcoming students and staff back to school, launching attendance incentives, and working with attendance teams to identify students who show the earliest signs of chronic absenteeism. Students are referred to us as soon as they have 3 to 5 unexcused absences, not when they reach 20 to 25 days. Every year, the need far exceeds our capacity. Further, our evidence-based program model provides daily in-school support. We don't just drop in, nor do we expect students to travel to access our services. We meet them where they are and where we all want them to be, in school. Our full-time on-site program managers build relationships with students and families, provide life skills and socio-emotional support for students, work with them to set and meet specific individualized goals, and empower students to maintain accountability as they work to increase their attendance, behavior, and academic performance. The proposed budget shifts truancy funds to programs like PASS at DHS. However, those programs only serve a small fraction of the thousands of students who need attendance-related support, and typically don't reach them until their attendance issues are so severe that they are at risk of legal consequences and near the threshold of failing school for the year. Even more important to note, for PASS to build and implement truancy programming at a new level will take years to reach, in contrast to successful providers such as Access Youth, who are already there and successfully delivering results. This is an exceedingly difficult budget year, but the district cannot abandon preventative, effective efforts to address truancy and chronic absenteeism. This is a truancy epidemic. We urge the council to make targeted investments. Yep.
I'm just going to ask that you summarize and wrap up. You're a bit over time.
Yep, sorry. Basically, we need the money in the budget. We can't lose it, and we gotta fix chronic absenteeism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll come back to you for a question in a moment.
Yep.
Haley Morgan, Assistant Director of Programs, Truancy Prevention.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto, members of the council, and community members. I'm actually Caitlin Ellsworth. I'm the Director of Finance and Operations for Access Youth, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of Harley Morgan, our Assistant Director of Programs who oversees our truancy prevention program, who had to depart due to a family obligation. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today again regarding the importance of continued funding for truancy prevention programs previously funded through OVJG. As Jody mentioned, we were founded in 2009. We were the first and have been the longest running OVJG high school truancy prevention grantee following the passage of the Attendance Accountability Amendment Act in 2013. Again, this year, we anticipate serving over 800 students across DC's most challenged middle and high schools in wards 6, 7, and 8. And our program has generated measurable results: 18% lower rates of unexcused absences, as Jody mentioned, 10% higher ISA rates, and 7% higher promotion rates in an independent study. As you know, rates of chronic absenteeism and truancy have hit all-time highs in recent years, higher than they were when the Attendance Accountability Amendment Act was passed back in 2013. The City Council held hearings on the issue of truancy and chronic absenteeism in recent months, underscoring its importance to our community. And yet, amid this current absenteeism crisis, the current budget proposal completely eliminates OVJG funding for truancy prevention programs like ours, and this is unacceptable. We understand that this is a very difficult budget year. We understand the need to reduce spending on programs that don't generate the needed results, but ours does. And to eliminate this entire funding line from OVJG's budget will eliminate crucial support for over 800 students, where our city's most disadvantaged schools most depend on it. It will also waste the 10 years of expertise that we've developed thanks to the district's investments in our program. We understand that the proposed budget includes increased funding for government-run programs like PASS, but as we've said, those programs are reactive to the problem and pretty narrow in their scope, and they don't focus on early intervention and prevention. They won't be able to increase their capacity in time to meaningfully serve students at the start of the coming year, which means we risk leaving a huge gap in service that will likely worsen the issue of chronic absenteeism in the coming year instead of fixing it. We urge the council to develop and fund a comprehensive strategy for improving attendance across the city, one that enables continuity of service for those students in schools currently benefiting from the high quality and effective programs that we and other partners provide, provides a full spectrum of services with a focus on early intervention and prevention, ensures stable and secure funding for programs in years to come, and meaningfully engages the community-based organizations that the city has invested in for years, who've spent years, a decade in our case, building expertise and community trust, and engage us as part of the solution to our absenteeism crisis. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And just confirming that Vincent Johnson is not here. So Ms. Ovka, what is the line item amount that you all received over the last 3 years through OVJG?
So for us, it's 800, over a little bit over 800,000. And just to note, that does not cover our full services. That number is, Caitlin. So we have to raise the additional money to actually cover.
Yeah. Overall, our truancy prevention programming costs us about $1.5 million a year.
And so, but we only receive city funding for $800,000. So we raise the rest of that through grant and individual donors.
Right. And how many schools are you in?
8.
And how are those schools selected?
So we work with DCPS, one, to identify the schools with the greatest need, and then also through our MOA with DCPS, which goes through 2029, we make sure that the resources will be there. So we have a classroom in every school where we are, so that students have that safe space and we can have confidential meetings and programs, and all of our workshops and life skills classes take place there. So it's number one, it's the need of the school, the rates of truancy, and number 3, making sure that the administration can also do their part of the partnership, providing us, and then also that we work really closely and we attend all of the attendance meetings within the school, and we literally become embedded into the school culture.
What does that mean, though, the schools with the greatest need? How do you define need?
So for us, it's looking at the rates, the truancy rates. So and also DCPS and OVSJG also giving us the schools where they think the need is. So it's a combination of looking at those factors.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to get a sense of the
Yep.
timeline of intervention, because both of you talked about, which I totally agree with, how important it is to be more preventative with our truancy work and not just respond when things have gotten too late in many cases. And so how do we reconcile being early in our efforts to make sure if, you know, a child is missing 3 days or 4 or 5 days with the site selection of the schools already having the highest levels of truancy?
So what we do is, I mean, so we also participate in Summer Bridge. So we actually provide programming to the students all year round. And so we actually identify students during the summer and enroll them before school even starts. And I think the other piece is, you know, as I mentioned, as we know, these transition years of 6th grade and 9th grade are where we see the greatest difficulty for truancy and behavior issues. And so we work really hard with the schools where we are to we get a DCPS data feed. We also work with the attendance counselors to see their data feed so that we get them at that 3 to 5 day unexcused absence mark.
Got it. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much to everybody on this panel for the really vital work that you do. And we'll keep working in partnership to try to rectify this gap, this huge gap.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, I'm going to call, I believe, our last panel of public witnesses, all of whom are from Voices for a Second Chance. Donnell Felder, McKay Taylor, Trinita Coleman, James Reed, Homer Richards, Drain Short, Kevin Lockerman, Vincent Wheeler, Warren Young, Douglas McIntyre, Dante Poe, Lewis Waters, Marcus Stockton, Joel Farmer, Terrell Peters, Alicia Everhart, and Eric Franklin. So a reminder to everybody, please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. All right, this just in. This panel is not present today. If you would like to submit your testimony in writing to the record, we would welcome that. When will the record close? You have another week or so to submit your testimony in writing if you would like to. May 3rd is the deadline to submit your testimony in writing. Okay, so we are going to be able to move on to our government witnesses. We are going to make sure to get Director Porter as we are a little ahead of schedule because some of the witnesses are not here. So why don't we take about a 5-minute recess and we will reconvene. It's 5:58. So let's reconvene at 6:05 p.m. for government witnesses with Director Porter. All right, I would like to reconvene and recall to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. The time is now 6:05 p.m. on Thursday, April 25th, and we are conducting budget oversight hearings, discussing today the Office of Unified Communications and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. We have just completed all of our public witness testimony for OVSJG and are moving now to our Director of OVSJG, Jennifer Porter. Welcome, Director Porter. It's great to see you. And if you can please state your name and your title for the record, sir.
John Nitz, Agency Fiscal Officer for OVSJG.
Fantastic. Thank you both. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you both to turn your microphone on, it'll appear as red, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you both. Director Porter, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm a little bit under the weather, but I am not contagious. It's allergies. I am revising my opening to say good evening, Chairwoman Pinto, members and staff of the committee. For the record, my name is Jennifer Porter, and I have the honor of serving as the Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. As mentioned earlier, I'm joined today by John Nitz, our agency fiscal officer, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I know that our hearing was rescheduled, and it's not lost on me that this week is National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and it's the time across the country that we commemorate, recognize, and take the time to celebrate and champion the amazing advocates, public servants, and leaders in this space who work tirelessly every day to provide healing. And particularly in our community, I take a point of personal privilege to say the leaders in our city truly are models, pioneers, and really leaders across the globe. And so I want to just take the point to add to that. For FY25, the mayor's proposed budget for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, or OVSJG, is $78,995,940. The mayor's FY25 budget proposal includes investments that focus on public safety and revitalizing our downtown. These critical investments include the important role OVSJG plays in community-based healing and trauma-informed restoration. OVSJG's budget includes investments for increased funding for sexual assault services and victim services, investments for housing, and services for domestic violence victims and survivors. Funds are allocated across programs as follows: approximately $1.2 million in agency administration, $10.4 million for access to justice, $16.1 million in justice grants, and $49.3 million in victim services. Over 95% of OVSJG's budget is for grants, including grants to community-based organizations and district agencies that provide services to victims of crime. This year's budget will see the sunset of the historic American Rescue Plan Act funds, which temporarily supported the expansion and sustaining of justice grants and victim support through the COVID-19 pandemic. The projected FY25 budget for justice grants is $16.1 million. Reentry service providers utilize these funds to conduct individual needs assessments and meet the varied needs of returning citizens to assist with reintegration, avoid homelessness, and reduce recidivism. And I'll take a point of personal privilege here as well to acknowledge that it's Second Chance Month, and again, the time across the country where we not only celebrate the amazing vibrance and resilience of returning citizens in our community, but we also recommit to the very important advocacy for sustaining support and critical resources for our neighbors and individuals in our community. Justice Grants funding includes family reunification services, pre-release services, and connection to services that the supporting community of individuals leaving incarceration need for success. And those include parenting classes, financial management, education, resources that better position individuals before they are released. In FY25, the proposed budget for victim services reflects investments in services for victims and survivors of sexual assault. Thank you. Thank you to the audio team for lifting me up. Sorry about my voice. Domestic violence, life-threatening intentional trauma, and crime victims in general. In addition to the recurring $3 million investment for funding the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act, SAVRA, this year's budget includes a $161,000 enhancement for survivor and victim advocacy, storage costs for PERT kits, retention of additional nurses who can travel to hospitals to conduct SANE exams, and other sexual assault services. The budget also includes a recurring investment of $3.7 million with an additional enhancement of $611,000 for victim and survivor service providers to continue to create and implement accessible, comprehensive victim services, including crisis intervention, advocacy, case management, trauma-informed mental health services, shelter, and other services that promote healing. The targeted service budgets for this year include the private security camera incentive program at $822,000. And this includes an increase of $322,000 and 1 FTE in program support, supporting the expansion of the program. And our community capacity building, the community capacity building grant is a recurring investment of $500,000. It is for targeted training, technical assistance, one-on-one business and technical support, and funding for community-based organizations to enhance their ability to effectively manage district grant funding. In closing, I would like to thank our mayor for her support of the mission of the Office of Victim Services, Mayor Bowser, and Justice Grants, and thank her for our shared DC values and building a safer, stronger DC. The resources allocated to our agency play a critical role in supporting healing, safety, and justice for the residents of the District of Columbia. This council and this committee in particular are critical allies in this effort, and I thank you for your ongoing support of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I are available to answer your questions at this time.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Director Porter, and I'm so sorry to hear that you're feeling a little under the weather. I feel like the allergies this season are hitting people very hard.
Yes.
So thank you for being here this evening. So as you and your team know, we had about 120 witnesses sign up to testify today. And that is due in large part to the impact that those witnesses wanted to talk about of the proposed cuts on what it would do to their organizations, the entities that they are providing legal services to, and victims themselves, and survivors who talked about the supports that they were able to receive through the unbelievable grantees that I know you work closely with together. And I hear in your testimony the framing around the sunset of the federal investment. And I understand that a lot of the investment was able to be larger over the last several years because of these ARPA dollars. At the same time, though, we have needs that have developed over the course of the pandemic that we have recognized are worth and in need of investing local dollars in. We had, federal funds come in to support our students and mental health needs. Those shouldn't go away just because the pandemic funding is over. We know that the needs are so great. We have changes to our downtown landscape and know that we need to make investments in downtown to be fruitful for the long-term recovery of our city. And so similarly, I would say when it comes to our OVSJG funding and for access to justice and for our victim recovery grants and our sexual assault grants, and truancy, we have a choice to make investments that are both direct response and services, but also preventative over the long term. And that choice was not made to be maintained at the levels that we've seen over the last couple of years. And so what was the thinking of the executive? What were you all thinking about making such a change from over $30 million back to $10 million, given the very real impacts that that is going to have on some of our most vulnerable residents in the district?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And I have to just share that, I'm, as you evoked the many witnesses who testified today, just want to acknowledge and share my gratitude for everyone who shared their advocacy and their story. I tend to agree, and the mayor tends to agree, that the needs of our community are greater. We're unfortunately in a position where resources are not meeting the need. And so the decisions of the budget were an attempt to try to maintain and support the core services, and for some programs to right-size them to pre-pandemic award amounts, where revenue is just not where our need is and our desire to continue to fund is.
Okay, so maybe, I guess in a different way, what are you thinking about the impacts that these types of cuts will have on the service providers that you work closely with, and all of the representation and services that they are providing on a daily basis that makes up, in some cases, 100%, and in some cases, 30, 40, 50% of their budget?
Well, I think in terms of the impact, I do think that, the service providers and organization leaders today did a great job of, kind of characterizing what they understand as their local impact. I think what our commitment is, to make sure that as these federal funds sunset, that we work with our grantees through our programs like our capacity building program, through the expansion of our trainings, sharing other funding opportunities, and just working with grantees in the excellent way that we do in terms of monitoring and technical assistance to support grantees and making sure that those funds that the agency does maintain, that they are getting to the community, and that, with the existing budget after the sunset, that we're making sure that the community sees the impact that's needed.
Okay, so let me ask you about something you and I have talked about in past hearings, which is, just pull up the name of the statute. DC Code 4-571.01. This is the budget transparency question. Requiring the mayor to share OVSJG's grant-making priorities with anticipated grant funds budgeted for each priority. And so in oversight hearings and in past hearings, you've talked about some of the practical realities of that requirement, and that it's OVSJG's position to have the needs of the community fuel what the priorities are, because you receive the applications. What happens when the needs of the community are so much greater than the funds you have available? And let's say there are $31 million worth of grant applications with only $10 million to disperse. how are you going to make decisions about which areas you're going to prioritize?
So we make those decisions based on the priorities that the mayor sets in terms of, the budget and citywide priorities in terms of public safety and supporting the existing infrastructure. We work to maintain and prioritize existing grantees to make sure that those continuums of care continue. And we have a very robust application process where we include our peer reviewers who review grant packages, budgets, considering the capacity of staff, considering the great performance and the growth of our grantees and growth in terms of the great organizations that are doing work in the community. And we work with our sister agencies in terms of understanding crime trends. And we also work with you all in terms of legislatively mandated programs and initiatives such as SAVRA to make sure that we are incorporating those required funding programs. And I think, those opportunities, we continue to encourage our grantees to be able to apply for what they need based on their capacity and based on the needs that they see in the community. And essentially that's our process.
Okay. But when you say the first element of what the mayor's priorities are, the requirement of the statute is to share the mayor's priorities kind of in a delineated fashion. So I'm trying to understand, I get on a general sense why you believe that it's a better process to engage in all of those various metrics as you go. But in a year like this, if this budget was approved as is, what are the mayor's priorities when it comes to which of these topics need to be funded?
So it's my understanding that the legislation is requesting that the mayor, in releasing the budget, establish the priorities. And so the priorities based on the categories that are funded are essentially sharing the priorities of the administration in terms of the budget. The council then determines the final budget. In terms of the agency and the way that we fund based on the applications that are received. And so if there's not capacity in the community to fund a particular or to implement a particular program, the victim services continuum in terms of the community rights and rights based on their requests for funds to the agency, and then the agency fulfills those requests by making those awards.
But if this current year, there's $31 million available for access to justice, and if this year there's only 10.4 million, and applications come in for housing providers, for legal aid, for immigration services, how are you going to prioritize a 1/3 allotment for the need?
So again, we prioritize the existing grantees. We do fund legal services on the victim services budget. We fund prevention services. We fund, based on the ask that the agency receives. And again, in partnership with our peer reviewers and our team. I think in terms of how we prioritize, we fund the most competitive awards, most competitive applications that have compelled through their application their ability to meet those needs. And so this particular funding modality allows for there to, beyond the existing grantees, there can emerge novel programs that respond to emerging crime trends or crime needs that where, in prioritizing public safety and enhancements for particular programs, we're able to fund those programs beyond an earmark or a specific line.
Okay,
And we're also able, where the community does not have capacity to implement, we're able to diversify and spread those funds to make sure that they're maintained within the victim services community.
Yeah, okay, and thank you for that context, and I can understand why there are some benefits to that model. In theory, I guess I'm trying to understand from a practical perspective this year, if one of your considerations is trying to establish and maintain a continuum of care of previous grantees. Let's say all grantees who received awards last year all apply at the same level of need. Is your theory we're gonna generally approve all those grants, but just at a third of the level? Or are we going to be prioritizing needs that fall within the mayor's top priorities to still fund those grantees at 100%? And if it's the latter, what are the priorities?
So if I understand your question, I think the goal with this budget, again, was to really sort of maintain what we have in terms of the existing funding. Where you see the major reductions to the Access to Justice program, there are additional opportunities for grantees on that program to apply for other funding across the agency in ways that I just described. But the Access to Justice program is a program that is a council earmark, legal earmark. So we don't necessarily select those grantees. The Bar Association makes those selections. So there is not a application process in terms of competition. What the council determines as a budget is what is funded. So again, in our budget, you see us moving the proposed support for that project to pre-pandemic or similar to pre-pandemic approved recommendations.
Okay. So let me ask you about some of the victim services line items.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is an error in the budget, or the way that I'm reading it, but it appears that some of the federal sources of money have already been spent in either fiscal year 23 or 24, but are reflected in the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. So when I first looked at the budget, I thought that this was an increase in victim services of around 2%. But if that $3 million, maybe it's $2.7 million has already been spent, then it would actually be a reduction in the budget. And so am I reading this incorrectly, or what's going on here?
So you are reading it correctly. It is a reduction. In the process of putting the budget together, what we do is we'll go through and we'll identify the grants that we are going to, grant estimates that we are going to put together for the next fiscal year. Unfortunately, in this case, as it relates to those grants, they slipped through the cracks. We would have, the amounts that should have been there should have been less. And so basically what we do every year after the budget is approved is we do go through and we look at all the grants, try to make sure we reconcile them to what the correct carryover is. So when October 1st comes, we will make sure that all those grants or budgets are adjusted to whatever up or down the level they need to be. Unfortunately, in this case, we do show some excess grant funds that in reality have been already spent in this fiscal year and possibly in prior fiscal years, depending on what grants you're talking about.
Okay, so because one of our witnesses testified earlier that these funds were either already spent or it's a reflection of underspent funds that rolled over. So it's the former, that they were already spent?
As it relates to the larger amount, I think the answer is it was already spent. I'm not going to say that it's 100% that way because we do have, because these are multi-year grants, there is going to be carryover that carries into the next fiscal year. But in this case, as it relates to the VOCA grants, yes. In that case, that would be a situation that those grants, from what we've looked at for the most part, have already been spent.
Okay, and so in that case, what was the rationale for a reduction of these grants?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
If the victim services budget is going to be reduced this year from last year, what was that rationale?
In the federal grants?
Not in the federal grants, just our victim services budget for OVSJG.
So I think if we look at the numbers, victim services on the local side is basically the same as it was last year. It's the fact that we've got the additional grants that have inflated the overall budget for victim services that we will need to go through, review, and then adjust them according to what their correct carryover amounts are, or if they're new grants, what the new grant amount.
Okay, but I'm putting aside the federal grant error.
Okay,
You started off by saying you are reading it correctly. It is a reduction in the budget.
on the federal grant side, on the federal grant side,
What about on the local side?
we're strictly focusing on the federal grant side. That's the part where we see where the miscalculation of the estimated amounts for those grants are. I mean, it does impact the overall budget for victim services, but the part that needs to be, that we will be focusing on is the federal grant side of that.
Right, understood, but I'm asking from a policy choice perspective. What was the rationale for proposing a budget that reduced the victim services funding available, whether it was from federal or local? Why was that choice made?
Okay, so I'm looking at the program victim services. And based on the report that I'm looking at, we actually overall are showing an increase of about $3.6 million, which if you net out the federal portion that we need to adjust would still be an increase overall. Now, I also understand that we do have a decrease. We have a decrease as relates to $500,000 in SPR also. That would impact that. And that has to do with the fact that revenues continue to go down with the DC courts.
And my understanding is that as well is a quasi-federal payment, but for the local for victim services, it's not a reduction. It's a bump.
Yeah, if you look at it, on page C-134, you'll see, program code PS0023. You'll see it went from 45,151 to 49,186. And that of course includes the federal grant piece that we need to adjust. But even if it's less than $3 million, and we have about $500,000 or $600,000 in SPR that we're reducing, you're still going to have an overall increase in the victim services budget.
And how much will the total increase be?
From what I can see, it's going to be I don't think it's going to be a lot. It's going to be just basically kind of flatlined.
Okay. So trying to reconcile what we heard earlier, that it would be a reduction.
I think they're focusing on what they see, which is that federal grant piece. That's the only thing I can think of, because that sticks out.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you, it sticks out. And if we pull that back and we look at what the increase is, which is 3.6, and we let's just say that it's an even 3 million that we need to adjust the grants down for. And then you got about 600,000 for the SPR because of the revenue issues from the DC courts. We're basically showing a flatline budget for VS.
Okay.
That makes
And that was
sense?
yes, that is starting to make more sense. So was it your intention to keep the victim services budget stable?
I think the intention was to not just maintain what we have, but to also try in this fiscal climate to make sure that we're advocating and supporting increases in funding where we can. We see a bump of roughly a little under $1.5 million in the victim services line and on the grant line. And so again, our goal is to make sure that for the existing programs that we have, that we can sustain them. I think the past couple of years have been, can't even just say the past couple of years, but we know our community has went through the transition of our financial management system. We're transitioning now through a new grants management system. And while we're working to make sure that the infrastructure is there, we want to make sure that we're continuing to support these grantees as the agency, as the work continues and ultimately as it grows. So on the local side, there is an increase.
Okay. But because of the reality of the federal grant line item, combining federal and local, in practice, it will be stabilized from last year.
And also the SPR reduction too.
And the
You got to
SPR.
make sure you include that in there too.
Okay. So it will be a tiny increase technically, but negligible increase. So it'll be stable. Okay. Okay. That is very helpful information. All right. So just going back to this idea of the access to justice going to the DC Bar Foundation, are you otherwise working with the grantees to help them prepare for a possible reduction in grants that they've been receiving? Or what does that relationship look like as we make sure that everyone's prepared for the years going forward, even though the grant disbursement itself is taken care of by another entity?
So the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants does not directly interface with the grantees of the Access to Justice program. They provide, reporting to us, but they are the Bar Association is the primary grantee. And so in terms of the communication around that reduction for that particular program, we wouldn't get ahead of the actual budget process. The funding of that program is, up to the council. Now, in terms of the federal temporary awards, and including ARPA, those are awards that we knew for a fact were sunsetting. And so there were conversations and communication. We had webinars, worked with our sister advocacy network, the RAND to provide information and to share years ahead of the program sunsetting, the realities of that, and encouraging not just collaboration, but encouraging our grantees to explore diversifying their funds to sustain their programs beyond the sunset of that funding.
Okay. In terms of the justice grants, I'm seeing a reduction in $2 million. What was for the re-entry grants? What was the rationale for this cut, and what programs are going to be impacted by this?
Okay, so the cut, our understanding is that the cut that you're referring to is another ARPA local, it is a revenue replacement fund. So all of the programs that'll be funded, that are currently funding on that award, will be impacted. And again, same kind of conversation around those ARPA funded grantees.
Are those reductions going to impact our hospital-based violence interruption programs?
So the hospital-based violence interruption programs are funded on the victim services line of our budget, and those pieces of funding don't fund as we affectionately call them, HVIPs.
So are those HVIPs going to be stable in next year's budget, do you believe?
So those are competitive awards. We prioritize, again, them as existing grantees. But if there are HVIPs who decide to reduce their application, as one did this year, there may be, we know we're having an additional hospital that's going to be coming on. And again, those awards have to apply. Same rationale if there are other programs that are attempted to have funding on the victim services line.
Let me just reframe there, because we just had this whole conversation about the competitive process.
Yeah.
What I more mean is, under the proposed budget, per our last conversation, if victim services is stable, then it is not that all grantees need to anticipate a significant cut because that funding source is stable from last year.
So let me just clarify, the local victim services is stable with the funds. So our local funds, John just described the discrepancy in terms of the federal awards, in terms of the projections. Those are awards that it's not until well after the budget process that we know definitively where those funds are. We work pretty tirelessly with our grantees in terms of monitoring grant management to assess where grantees are in their grant period, and making sure that where there are opportunities that they can deobligate funds to make sure that the funds are moving across the community. In terms of the federal awards, it's at the end of the year that we know what that carryover is. We know, and when I say we know, I'm saying we can strongly infer that for those particular federal awards that you have identified, we will not have the full amount of those awards. And so in terms of that reduction on the federal side, we know that those awards are not going to be, when I say we know, again, we can strongly infer, but it's a delicate process. And in terms of having to estimate the budget ahead of, the completion of the performance period.
Okay.
So the HVIPs that are funded on local, and I want to just clarify with my team really quick in terms of any of the federal awards that HVIPs is funded on. I don't believe that those were the ARPA awards. No.
Okay. Is the federal grant discrepancy going to be reflected in the mayor's errata letter?
It can be. I mean, that's one of the conversations that Director Porter and I will have as relates to any reflections that we would want to do from the federal side. So, I mean, we definitely would have these things corrected before before we start the fiscal year. If that's something, and we'll have that discussion offline and you'll find out. How about that?
And one of the things that I'll just add here is this is really why I think, it's important for us to work with our sister agencies and our advocacy networks, because this is not just predicting what the spend is for our grantees and the important work of our grant managers to make sure that our grantees are that, as OVJG awards all of our federal awards, but we also are having to look to Congress to see what we're actually funding. So as we look at the trends in terms of those federal awards, not just what we're spending, what we know we've received and making the estimate, but it's also a little bit of, watching what's happening on the Hill in terms of what we're going to be awarded. It is tricky, and it's one of the reasons why I think you see 120 people show up and wanting to lend their voice, and one of the reasons that not shameless plug, but while we have to continue to fight for statehood in terms of those federal formula awards and how important and critical that advocacy is. And so, there are a couple of different lines that go into establishing our budget, but John and the OCFO's team can follow up with you about the discrepancies.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess as it relates to the errata letter, I would just say, I hope we can do a little better than I'll find out. I think it needs to be reflected on there, and should continue to be a priority. And as Director Porter, you were just saying, there are certain things that you think should be increased. And it seems like victim services is one of them, that you articulated as kind of wanting it to be an increase. Just this federal grant was misreflected, but there could be an opportunity to adjust that. So I'll put that there.
Well, if I could just clarify that, I think the administration wants to increase victim services as well, which is what the decision was made. I think also just to land the plane on it, the point is that those federal awards are estimates and projections and predictions. And so I think it is important that, when we're having the conversation, you and, and your council colleagues, that those awards are things that we work throughout the year to monitor. And even after the local budget process, we're still applying for and receiving information and updates around those federal awards and those amounts beyond what our estimates are. So there's a both and there.
Thank you. So last year during the budget process, the council designated most of the 10.5 million that it provided to restore the victim service line item to domestic violence. And it's estimated that last year OVSJG awarded $16.3 million to domestic violence survivor services and $7.9 million to domestic, sexual, and gender-based violence services, which includes the emergency and transitional housing for victims. But it looks like OVSJG awarded about $1 million less to domestic violence and the domestic, sexual, gender-based violence than the prior year. And so I'm concerned that the council's designation of that priority that we were just discussing was not followed or didn't influence the award decisions of OVSJG or was otherwise cut. So what happened with that?
Let me follow up with you on that. I think you may, what I may understand, what I'm going to try to interpret, but I'll follow up to confirm on some of the federal enhancements. So those ARPA enhancements that we can specifically earmark because they are one time. We try to make sure that we're earmarking them for like capital projects and again, those projects that the council prioritizes. But let me follow up with my team on the DV.
Okay.
Let me follow up on
That would be helpful because I do hear you in, our previous discussion, you're talking about the budgets with the council and this is the council's choice. And if we want to designate things, and then we did, but it may not have been followed. And so I don't know kind of how to reconcile those two things. So that would be helpful to get a better sense of that.
Happy to, and I think also just to make sure that we qualify the process again, OVJG is making those awards for the full budget, and then the grantees have to spend so that time that the team works to make sure that those funds get out the door. It may be there. I'm just gonna have the team to follow up.
Okay, thank you very much. So the Victim Services Network has calculated and determined that the minimum baseline that they need to maintain their services is almost $52 million, which includes a 19% increase for unfunded services in 2024 and a 3.5% increase for cost of living adjustments and current inflation trends. So I guess what is your response to the need of maintenance of service currently for victim services versus how you're thinking about this proposed budget to get us there?
I appreciate the victims, the Victims Advocacy Network, for their work to coalesce and build a consensus on the need. The reality is that the agency considers the awards based on the applications that come in. In terms of sustaining, we're in a position this year across the administration where funds are challenged. And so, our commitment in terms of prioritizing those existing programs that we fund and making sure that we can not just fund programs, but again, through programs like our capacity building program and our partnership and technical assistance and grant management, is to support grantees in their successful execution of the awards. We do have many grantees where the Office of Victim Services is, one of the sole sources of funding. And unfortunately, in this fiscal climate, what revenue reductions mean is that those programs that we sustain unfortunately see that impact and they see those cuts. And so we'll continue to work with our grantees to, help to support them, push the funds that they have to the community. And, through programs like our capacity building program, helping them to be more competitive for OVJG funds and funds across the government.
Let's talk about some of the proposed eliminations of programs. So SUSO is one of particular concern for Show Up, Stand Out. The proposed budget eliminates funding for this truancy reduction program completely. And in the mayor's transmittal letter, the executive reports that $7 million will be channeled to the Department of Human Services, or DHS, for the ACE and PASS programs. And so, we're very interested in this work around truancy. We know that there are a whole slew of interventions and responses that are really needed, and frankly, a lot of improvements that need to be made. We're going to be having a hearing in a month or two on the mayor's proposal for truancy and those legislative changes. And so that work needs to continue. But when it comes to kind of the earlier side of, I don't know if it's really called prevention, but, early response to truancy, and the work that SUSO is doing in our schools right now that we know have some of the greatest needs, I worry about cutting that funding and only kind of leaving it to the other side of things. And so if this proposal goes through, would OVSJG be completely out of the truancy business completely out of making any investments in this space?
I think it's a yes and no. So in terms of the program, the Show Up Stand Out program as it exists, we would be sunsetting that program. But in terms of supporting young people, particularly our work in supporting our Title II programs and initiatives to support young people who are at risk for truancy, we will not only continue our award-winning programming, but we'll continue to liaise with the amazing administrating educational partners, as well as our sister agencies who do the work in ways that we can support both survivors, young folks who have been touched by the criminal justice system. So there are places on the agency that we will continue to be doing this work.
Okay. I went to a school in Maryland, and it was I won't share the name of the school at the moment, but it was really an unbelievable model that they had to address truancy, and I have really never seen anything like it, in that all of the students at the school knew and could cite to me what the rules were around attendance, including first and second graders. And so they knew that if they didn't come to school for 5 days, that meant their parent was called in for a mandatory meeting with them and the parent. They knew if they didn't come to school for 10 days, that meant home visit, follow-up services, and requirements for them with their teachers after school. And they knew that if they didn't come to school for 15 days, they were going to court. And I think sometimes we get away from just like the basic guardrails of support, and that's why I raise it here, because I really want to make sure from a perspective of OVSJG that we are thinking about those grants with the lens of how we can support our students and families early before things get to the later end. So I hear you on the kind of attenuated services, and of course there are connections between these programs. But I do think this is really important. So I'd like to continue to work with you on that.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why SUSO was, in my understanding, is a 14-year-old program, but my understanding of the history of the program being located in victim services and justice grants is because of our community funded model. It was an early intervention that helped families and youth to identify what those barriers are. I think more than young people knowing the local policies and regulations around truancy, it's important that they know that they're loved. It's important that they know that the schools and the community, surrounding community, want them at school, that we want them to be safe, that they know that there are individuals in the community who are willing to fill those gaps, whether it be clothes that they need, whether it be mental health services for their families that support them in transportation. And I think, the mayor and our city leadership know that there are other places across our government that can provide those critical resources that SUSO uniquely worked with families and young people to identify. And we'll be tracking, and we'll be looking forward to seeing the outcomes of what the next iteration of truancy support in the district looks like. And I think the co-location of those efforts, our hope is that our existing grantees and those who have been working in the schools and working in the space will continue to follow those efforts.
Thank you. So I want to go back to FY24 for a moment. What was the total amount awarded to victim services in fiscal year 2024? Because in the budget books, it says approved victim services budget for 45.6 million. The Victim Assistance Network has reported that they received 42.4 million, which is also the request that I referenced in my budget request letter to the mayor. So what is the source of the difference between the 42 million that OVSJG provided to the committee and the 45.6 million that was approved in the budget?
We'd have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure what I see the 45 million. I'd have to see what the 42 million is and be able to see what that delta is on that. So we need to get back to you on that.
Okay, no problem, but I would really appreciate that if we could, because we need to understand if there's a plan to spend that extra $3 million or what's going on there as we, finalize our markup. So that would be helpful. Thank you so much. All right. So the Safe Housing Gun Violence has a proposed elimination of emergency and traditional housing, the decrease of 3.7 million to a loss of non-recurring ARPA dollars. The budget proposal also includes 1.2 million elimination of the trauma response and community engagement program, also from ARPA. So are these programs underperforming? Or are there other programs where victims of gun violence can easily access trauma support that they need? I hear stories all the time from gun violence survivors and just the kind of complex web of services that people need. And I appreciated your comments earlier, Director, about a focus on public safety when it comes to victim services. And so this is of particular concern and priority for me.
Sure. So the trauma response program, which, unfortunately here, we have a very robust trauma response program under a very similar name, but this particular line is the mental health support that accompanies the temporary housing ARPA project that will sunset. And so not a underperforming program, but a program that unfortunately is going to sunset with the federal funds that solely sustain it. This is a program that is implemented in partnership with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And this year, we've worked with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and their family success team, family support team, and to work with gun violence survivors in a full suite of their needs, from temporary housing, mental health services, and the plethora of services that one may find themselves in need of. And so as this funding sunsets, we look forward to that office continuing that work through the budget of that agency.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what agency was that?
The Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Okay, thank you. So can you talk a little bit more about the $161,000 enhancement that you have for Savra and perk kit storage and what that's going to be used for?
Sure. So again, something that we're championing as we commemorate the great work of our community of care. This is what has been not a pilot, but a growing expansion of Savra, wanting to make sure that where the talented and skilled professionals, sexual assault and nurse examiners have the opportunity to travel across the city where particular emergency medical facilities may not have a nurse on site. This program will expand, this proposed enhancement will expand the funding to make sure that we can fund those nurses beyond their local funded station to be able to respond in real time. It is not lost on any of us that survivors who may show up at a medical facility that does not have the technical experts to be able to support their acute needs, will need to make sure that we bring those resources to them. And so this expansion reflects that. And of course, the storage of the kits that would be accompany those exams.
Okay, and is it your sense that with this enhancement, the need of the current stock of kits will have the storage that they need to move forward?
This will expand, yes, this will expand that.
And it will meet the need?
Yes, that's the goal of the
Yeah.
announcement.
Okay, okay. Well, that is exciting to see. So thank you for that. That concludes my questions for you, Director. I want to give you a chance, as always, if you have something else that you'd like to highlight for the record that we didn't get a chance to talk about, or any other concluding thoughts.
Checking my notes. No, I think that's it. Just want to thank you for your leadership and thank our team. We've got a couple of things that we're going to follow up with you on. I'm going to check in last few minutes. I know my team is working to respond in real time. Yeah. Good, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And we have our follow-up items. Have those noted.
Yes, I have 4 of them.
Okay.
If I missed anything, I know my team is gonna let me know.
Okay. Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you to your team, those who are here, and all of the very hardworking folks on your team who are not here today, but I know care deeply about this work. And I want to thank my team for a big, important day, and managing everything so well, and the support staff for being here this evening, and for the great hearing today, and the over 120 witnesses who signed up to testify and share your stories and your very powerful personal experiences, many of which were traumatizing for you, and the strength that it took to come here and share what you've been through and why this work is so important was extremely moving. And I want to thank all of the service providers who put their heart and head out there every single day to do this important work. We hear you that these cuts, as proposed, will be felt very deeply. I will be working hard with my team, with my colleagues over the next several weeks to do everything we can to get more funding into these crucial services, because our residents need them. And I do believe that it is not only important to support this work on an individual person basis, but it is preventative, and it is an investment in the people of our city for the longer term. So look forward to continuing to work together on that over the next several weeks and throughout the year to do the work. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
With that, the time is now 7:07 p.m. on Thursday, April 25th.